evening and happy Collectivus.
Collectivus. Okay.
Yes, it's Collectivus time. Little did we know.
Yes.
Little did we know. We didn't even realize that this week. Suddenly, it was time for Collectivus. It's Collectivus for the rest of us.
Oh, sporting the new Beckett hat.
Well, the new old one. See, you got to get a Collectivus hat, Eric. That's what it's at. That's where it's at.
So here at the company, we're very excited about this news.
I would say.
Now, I just went outside and looked. The dumpster fire is still burning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even though it's been a couple of days since the merger, the takeover, the buyout, the life preserver has been thrown, the dumpster fire is still blazing higher than ever.
See, so, I'm waiting for more information on when Feats of Strength happens. The hearing of grievances is every week, but I'm more interested in the Feats of Strength is what I'm doing. Trying to find out here.
We're gonna need some feats of strength to go out and fight this dumpster fire that is just burning out in back of the factory here. So
I see. Speaking of feats of strength, Yannick, are you good?
The fire truck.
So Yannick will be challenging Eric to feats of strength.
It ain't over until Eric gets pinned down.
That's it.
Right. Basically, that's what we expect. That's what we expect to happen. It's going to be very exciting, folks.
So I'll be on my way, like Santa Claus on Christmas morning.
Mm-hmm.
So you're proud of the idea that you could beat up an elderly person. That's good. Good for you.
Yeah. Especially if it's you.
Listen, if he can't be proud of a dominant victory, what else are you going to be proud of? Come on, Eric. Anyway, so good evening, everybody. It is the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is, on Friday nights, and apparently tonight is a very busy night. Like it's craziness. It's wacky. There's a couple of lives happening, and then on top of everything else, the IRP. I actually assumed that the IRP Christmas special was just continuing, but now they're trying part 2. Apparently, the hockey the thing is, Steve's present from Vinny and the 47 hours it's going to take to open didn't actually arrive. So 5.5 hours was not long enough to contain the IRP Christmas special. They need more hours.
That's why we have Boxing Day in Canada.
That's not even taking into account the 45 minutes that it took Eric to go through Vinny's stuff.
Yeah. Wow.
That didn't even count towards the runtime technically.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a completely different thing. It's wacky.
Yeah.
So Josh, yours first. It's Friday night. You know what that means because of Carlos's live. That's right, Josh. Thank you. Bob Jackson says, and the Eric fan club is in session. To check into the meeting, hit that like button because you like Eric so much.
No, please don't do that.
Well, financing Collectivists, basically now we're gonna have to raise the price on the like button again.
That's right, man. Listen, I'm gonna get into all that in a moment. We're gonna get into the whole Collectivist miracle that happened. We're gonna talk about that in a moment, and then some wacky things. But all I know is there's 250 million reasons for the like button rate to go up.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm saying. We'll get to that in a minute. Rob here says, "Is everyone in the eggnog? I got my beer. We're good."
We don't do eggnog anymore. We used to.
I don't know.
I bought my kid.
Becker's had the best.
I like eggnog. The problem is I'm trying to avoid extra sugar. I already have enough of a sweet tooth. I don't need to add more.
All sugar.
Yeah, Bobby, that's my point. I have enough sweets to begin with. It's I do not eat additional on top of it.
You guys ever made your own?
Mm-hmm.
No.
You ever made your own?
No.
Eggnog?
No. It's too easy just to go to the store and pay money.
Yeah,
pretty much.
But President's Choice did have a chocolate eggnog. Did you ever see that?
I did not.
It was
how long ago? How long ago were they doing it?
5 years ago, at least.
Okay, so then still within recent times. No, I hadn't seen that one.
Oh, more than 5 years. Sorry, maybe 7 or 8. Yeah.
So as long as it was within the last 30 years, there was at least a chance I could have seen it.
Yeah, maybe 15. I don't know, something like that.
Chocolate eggnog.
140 years ago, President's Choice had some chocolate eggnog. Carla here says, playoffs. Go number 2 seed. You got to do it like that. Playoffs. Hobby Champs says mayonnaise. I think that's a valid point.
That's disgusting.
Michael Ham says, Eric is pitching product. Did you see any UAPs when you were outside? I don't know what you.
I think he was pitching Woo.
But
he's pitching something, man. I don't even know, man.
There are many, many drones flying all over my house.
Eric's house.
Mm-hmm.
No one else's house. They're all hovering over mine. There's 60 to 70 of them. and it's just I have this sound that just doesn't stop. No one else can hear it though, but I can.
I was about to say, I feel like that's more of a you problem than anybody else. Hobby Champ says, if it were called pizza strength, I would win everything all the time. Fair.
Really?
Carlos says, India at Notre Dame. Notre Dame is taking 7 points. Who do you like tonight?
We got to go with the Fighting
I'm
Irish.
assuming this is one of the. Is this one of the football bowl games? Is what we're talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, that's the bowl season, isn't it?
Yeah,
almost?
because there's a lot of bowl games, man. There's a lot of bowl games.
I would say I'll go with Rudy there. 7
Yeah,
points.
Why not? Why not? Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Mike here says, "Happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday to you." Did I miss the airing of grievances? Every episode is the airing of grievances.
Yeah, it is.
There is no time that we do not have the airing of grievances.
kind of
We
our
begin
thing.
the airing of
We even have
grievances.
a list.
Listen, the airing of grievances starts during the countdown. You think
Yes.
you can't even hear it, but we've already started the airing of grievances at that time.
And the video just catches up. That's
Yep. Dr. Copernicus says, Carlos, Mike, Chris, David, Kevin, or Kerry? Bob Lewis. No question.
all.
Don't even have to hesitate.
Yeah.
Well, good evening, Orlando. Who is IRP? I only know IRS. Well, you better know IRS. IRS will know you, Florida man.
Mhm.
And don't worry, you don't need to know about the IRP. If you accidentally switch channels on YouTube, they're probably still playing the Christmas special from a couple of years ago. It's still playing to this very day.
Yep.
It's true. It's the first playoff game. Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
12 teams, 4 buys. 8 others played tonight and tomorrow. Excellent. Excellent. Good to know. Keep us posted, Carla. I'll try to skim ahead. I'll try to skim over to the other screen, see if I can put some of that on there. But yeah, I wasn't following the schedule, but that's good to know. Okay, well, then we'll wait for feats of strength. I think the feats of strength is going to be very exciting. We got some handicapping we need to do. 1 game tonight. Good to know. Could the team who wins the NCAA football championship beat the team who won the Grey Cup? Ooh.
Yes. All day.
Well, here's the
every
thing.
day.
Here's the thing, Bobby.
What?
In theory, yes. But the problem is a lot of the players who are like, draft eligible, some of them are going to skip some of the bowl games. Because
Well,
realistically, unless it's going to help your stock, you don't really care necessarily.
If it was held in Saskatchewan, probably not. On a winter's day, no. You're done.
Also, I would also say Winnipeg is probably not a good place to try to win that.
Anywhere. Winnipeg, Calgary, Saskatchewan, anywhere. Yep.
Yeah. Edmonton.
Rough Riders, Ride Roughers, doesn't matter.
Eric loves them both equally.
I do. They're my 2 favorite teams.
Yep.
So that was one of the old ones. The thing with the they actually used to do some challenge things with the Grey Cup and sometimes the NFL and things like that.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
way back.
That was way back. Yeah. Here's the thing: the Grey Cup team still has professional players on it, and some of those players played at those colleges. So a harness team of those versus a couple NCAA guys who are basically together for a year or two before they become draft eligible and flee for money. So it's like it's kind of a tough comp. The NCAA team would do well, but the reality is that the other team is they're actually playing for a living already,
Yeah.
and the NCAA guys want to.
Yeah. There's a little bit more hunger there.
Yeah. Philly Joe says, "Good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening to you, Philly Joe."
Hello.
So let's
Would
touch
you
on.
say it's almost like comparing to the American League, almost like hockey version? Like you got dads and fathers and guys in their mid-30s and making that as like a, anyway, Grey Cup, NCAA. I agree with you.
Yeah, well, the thing with the AHL is also where they do conditioning stints. So, like, if some of the NHL players are like having a conditioning thing, they bring them down there to. So you're getting NHL caliber players who are working on a conditioning stint. So they're still professional players. Those are still top level players. The NHL is another tier above, and that's basically what you always have to look at. The NCAA football teams, and the way you look at it is this way. All the NFL guys, for the most part, unless you're an undrafted prospect that just shows up out of nowhere, which happens, but it's not a common occurrence anymore. Most of the drafted players are coming from the NCAA, but there's plenty of NCAA players, even on championship teams, who will never see a snap in professional football ever. The college is as far as it goes, which, by the way, is not a bad thing. You still, if you were successful in college and you won a championship, you still something to hang your hat on. But for some of those guys, yeah, they're going to go on to quote unquote real jobs and do other things. But some of those players have draft aspirations. That's why I say, yeah,
I like the
I'm
quote.
still waiting to get drafted. I know my time's coming.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That can
Water
happen.
boy.
You know it's coming, brother.
the dream lives.
Water
man.
boy.
The dream lives. The dream lives.
Mhm.
But yeah, so that's basically a professional is still a professional, and especially professionals who are already used to playing together. And NCAA thing, like I said, they'll put together the team for a couple of years. Some of the players will be playing on the team for some years, but most of the players there's a bunch of players who are like one and done or two and done. They're there to get drafted, and then they're out of there as soon as they're draft eligible and can make some money.
Rudy. No.
Yeah. Did any of you collect garbage pail kids? Well, Bobby, I think that would be a little bit before your time. I don't know, Eric. You got garbage pails? Yeah. you went
Before
you
my
went for it?
time? Well, after my time.
Like those are actually
I
yours?
never got those. I never understood those.
Let's
never.
see what we got.
Did you see how many of them involve mayonnaise?
We got Joe.
You got the hockey one probably.
Joe Blow. There you
We
go.
got these
Atomic.
are all originals. These are all originals. I purchased these when I was a kid, and
You weren't a kid then.
no, I was in middle school. His
Oh, the garbage pail kids, the original ones was in the 80s, wasn't it?
yeah. So these
Yeah.
are 85. So yeah, I was in middle school. Erie Eric.
That's,
that was my
that's almost
favorite.
40 years ago. That's qualified. As old as Eric is, 40
Yeah.
years ago still puts him a little younger.
Yeah, so that was good. This was popular at the time. Rappin' Ronnie Reagan.
What is so popular about those? I just never got them. I understand wacky packages. I understand other things, but
I should send this one to Heartland. Bad
Brad.
bad Brad.
Basically, 3/4 of them were alliteration. Bobbles actually ran through a whole bunch of them in one of the recent SGC reveals.
Oh,
So
yeah.
while Eric is doing that, I'm going to read the rest of the comments. Sean says, "Hi guys, I heard the bounty on the gold bedard is no longer available. Eric doesn't want you to know."
Oh yes, that's right. Gone.
We'll talk about that in a
In
minute.
all the cases.
Zach says, "First playoff game with two teams from the same state. Interesting." Doctor says, "Eric has good taste. Fair enough. Series 3, I believe. The big dog Atom Bomb. Yes. There you go. Perfect. All right, all caught up. So anyway, what I was going to say was that so the Bedard so let me talk about this one for a second, and we'll get to Festivus, Collectivus. So the interesting thing is so the Bedard bounty got pulled, and I was listening and I was kind of chuckling that some people were complaining about it. I'm sitting there like, unless somebody says the bounty is going to be for like 30 years or 10 years or whatever, you can put a bounty is kind of like is an open offer. If somebody takes you up on the offer, so be it. You should honor it if somebody does collect on it. But if nobody collects on it, then you can pull it whenever the hell you want. You can keep it for a week, a month, a year, whatever you want.
Did it meet the qualifications?
Well, the thing is, the card, as far as we know, has yet to surface. So nobody has been able to cash in on it yet.
Oh,
So
I thought
publicly,
it
we
was
have not seen that card surface anywhere. Eric is keeping
okay.
it close to the vest in his vault. He refuses to tell anyone. So right now, as it stands, now the other possibility is that someone basically accepted it quietly and said they wanted it, or maybe they just pulled it because it had been 9 months. Nobody had come forward with it. And that Bedard card, the original hype has died down quite a bit on it. So it certainly wouldn't be worth a fraction of that at this point. It would just be throwing out money for the sake of throwing out money.
There's
It's not
other
like Bedard-
bounties that disappeared before. Like, wasn't it like a Babe Ruth too? That one like super fractor that, like, was it found like about a couple of years ago?
So there was one. So there have been different ones. David Adams has done a bunch of them, and
Oh, yeah.
they've paid a few of them, and then some of them have gone away. So it's both have happened. They've had some that expired, and they've also had some that people have collected. They've even made some videos on their channel where this person collected. They said, "Yep, I will take the bounty, thank you," and then they got paid out.
Is it a 1-year timeline or something?
It's
Or
not a
is it
set timeline.
Preset.
It's just
no?
it's
Whatever
it's just
you
like
don't want.
it's like an open invitation says, if you could provide it to us, whatever, here is the bounty we're offering. But yeah, you could technically pull it unless you specify some timeline, which they didn't.
Oh,
You can
okay.
technically pull it whenever you want.
Hmm.
It's like an open offer. It's it's not open forever. It's like on eBay when you do a buy now best offer. If I make a best offer, there is a time cap on it, and if nothing happens, then it just expires.
Sounds about
So
right.
have a chance.
But if there's no timelines, then it can't expire.
Well, that's what it is. But again, it goes both ways. If you don't set a timeline, it's not. But no one says indefinite. It's
But
not.
Nobody said indefinite, but nobody didn't say not indefinite.
What is that anybody?
Yeah.
It's an open offer. You can always pull it. That's the thing. Like
I agree with
the lack of an expiry date doesn't mean there's not an expiry.
I agree with Carlos, but basically nothing was said. Here's the bounty, and there's no.
Yeah. Well, it goes the other way too. It's not a contract yet. You can say like, "Oh, I like this." Like, I can still say no.
I know.
Yeah, it's just an open offer.
But you
It's-
look
it's-
bad on the next bounty offer. So
No
Yeah,
backseat.
well, Well, that's why I said it's worked both ways. They have paid out bounties before.
Sure.
So it's one of those things where, as if they've never paid off a bounty before, then that's one conversation. But they have paid some of them out.
Sure.
Some people have
And
collected
some
on
are
them and they
still
paid them out.
in unopened boxes anyway, so they're probably
Exactly.
going to stay unopened forever.
Exactly. So that's the key. As long as they pay some of them and some of them have been collected, then they're open to do it if they want to.
And you can see 20 years down the road that some guy goes, I'm going to open this box finally. Okay, and he pulled it and goes, damn, if I would have
Ding,
just
ding, ding, ding.
opened it.
Well,
I
the
would've
thing
got a
about
$1 million
this type of
now,
bounty.
Bedard's shot the shit and he's only worth $80.
Yeah, the thing is, so kind of to Hobby Champ's point, the reality is he's not lighting it up. He's not playing great, but at the same time, even if he was playing well, the original hype, the point of it was the original hype of the release.
Yeah.
9 months later, it's not. Other products have come out. They're even if Bedard was playing great, it still would have lost a lot of its initial hype because at that point, other products have come out, other different, possibly more interesting products. So if Bedard was doing great, what about an SPX Bedard? What about one of the other ones? What about one of the other ones?
Was he really ever going to do great with the team that he's with? I question that.
So that's kind of that was the point that I was making with when I was talking with Brad on the AMG show when we were talking about it.
Yep.
Is that I said some people are trying to do the comparison. So a Gong Show, your favorite place in the world, tried to do the comparison, but they compared it to Austin Matthews, Connor McDavid, and they tried to compare it to one more. The name escapes me. But anyway, the point was all three of them had better line mates. The problem is Bedard is underperforming, the
True.
team sucks, and he's still leading in the scoring.
Well, there you go.
Which is to say how bad they are. That's how bad they are, that he is underperforming and he's still better than all the rest of them.
I don't
Yes.
think it's underperforming. It's like I think
It's all relative. It's
Yeah.
all relative.
Relative
We
to-
know that team is genuinely atrocious. Like they're
Yeah.
really bad.
put him in Edmonton, put him in Winnipeg, put him in, any decent team, and this kid's scoring, he's going to be over 100 points this year.
Well, a lot of people put him on a pedestal, so you have to really give them a little consideration there because they're driving him up because of the price of his rookie card, because they put a bounty on him.
Yeah.
Everybody's looking for the next greatest, whatever. And sometimes, kids take 3 to 4 years, 5 years, 6 years to get into their swing.
He's
Huh?
19.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
by the time he's 25, maybe he's ready and raring to go, and he's with the right team, or maybe
I just think what's
Chicago
interesting-
builds.
What's interesting though in his situation is that because again they came up with the comparisons. And even if we take, Gretzky, we take a lot of these young guys who came out and were playing extremely well. They're all extremely skilled. But the team that Gretzky was playing on in Edmonton right from the get-go was
Yeah.
really great. Like it was
Bobby
a great
Orr too.
Yeah, so the problem is you look and you look at the talent surrounding and it's like, is there anybody who's supposed to be a generational talent with a worse supporting cast?
No.
Like it's really
Um,
hard to find one that has a worse supporting cast and actually made anything out of it.
Well, he had Sakic there, and then
And Crosby also had
he
Malcolm.
came in.
And he had Malcolm. So he already had a great player to go along with it. Connor McDavid, Draisaitl is already there.
Yep.
So there's already talent. It's not like you're on an island by yourself. It's like they each had at least some complementary pieces already in place that allowed them to be able to potentially be able to do. It takes a little pressure off to actually have some other talent around you to be like, okay, you don't just need to fixate on one person.
Yeah.
So it's weird. It's like it's a really bad situation, and it's like, well, good luck.
Yeah.
You're on
it's
your own.
pretty- You put out those kids. That's under a lot of pressure as a kid. Coming into the league, being 18 years old and trying to play with these guys who are well seasoned and expecting to super perform. And remember, everybody's at the height of their game for the most part. So you're really playing from the minor leagues to going to the majors. It's a big leap, and I think they drove them a little bit too hard. The card world did. Everybody else probably did.
And I think the other key is that he is a smaller player. He is going to be a
He
smaller,
is.
more skilled player. He's not going to be able to push his way around. So, a guy like Lemieux, he had some size. He could at least push some people around a little bit in addition to the skill. So if worse comes to worse, he can fight through some traffic because he's got at least a little bit of size to push. Especially later on as he got better at it, he was able to even start pushing more players around.
Yeah.
So it makes a difference. Completely different stylistic game.
Sure.
So Sean was saying, was the gold bee even printed? Nobody knows, man. Listen, you got to ask Eric. Eric's got it in his museum. Hobby Champ says, I think I think Topps is paying for those bounties. Yes, Carlos is paying for them. Through David Adams anyway. Could be.
Possible.
Conspiracy. Hobby Champ says, Topps and Upper Deck, Panini, etc. Who knows, man? Who knows? Carlos says, first 3.5 minutes, two interceptions. 0-0. Thank you, Carl.
Oh,
Brendan Ryan says, happy holidays to the BIC crew. Appreciate you. And
Mhm.
love the Christmas tree emoji. Appreciate it. Good stuff. So yeah, bottom line is that the Bedard thing got pulled. So obviously that's going to take. Now here's the question for me. So now that that's officially off the table, regardless of who was funding it, what the situation was, all that. Here's a separate question. How much does that start to put downward pressure on the card and on the boxes when you've removed one potential enticement?
Oh,
Because even if you pull the card tomorrow, it still has value. Like, let's not pretend it's worth $0. It's still worth something to somebody. But obviously you've lost this potential, 7-figure payout that could have been there, that was on the table theoretically. And now if you went to auction, it would still go for, more money than probably a lot of us would think it would. But it certainly not anywhere close to that number. That $1 million number was never realistic, ever. It was only going to exist in that one thing. So that's what I was going to say. I'd be curious. I don't know.
I would think at least probably half.
I honestly, if it made $100,000, I'd be shocked.
Yeah.
At this point, it's just cooled off a lot. It's cooled off quite a bit. So Hobby Champ says Crosby had the shell of Lemieux for 1 year. Yeah, it's true. Lemieux did play a year with Crosby technically as well. Yeah. So that's why I say, like, when we are comparing these generational talents, like, Bedard's situation is the worst. The worst one that I can think of, at least for many of the other ones. Like, I'm sitting there like, I'm literally sitting there thinking about, like, is there one who's had a worse situation where you're like, all right, do something with this, and they're like, do something with what?
I bet you when they
it's
said Chicago, everyone went, "Oh no."
Well, the only thing it had going for it was original 6. That's the only, like, positive you had. And
Yeah.
But unfortunately, this isn't the Chicago that won 3 Stanley Cups. They're not that team. That
No,
team's gone.
no.
Yeah,
That's
that team's
sure.
very gone. It feels like it was 100 years ago, but it wasn't that long ago. When was the last Stanley Cup they won, Eric?
Chicago. I don't.
Yeah, they had that run of 3 within some years, and
13.
It was 2019 against the Bruins. I remember that very well. Unfortunately,
Wasn't when
was it
Bobby Orr
2019?
there?
yeah, when Bobby Orr was there. Yes.
yeah. But it was 19.
Yeah.
So
19
think about that. We're in the year 2024, heading into 2025, and think of a team that won the Stanley Cup 5 years ago, and is now truly trash. That team's
they're
bad, man. Yeah,
They're
that
almost-
team's bad, man.
Yeah, that's like
Yikes.
Toronto Maple Leafs in the '80s. Oh, just
I think it's because it has like 5 Bruins on it. I think that's why they suck.
Possibly.
And the Bruins suck.
CC says, good evening, gents. I find it very interesting on the group who are actually buying Bedard cards. Must be flippers and do the hobby. Does anyone in the panel know anyone collecting Bedard? Eric.
yes.
I don't.
Do you think he's wearing the Beckett hat? He's a
All my-
hype beast. A
All my
hype beast.
cards are going straight to Beckett for grading.
Carlos says, Notre Dame with a 98-yard touchdown run. Nice. This isn't the Bobby Orr Chicago Blackhawks. Facts, sir. Facts.
That is for sure.
Yep.
I don't know anyone collecting Bedards, but last night, did you guys ever try the Slap Shark app? But
I try as a matter of policy not to, but no,
No, but
I have not.
you know,
I haven't used
through
it.
eBay and all that stuff. But anyway, like I
Yeah.
would say last night, out of I don't know how many cards. Yeah, Bedars were all over the place. If you're scrolling,
Yeah.
Bedard.
Well, I think CC though is making an interesting point. Let's take a second and let's actually think about this. Chicago is a dumpster fire. It's very Beckett-esque in that way.
Yeah.
It's not a good scene out there. It's not a good scene. The team's bad. The player's struggling. There's a lot of these things going on. But other than maybe a Chicago Blackhawks fan, and there are certainly some out there, who would be the collector of Bedard? I'm emphasizing collector. I'm not just talking about somebody who's buying Bedard cards with the expectation of appreciation. I'm talking about who is collecting Connor Bedard. And CC is making a very valid question. I can't think of anyone that I'm aware of who's actually actively trying to collect Connor Bedard.
Bobby Orr.
Well,
Sure.
yeah, he always collected them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, he might collect.
yeah, the
I
team he
don't-
put on the map, he may as well. I understand.
I
that.
don't necessarily know. Do you guys know any kids? Like a certain age? Because right now being Christmas, 2 of my nephews being hockey guys, and I'm talking here 5 and 7 year olds. Bedard. That's all they're talking about. Either
I think it might
Connor
be.
or
I think it might be a small sample size though, because I'm thinking of the expo. Like, obviously, I was hanging around a couple of different booths, and I was listening to what what players the kids are asking about. Obviously, the local teams are going to get a lot of play. If they're young Leaf fans, they're going to ask for Austin Matthews and stuff like that. That I get that, but
Right.
you'll also get like the Connor McDavid. Like Connor McDavid, I know of collectors for sure, 100%. So that one's easy for me to think of. A lot of the other Nate McKinnon, like there's a lot of the other star players who I can think of who at least have. If I scroll through Instagram, I can find collectors of these players. I'm just trying to think of and I'm on Instagram regularly, and I follow a lot of hobby accounts, including hockey collectors. Look, I know people that collect players as obscure as Reggie Lemon, like all the way into the depths of obscurity.
Al Gill.
But I can't think. But I actually, seriously, can't think of anyone that I'm aware of that actually collects Connor Bedard and has an Instagram to that effect.
I'll tell you what. When the Bedard craze was first starting, we couldn't keep anything in the store, right? I mean, the expensive stuff, the cheap stuff, gone. We have quite a bit of the cheaper things from $5 to $20. The inserts from the last Upper Deck product and stuff, just sitting there. And we have people coming in and looking through the hockey counter and just keep going. So I think the super hype of anything with his name on it is over. I think people are still going to want his big stuff. But like you're pointing out, unless you are like from Chicago, or you truly are a Bedard collector, Joe Average isn't just grabbing his stuff. We got a case full of it.
Yeah, I'm not even worried about Joe Average. So Ham's talking about Connor being too expensive to collect. Connor McDavid could be too expensive to collect if you're doing high end.
Yeah.
My point isn't even the cost. I'm talking about at any price. I don't see collectors. And I'm being serious. I can't think of it because even McDavid, I know there are people who collect McDavid, as expensive as it can be. They actually have like Instagram accounts dedicated to showcasing some of these beautiful cards that they've been. And McDavid is not cheap. McDavid is a very pricey card. Austin Matthews, some of the higher end pieces. Look, the AMG was able to do a trade cash deal for a 1-of-1 shield, Austin Matthews. Those cards that's a 5-figure card. Those cards can move. There is a buyer and somebody who will buy it. And I guarantee you that person in turn can find another buyer on the other end. I'm not talking about somebody with the Bedard. A lot of the people you're talking about, I'm seeing them holding it for portfolio purposes. They're putting it in the portfolio. I don't see them going in, hey, check out this rainbow of Connor Bedards I put together. Check out, these different memorabilia cards, or, here's a rookie and here's this other one. And what I can go on Instagram and find collectors for a lot of these other ones, and they accumulated collections, whole collections of it, where it's not just grabbing a couple of big portfolio pieces and putting it up. That's why I'm wondering. I don't see it.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting.
I was doing some business there. It's, this one thing I hate about marketplaces, it makes you put a price on something. And unfortunately, if you put a group of 3 things together and you say priced individually, people don't read. They just look at the picture and say, oh, $40. Okay, thanks. Boom. I said, they're priced individually. Oh, okay, I'll pass. It's like,
There you go.
you didn't read.
Oh, they don't read. Good evening, Bez. So Bob here says, the problem is the hobby mentality. Stuff is cool now because it's expensive. It's expensive because it's cool. Well, listen, Bob, you got a valid point, and I got to tell you, if there's anybody I know who takes the mentality of pay a lot of money, whether it's expensive or cool, it's old lemon over there.
Yeah.
No one pays more. Literally, in the hobby, no one pays more.
But we're not really talking expensive.
Well, listen, you add a 0 or 2 to it, Eric's even more excited. He goes, can I spend $10,000 on that, Reggie? It's $5, sir. Can I spend $10,000?
I've been
Well, you
trying
can,
comps
but why?
I want the comps to go up.
Obviously.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sure you
That's all
do.
I'm saying. Brendan Ryan says, apples to oranges, but no one really collected Michael Jordan until 1990. Eric did. The problem is he was the wrong Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a guy at the side of the road. It's back to the Peter Forsberg thing. It's the Peter Forsberg thing all over again. He was a guy named Michael Jordan.
That's like those commercials they've been putting on TV. Have you seen those? It's just like, hi, I'm Michael Jordan. Not the Michael Jordan, but I'm with this.
Yeah, well, that's the guy that Eric was collecting in the 80s.
I think it was.
Yeah, that's what happened. It was weird.
It's a brilliant marketing plan.
I was young. I didn't know any better. I was excited. I didn't know. I was like 12. Okay. I'm sorry.
I remember in the late 90s, those Fleer boxes were everywhere. And it was just like, nah, nobody wanted them. They just walked away. Could have had them for a song.
Mm.
But hey, who knew? Who knew the star was even going to be in the news later?
Well, if we had all read the newsletter ahead of time, it was #rigged.
Yes.
Hobby Champ says, if the hobby wasn't utter chaos, I'd be an extremely wealthy man. There you go. Sean says, are there still collectors out there, or are they all investors now? No, Sean's making a valid point. As you well know,
point. We could talk.
As you well know, my vaunted Chosen Rose and Josh Rose and Super PC is purely an investment play. Let me tell you, it's got nowhere to go. It's got nowhere to go but up. We're talking penny stock shit here.
Hey, this pump and dump. Watch it.
All I'm saying. Buy low? Oh, I am. But I'm not sure how much lower it can go. But I am buying as low as it'll go.
We're pumping.
And we're done.
Listen, Eric, it's no J-Rob, but I'm doing my best.
Yeah, I know.
I'm doing my best.
But it is a valid point, though. If you really look at things, and we're wondering if there are collectors out there, and we know there's a slew of collectors. The one thing is the algorithm and what we watch is more based on the hits of something either scandalous or super high priced. So you're not really seeing the true collectors out there. You're seeing the facade of what the hobby is, and mostly into the gambling part of aspect of what goes on YouTube and what have you. So that's all fanfare. For the most part, Carlos, look at, he's never stopped collecting Medano. I have friends who constant collectors. They're all collectors. Just the new era, or we think that's a new era. I see a lot of people at the show and they're just walking around looking for their stars, looking for their cards. I think the internet is not the real world in the sense of the hobby. I think the hobby is probably about 60-70% collectors and 30% are the big dumpers walking around.
Yeah. Well, I think though the key, kind of touching on what you're talking about, is that there are, in hockey, it's easier to find people who do collect
hockey is different than
but I'm saying it's easier to find those collectors because
it is.
The algorithm's the algorithm. But I'm talking about if you follow hobby accounts, who in turn follow hobby accounts, it's easier to put together a roadmap of being like, okay, this person will collect, and that's why I say you can look at the retired players. There'll be people who collect a lot of the. Medano's been retired for well over a decade, and I'm still collecting his stuff over many years now. But there are other people who collect
purposes, though.
No, that's what I'm getting at. At this, like, from an investment purpose standpoint, there would be no sense in buying anything else ever again. Like, it just would make no sense. That time has passed. That window is completely gone. Well, Bedard, if the price keeps going down, it might act. What's funny is if people get down enough on Bedard, it might actually become worth buying.
It may be, yeah.
because at that point it's like, okay, then buy low, yeah. but that's why I poke fun at the whole Josh Rosen thing. It's like, this guy is literally not in the league. Out of all the 2018 quarterbacks, nobody's lower than this guy.
Holy! If he pulls that card one more time, it's a pump and dump challenge.
Oh, absolutely.
No, he did it. 3.
Yep.
3 times the lady. Shit.
Listen, Bobby, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's not my fault.
I can't really see that card. What was that card?
Oh, we'll get back to it. Don't worry. It's gold. Anyway, so Zach Pierce says, Marketplace has a design flaw where people look at the picture, scroll down, and message before even seeing the description. That is true. It's kind of angled in a weird way.
Oh, there's a funny meme on Facebook there. If you go by and it's like, oh, hi, is this available? It's like a garage sale, but it's sort of mocking Marketplace. Hi, is this available? Yes. And then they walk away. Another person comes up. Hi,
sounds about right.
Would you take $20? Yes. They walk away.
Paid $400 for it. $20.
It's so
agreed. Goodbye. Agreed. Goodbye.
Because there is the thing, a lot of people want to hit send because they think it's a deal right away, quick, without even reading or anything like that. So I think people get caught in that. And that's why I don't like that they make you put a price on there. You know, a lot of people want offers on certain things you can't, and then it's usually $1. It's like, yeah, I'll take it for $1. Oh no, no, we won't need to negotiate and talk. You know, it's like, okay,
I'll
forget
buy
it.
that for $1.
I will buy that for $1.
Exactly. So Billy here, also known in the hobby as Spicy Eye and longtime Gong Show contributor
Oh, he
Ma-
was
many
on there the
times.
other day. I know.
for at least the 17,000th time.
He's
They're
big.
keeping
See what
count.
they say about him behind the closed door.
It's
Anyways,
unbelievable. It's
I
unbelievable.
call him Billy Big Time.
Yeah. He says, Eric! Exclamation point.
Billy BG.
How many boxes of Boston Centennial have you bought?
Oh,
So far of the new release, I have not had an opportunity to buy any yet. I will. I bought.
Will
two
you?
boxes.
Will you,
oh
Eric?
my God,
Will you?
Billy. He
Yeah,
is.
I will.
Oh my God. He's
Are you
leaving.
sure?
No, I
Are
will.
you sure?
I'll
You
get
know,
it
everybody says
Phil,
I'll
you
get
Phil
understand-
pays him by the
everybody
tin
says
anyway.
I'll
as soon as it comes in the shop. As soon
You
as
have
Phil-
looked. You
Phil-
have
Phil
looked at the
pays
price
him by
tag,
the
right?
tin.
You have looked at the price tag, right?
No, I haven't.
We're all saying something. You know that means.
Look, all I'm
Billy,
saying,
he's outing
all
you,
I'm
man.
saying, all I'm saying is whatever the price is, move the decimal point a spot, and that's probably about right. Just move it over.
Only because of you, Billy did that set. You know that.
Pretty much, yeah. That's
Well, I
the only reason.
appreciate it. And Reggie
And you
Lemon
haven't
is in
bought
the
it
set.
yet because
Reggie
you've been-
Lemon is in the set. He's got inserts. He's got autograph cards. I've already purchased.
knowing and not buying is not knowing.
I already bought the Reggie Lemon stuff on the eBays.
You got to buy the box set. Billy doesn't make off singles of Lemlin. He makes money off of buying the set. Please support Billy. Spicy Eye.
Spicy Eye.
Rogers.com.
I will
Wow.
buy for Spicy Eye.
Thank you.
And after you look at the price tag, you're like, "What have I done?"
I know.
I don't know.
How much is the box set compared to the last year?
I don't
The thing
know.
is, it's not a box set. This one's actually packs. This
Or
one's so
pack?
this one,
What's a box worth?
it's like 200 and change.
Really for Boston Bruins?
Yeah, that's the reason why I was like, okay, hold on. I will get the number. Let me get the
I don't
let me get the
know. I mean,
local
I
number, and
definitely
then I'll
want
get
one.
you the Americano number.
Please do.
Okay, so right now, Breakaway Sports Cards, which is one of my local ones, has it for $229.99.
Canadian?
So you have to assume it's at least like 150 US.
Something.
Okay.
Like it would surprise me if it was much less than that. It has to be in that ballpark.
Can you get a set if you buy a full box?
I don't think so.
Like
It's
a base
18
set?
packs per box and 8
base
cards
set?
per pack. So I think a base set's more than that.
I'll buy at least one. If it's that expensive, I'll get at least one. I mean, how can I not? I want to support.
How can you not? You're
Billy.
not already.
And
Yeah.
you have a box set.
I haven't had an opportunity to buy it. I haven't been to
You work at a card shop and he hasn't had an opportunity to buy it.
He
Okay.
pays. He gets paid by a tin.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't been in work since Tuesday, so I don't know.
What's today?
Well,
Friday.
I'm only interested if there's a
When did
I'm
it
only
come
interested
out?
if there's a full-fledged
I don't
Joe Thornton retrospective.
You don't
That's
even know
all I
when
care
it
about.
came out. When did it come out?
Only it's only
Last
been out
week?
like a week.
It's only
Yeah.
been like in the last week.
Yeah, it's new.
Yeah.
So I might pop into work tomorrow for a couple of things, and I'll see if we have it. I'll grab it.
Okay. We're just trying to support, Billy and his
I will buy
endeavors.
Spicy Eye.
Yeah.
Wow, quite the slogan.
I ain't buying
Defects
it,
here
but,
says,
I mean, someone's got to buy it. Might as well be Eric.
Eric's probably gonna have to be the main one buying it.
I ain't.
So Dufex here says, Boiler Room or Wolf of Wall Street? I wish. We can only aim for such lofty heights. Rob
Yes.
says, I'm a collector first. Fair enough. Paul C says, evening all, and Eric. Facts.
I think that's a good thing to ask the chat is like, who is a collector, who's sort of a collector investor, and who's just a investor.
Well, Rob's putting in collector first, so his
Okay.
vote is
Yeah,
first.
I got that one. We got that one down. Sure.
I don't know if you can see that. That's the insert I just bought. There we go.
It's not about the buying that you're not helping Billy if you buy it.
Oh, that's cool.
I understand that, but I wanted to make sure I get my hands on Mr.
If you were a
Reggie
real
Lemon.
friend, you would open cases until
What
you
you're
pulled one
doing
yourself.
is you're saying, look I do recognize they're there.
Hmm.
So I purchased. So I got them. And where's the insert one? Oh yeah, here's the insert one.
So Hobby Champ says here, I feel like the better you are in the NHL, the least amount of people collect you. Well, I think for McDavid and those guys, they're still fine.
Well, in dollar value, maybe, yeah.
Sean here says, Carlos, how do you spell your Medano collection? Is there a small sample in a case on your wall or something else? So there's a display case there that has a couple that I rotate through. I've got over 2,700 cards. So the majority of them are in, multi-row
Big house.
boxes. Yeah, multi-row boxes. There's maybe about 8 or 9 years worth of them that are in Z folios. That's a good chunk of them. They're organized by year. And then the box is organized by brand and then somewhat by year. They would still need another resort at this point with the sheer amount of them, but until I get an intern, that ain't happening. I just know what I have.
The question I have here is, like, because you're calling it Z Folio, like, rather than just a portfolio for cards or 9-pocket.
Well,
pages.
the thing is, the brand of the folder is actually called a Z folio.
I understand. Is that another pump and dump though?
Yes.
I am
a shill
because
for
you
big
don't
Z folio.
call it. I got it in my folder, but Z Folio every time.
I call it a binder.
I think he's getting paid.
I think so. Because I just call mine a binder.
Yeah, like that's what people call them.
Yeah, I got a binder.
Portfolio, binder.
Yeah.
Do a tank.
9-pocket page.
Oh,
folder.
I'm not sure. I got to be honest, Bobby. I'm not sure what you're implying. I really am not sure what you're implying.
I know what you're implying.
You lost me. You lost me on this one. Not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby Champ says minus like the top 3 guys. There you go. If you're the 5th best player in the league, down to 25, no one cares. I think you can. So again, in most sports, I probably agree with you. In hockey, you can 100% find collectors for those.
Oh yes,
you can 100% find
bottom of the barrel.
Look again. We can find a collector for the 25,850 millionth player.
Yes.
Just saying.
There's probably more than one too.
Yep. Zach says, well, people hit the hi. Is this still available all the time without even realizing it? I've hit it on accident several times. Sounds like it is.
So you times 50 million other people. Do the math.
Yep. Paul says collector / hoarder. I'd agree on the hoarder.
Oh, actually, do you know what people put up? I no longer answer to, hi, is this still available? I say that right in their first thing. It's like, hey, it's shit you got to go through, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
So if you don't answer some guy who's serious, they're going to go, the freaking guy wouldn't answer back. Lost the sale. Sorry.
So Billy here says, I didn't build the Boston set. So you know what he's telling us? He didn't start the fire.
He didn't.
Oh, yeah. Billy Joel. Yeah.
So if Billy didn't do it, then I feel more comfortable
Billy
saying,
Joel?
If Milt Schmidt is not in this second release, I don't understand it. It's the greatest Bruin of all time, the most important Bruin of all time, and he's not
What's his
in
rookie card.
Milt Schmidt's rookie card.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to say it's 50.
I guess you better watch Hockey Gong Show and brush up on your OTT history, and you'll find out.
Yeah, I know. I would want to say initially a 51 Parkhurst, but I believe he has one before that.
Anyway, so Bobby, are you aware that this is so? Can we all have a moment? So Yannick, help me out with this. Here I've got this man who is trying to talk up Milt Schmidt.
I love Milt
again. Yeah, he's telling us about this Milt guy. I have no idea. I assume he's also a janitor. But the point is, this guy, this dude, he's talking about greatest living Boston Bruin. Joe Thornton's still alive, man.
He is.
Like, what are you even talking about?
Number one, his beard is actually white now.
It's fantastic. It's glorious.
Reggie's
so that's the first thing.
What's that?
That's the first thing.
That's
second.
That's Milt Schmidt's 51 Parkhurst.
That's his rookie card. Watch it.
I think he
anyway,
might have...
All right, I'm muting him because I want to finish this point. Anyway, the point is that this is the same individual, Bobby, that doesn't know. He claims to be best friends with Marcel Dion and has no earthly idea how many goals the guy scored. 731. It's 731.
Yeah.
That's how many goals Marcel Dion scored in his NHL career. You ungrateful swine. The man didn't set security on you, and you don't even know how many goals he scored.
That's it. Yeah.
Because you're trash.
Michelle's mad at Yannick.
Uh-oh. Why?
Because Yannick's making me spend money on Marcel Dion cards.
Well, you should spend money on Marcel Dion cards. The least you can do to figure out. You should buy 731 Marcel Dion cards.
I thought you worked at a place that you would offset that and buy Marcel Dion cards.
If by offset, Bobby, you mean like offset?
Eric
Offset?
Eric pays to get in the shop.
Yeah.
5-finger
The other way
discount.
Yeah.
Wade.
So I'm trying to get this one. So Hobby Champ's secret spawn,
Yeah.
Soar.
Sponsor.
Sponsor.
Yes, the sponsor.
Spawn.
It's all about the secret sponsor.
That's a masterclass burn. Yes, I believe so.
Well done, sir.
And
Says,
so, anybody, Milt Smith's rookie, you got about 10 seconds.
I'm working on it.
Actually, you can just look it up and need them, and dang, you'll hit.
That's what I'm doing.
What is that? That looks about right.
looks like a ghostly visage.
Mhm.
Bazir says, Milt Smith, the Germans are coming. Exactly. You got it right.
Yes.
Indeed. So we'll get back to that a little bit here. I do
Yeah.
want to get to the collectivist thing, but before we do,
40,
since we
41
already
OP.
invoked it, so Bobby did record another part on Gong Show.
Yep.
So that
Part
one is supposed
two.
to drop when, Bobby?
Well, actually, it's going to be Boxing Day.
Mhm.
It was supposed to be Christmas Day, but with the timing and everybody
The
in
26th?
holiday mode. Yes, 26th. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, for the Americans, yes, it's the 26th, the day after Christmas. The Thursday, I guess. Yeah, Thursday it'll drop. It'll be first thing in the morning. We started talking, and it's because I had to go through Tops and O-Pee-Chee from 68. I only got to 79 because there was a lot of interjections there. There was I even posted a little bit of a video from 76 and quite a few little other things too. Phil likes to talk a lot, so anyways, we only got to 79. He goes, "Hey, we're already 2 hours in. Let's just cut it off here." And I said, "Okay, we'll do the balance at the end." So it's more good stuff coming.
Yeah, we get it. You know how to write.
No, Michelle did that for me. I just told her what I wanted. I can't write.
What is this? What's that say?
69.
It just says 68, 69 O-Pee-Chee /Tops.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I
You
can't see.
mentioned it. There it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Complete?
big screen.
And,
Oh,
in,
here
and
it is.
inside of that box, Yannick, is all the 91 Fleer baseball you can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
So
He
that's
hasn't
68,
actually-
69 O-Pee-Chee or Tops or both?
Both. It's not
Both?
complete, but there's a lot. There's a lot.
While you're doing that, I'm going to read Sean's comment.
They're all
So
graded.
Sean says,
Wow.
my wife told me if I don't start displaying some of my cards rather than have them in a box, she would burn them all. Best thing I ever did. Got a wall case that holds 50 PSA slabs. Great focal point. There you go.
It's usually the opposite, right? Like, hey, if you don't put those freaking cards away and get them out of the dining room, cabinet, put them in a box somewhere.
Mhm.
Michelle's really great, and you guys know this. I mean,
Well, you got a room, so it doesn't matter.
she encourages me to expand out of this room, and I'm the one that refuses to do it. I'm like, honey, you don't want
Because you don't want people touching your stuff.
that. I don't want people to know what I have. And
What people?
It's in your house. What people? What people that don't already live there care?
people,
What kind of people are coming
Like
over?
he knows people.
when Yannick comes over, I don't want him to see
You don't
what I
want him
have.
to know, but he's in
No.
the room with you, so he knows.
Yeah, but I got the good stuff hidden. He doesn't know where it is.
I doubt that.
The real secret, Yannick, is that the good stuff is so well hidden. Eric and his concussions already forgot where it is.
It's so well
He
hidden.
doesn't know.
That has happened.
Oh, yeah.
There's definitely stuff I don't remember where it is.
Well, it's hidden then. Yeah, that's true.
And that's where Yannick turns over to his desk and go, "You mean like this?" He's like, "That's where it is. It's hidden in Yannick's house."
Pull out that
so
card
Hobby
again,
Champ says-
Carlos.
What's that?
Pull out that card again.
I was gonna listen, Bobby. It'll come. I don't want to
got it.
overplay it in the first hour. I don't want to overplay it in the first hour.
Well, yeah,
We'll get
till
to
the
it. We'll
second or
space it
third
out.
or
We got
fourth
time.
hour.
We'll work into it.
Fifth
So
hour.
Hobby Champ says, anybody know the top 5 scorers in hockey history, including all and adding up all professional leagues, international leagues, including playoffs? Well, there was actually a guy who scored a ton of goals, I think, in Scotland. So if you go all professional and international leagues, the numbers can get wacky really quick.
Who was that? Les Annings?
Has more
There's I've heard the name a couple of times. The name escapes me right now, but there's a guy who has like a lot of international goals. It can get really wacky if you get into professional leagues.
Oh yeah.
That interpretation gets real interesting real fast. CC says, Eric, I hope you don't mix 68 O-Pee-Chee and Tops cards. They should be in separate boxes. Never the two shall meet.
Yeah, no, they're separated in here.
All right. Wait until the Civil War starts. Bob Boozle says, Eric, you're out of milk. I can't find the cereal either. That's a valid point.
That concerns me.
Where?
Baz says, Eric, if you don't have 15 bikes, you would have more of a car. That's true.
Baby. Yeah.
Yannick, do I have
How many
15
knives?
bikes? I don't have 15 bikes.
You got 50
Are you counting the one that's
knives.
broken as 14 and a half? Is that what you're saying?
Hang on. I need my test.
I don't have 15. Come on, that'd be ridiculous.
Well, Eric, have we taken into consideration the possibility that you forgot how many bikes you have and you maybe
I
need to
don't
recount?
know, but it's pretty. It's 10 times more bikes than I own. So
That might be true.
It's 15 times more bikes than most people should own.
Yeah,
Moving on.
that's true too. There's a lot of them out there. I don't know where
Brendan
they're
Ryan says, Carlos with the changeup, skipping feats of strength and moving right to the area of grievances. The feats of strength, unfortunately, doesn't translate as well into the digital realm.
nah.
We're gonna have to wait until the next expo, and then Yannick and Eric can have the feats of strength. And by that I mean we basically pummel him with a lead pipe.
Yeah.
We'll
It'll
just
be a
wrestle.
heavy lead pipe. It'll be a heavy lead pipe if that helps.
We'll wrestle for it.
We'll wrestle for who gets to hit Eric with the lead pipe. that'll be the only really competitive part of it. It's like, no, me first. No, me first. And then the guy who wins is Marcel. He goes,
And
that's for not knowing how many
Marcel
goals I
finished.
scored in the NHL.
And
731 goals.
Yeah, 731 whacks with the mallet for not knowing how many goals.
and now that Yannick and Bobby have both seen Angry Marcel, they
Oh, I have. Yes. He was angry that morning.
That was
Remember?
surprising.
see. I already knew that, Marcel. You guys got your first viewing of Angry Marcel.
Well,
Yes.
Eric, you're the one who generally invokes anger in people.
Oh,
Again,
well, yeah, that's
the
why
great pacifist of our time, a true man of peace, Len Potty, reduced to anger in the presence of Eric.
that wasn't my fault.
That I just find it coincidental that you
Why
happen
do
to
people
be
say
there.
it wasn't my fault all the time?
That's what I'm saying.
I had nothing to do with any of that. That was not my fault.
Whatever you say, man. Look, I don't
said
know.
Hello.
That right there, honestly, I'd punch you in the faces for that. That right there is a punchable offense.
I said hello.
Straight to the that right there, Eric, is a punch to the face
I
and a
don't
swift
know
kick
that
to the
story,
crotch.
so you're gonna have to freshen up on me.
Yannick, I got to be honest about this. Look, I'll explain in a second. But look, all I got to say is what Eric just said right there. That right there is a punch to the face and a swift kick to the crotch. That's all I'm saying. Straight to it. Boom. We're not even questioning it.
I shouldn't have said that. That was wrong.
That was a mistake. Yeah,
I feel bad now. I feel
You should.
Hello.
that's right. Boom. Pow. Straight through the uprights. Gone. Robert says, I think Bobby Hall had a bunch. If you add his NHL and WHL goals, yes. But Gordy was the leader. Gretzky surpassed him because when you added up the WHA, NHL, and playoffs and all of that, it's more. So I think that's another one. But yeah, Gretzky, I think, is still, if I'm doing like NHL, WHA, that kind of thing, including playoffs, that would be Gretzky. But again, there's some international leagues that get a little wacky with the numbering. So Gretzky would be the conventional answer.
absolutely.
Ovechkin, though, is definitely creeping up there because obviously the more goals he scored, and he's also playoff goals, and then he did play, I believe, in the KHL a little bit as well. So if you kind of count that, then it gets a little, again, international leagues is where it gets a little murky. That's where it gets kind of interesting how you want to count that. Zach here says, I heard Beckett mentioned, but what does this mean? Is someone going to try to make Beckett relevant again? All right, let's touch on that here in a second. We'll come to that one in a second, Zach.
We have to.
Yes, we do. How many goals? Listen, we got collectivist jokes to make here. We've already made a lot of Festivus jokes, but we got to make some collectivist jokes. It's
Okay.
important. Look, I made a thumbnail and put it in the title for us, so we got to at least play into it a little. Sean says, how many goals has Hartland got in his professional career? Come on, Eric. Let's go.
Oh, how many?
Don't forget about one in the playoffs.
I think you got one.
No, three.
No.
It's three, Bobby.
Oh, is it?
There's one in two separate seasons and a playoff goal.
I was close.
He was a sniper.
Sniper.
Hang on.
Zach says, double check, but I'm pretty sure it's three. If you add in the playoffs. So Zach says, Neo had an interesting video.
The playoffs. Oh, okay. I didn't.
Yeah, there was a playoff goal as well. There was a playoff goal as well. So
Playoff?
Zach says Neo had an interesting video. Like if they went away, what does it mean for Beckett slaps? Which I think is a fair point. So let's start one place and then we'll go to another. So this week we had two stories. The first story was Collēctīvus and the jokes that it brings. That was first. That was first. So the thing is, and actually I chatted on it with Brad a little bit briefly on the AMG Live when we were when he kind of invoked it and talked about it. So even before the second shoe dropped, so I'll get to the second shoe in a second. But the first shoe that dropped was they announced that they were being put under this Collectivus Holdings, which again is a hilarious name.
Oh,
But it has accents on it. Apparently, it's a Spanish name or something like that. The accents are there for a reason. It's actually meant to be a foreign word. But again, the way it's written, it looks like Collectivus. So we're all going to make. And again, you announced this in December. We're going to make the jokes.
Listen,
The jokes write themselves.
All seriousness, all seriousness. My buddy Amit sent me this.
Amit?
Yeah, not a meat. That's another guy. This is Amit. So
I think I've actually met him at the expo. I believe I actually.
I think
met him.
he's a baseball collector, right?
No, Amit has not been.
He's not Amit.
I think he does basketball and some other sports. Basketball's kind of a big one.
If he was into baseball, Amit is
I
perfect.
want him to come on. He's going to come on the show in the future, I hope.
And a bat, him too.
But the point is, he sent me the news,
A ball,
and I thought it was a gag.
nothing.
I thought it was a meme. I thought it was the whole.
I got the Amit joke. I got it.
I know.
Yeah, I thought the whole thing was like, and I responded like, ha 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 ha. I honestly thought it was a gag.
I remind you that these are the people that brought us the grading scale changes that weren't,
Yeah.
and the grading label changes that weren't.
Yeah.
So there a little. So let me make a reference for you. So Bill Simmons, once upon a time on his podcast, invoked what was called the Mike Tyson zone. The Mike Tyson zone is named after Mike Tyson, but the reason for it is that you reach a certain level where you could say a story about this person, and no matter how outlandish or ridiculous, you have to at least consider the possibility that it might be true, because the character is so bizarre that you're like, and then Mike Tyson fought a bear. Under normal circumstances, you say that's ridiculous. That couldn't possibly have happened. But then you think Mike Tyson, well, there's a chance I can maybe see that happening. That's the Mike Tyson zone. That's what that means.
Well, he had a tiger. So
all I'm saying, Bobby, is no matter how ridiculous,
potential.
you have to at least consider the possibility that maybe that actually could be true.
Yes.
Beckett has reached the Mike Tyson zone. Beckett, at this point, there is nothing that you could tell me. You could say, hey, Beckett announced that they are going to have a 3-ring circus. And as part of it, they're going to accept payment in Beckett slabs. And that sounds really stupid. But on the other hand, it is Beckett. So could they do something like that? Maybe.
Is this the new Beckett, though?
That's all I'm saying. So anyway, so the first shoe that dropped was the Collectivus.
Refer to the new Beckett now.
Yeah, you might as well.
Beckett
it's like new Coke.
Or we call it
Electric Boogaloo. So anyway, so Collectivus. So when it initially happened, before the second item came in, so I'll finish the first one. So they've got this. So basically, they created a new parent company called Collectivus, which brings in Beckett, Southern Hobby, and Dragon Shield. These are 3 things that actually the parent company owns, and these are all hobby-related things, but they lump them into this group with a new parent company logo on it.
What are the other 2 into, though?
So Dragon Shield is basically like TCG sleeves for like card games. Yep. And they're actually very popular. So TCG sleeves. And Southern Hobby is a distributor.
Oh, all right. Got
so they're a hobby distributor. So these 3 things make sense. They're all hobby type companies lumped together.
Who else?
Thematically,
actually,
it makes
sense. That's
sense.
really good. Looking forward, I would say that's really good for the new Beckett.
Yeah. So the first thing I did with that was, so Brad brought it up and it kind of asked the question. And I said, well, that sounds to me like what you would do if you're going to either A, sell, or B, try to develop some kind of financing. Because by putting the hobby related things together in a logical, it helps you put the company in a logical sequencing with all the stuff. They're all put together, the hobby stuff. It makes it an attractive package and it also rebrands it and it separates it from the owner that went to jail, and it does a lot of things for you to help try to separate it a little bit.
But it's hard to get away from the history of Beckett, though, and bringing that in, is that a hindrance or a helping hand? Is the question.
Well, literally the same week that they do that, they were able to get a $250 million investment.
Oh, I understand that.
So
that's one.
Yeah. So right away they did this, and then right away they were able to
250 million.
Yeah. So the thing is it's a capital injection basically, and it's to invest in some of the things that they're going to want to be doing with it. Now, one thing that Simon 466 Cards did in a video, I'll link you to the video for it, is that the company that is doing the capital injection for them, so they're getting a $250 million financing from a company called King Street. And what he did is he did a little bit of digging into it. And what happened was, even though they were able to create this collectivist holdings company to hold these companies, and they're getting this financing that is going to help them to be able to do a couple of things that they were. So immediately, again, having a CEO of the parent company that's in jail is going to make it really hard to get credit, especially when he's in jail for stealing money. So rebranding might be wise. Might be creating a little separation, right? But even still, the type of companies that are involved with it are the type of companies you go to as last resort. It means that your conventional borrowing methods are not going to work because people are looking at you a little side eye because of your previous dealings.
Sure.
So the rebranding and all of it is part of an overall package to allow you to be able to get this financing, which then in turn allows you to be able to do some things because now you actually have some cash to be able to work with and potentially fix something.
Well, I think that somebody in the hobby would have to take over Beckett. They wouldn't go in raw, coming in out of the blue. I don't see anybody really doing anything like that. So obviously it wasn't Brian Gray, unless he.
The name still means something. Like even
it'll always mean something. It doesn't matter. And I think
despite every effort they've tried to kill it,
Yes.
there are some people who
still survived.
desperately will cling on to it. Yeah. So
And
so there
it
is
won't
some
die.
residual value to the Beckett brand if basically all you'd have to do is run it competently. You don't even need to be good. You just need to be like not terrible. And immediately there are some people who would buy in. There's some people who would totally buy in. Just that's just it. It's like the bar is so low at this point. If you just have a functioning company, there are some people who would still patronize you. They would still buy into some products and give you money. So it's like basically all you need to do is just stabilize it. The money will help because then there's things you can do with that. I don't know exactly what they intend to do with it, but I guess you could. So that basically those are the two pieces. The first piece was the rebranding under a parent company there, the Collectivist thing, that launched 1 million Festivus jokes, and then a capital injection of 250 million, which is a lot of cash. That's a lot of money. That's, again, if you're able to use it properly, I guess you could do something with it. So Bob Boozle's saying, worst name, Collect or Collectivus? Collect is a worse name. Collectivus is at least funny.
Yeah.
At least it's good for jokes. Bob Baz said here, when I first heard about it, I thought it said Festivus. Yeah. So literally everyone made that joke. I put it in the thumbnail and I put it in the title because everyone made that joke.
You could not time that, plan that. It's
the same crowd that cares about the Beckett name knows what Festivus is. Kind of goes hand in hand.
Well, the best thing, Yannick, is they did it in December.
Two.
They did it in December. If they had done it like in June, the jokes would have still been there, but it wouldn't have been it would have been muted comparatively.
Monday.
But you did it in the holiday season.
Yes.
You guys, Monday nights is pre-recorded is Festivus.
Who?
You guys Monday night when you'll be recording your show will be Festivus.
Oh yeah,
on Monday.
True enough.
Nice.
I will get the poll.
You need the aluminum pole.
Well, the good news is you already have the poll. Anyway, so speaking of the recording, in addition to that, there will be the recording of a podcast episode, but there will also be an episode on Monday that will drop for AMG Collectibles. It's already been recorded. It's already in the can. It's already there. So AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. We recorded one more episode. That is the last episode of 2024. Then it takes a little bit of a break. So we decided to drop it next week so that Christmas week, you'd have an episode. And then the following week will be a week off. And then we'll reconvene at the first week of January. So we will be back after that. So the plan is to continue. The live streams are going well. They're enjoying doing them. And we're going to continue the podcast episodes. But obviously holidays and people are off on their vacations and trip. The collector of the scallops is off in Kentucky. Sherry and Brad are off gallivanting. So there's a lot of folks that are taking some breaks for the holidays. So take advantage of it. Enjoy your holidays. But we will have an episode for you this next week.
Where'd they go? Calgary? It was like, that's cold there. Oof.
I don't remember.
It's Calgary. I think it's her family.
Yeah, which again, you're going from cold to cold, snow to snow.
Well, Nova Scotia there's
I think they got like 30 centimeters or something this week.
Yep.
Yeah, but the cold is cold there.
Yeah, and Alberta's cold.
Yeah,
Alberta's cold.
I mean, it's cold.
Yeah, Alberta's cold.
Yannick knows.
Yeah. Bob
Yes,
Ozel
sir.
says, made an appointment with Dr. Beckett to diagnose this rash. He told me I had collectivus. That's Bob.
That one's funny. I like
Just
that.
rub
Van Nostrand.
cranberry sauce on it. Fixes everything.
Dr. Van Nostrand.
Brendan Ryan says, an iron deficiency would explain Holyfield's ear being chewed off.
Huh.
We got a lot of hobby
Which
doctors.
ear?
going.
Which ear did he bite?
His right ear.
Left.
Carlos?
I got a 50-50 chance. I'll say
You do.
right ear.
Very good.
Dufek says, I am
It was
Maximus.
the right ear, yes.
I was watching the fight. And I remember
I
what
watched
size-
the fight too, but you know,
I
like,
watched it. I watched it, but it was
if
years
you
ago.
watched him, you'd have to turn around.
It was,
go
it was,
left,
it was years
right.
ago. That
I was trying to
so
imagine.
Bobby, funny you say that. I had to like reverse angle it in my head. Like I was like, let me think about it. I was like, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
I
it's right.
see it now. Like,
So
when
that's
he
what
grabs
the first thing
ear.
I did. I went, oh yeah, right.
Yeah. So Dufex here says, I am Maximus Decimus Collectivus, owner of a worthless slab, decider of terrible business moves, and I will ruin the hobby experience for my customers in this life or the next. I like it, Dufex.
Are you not
I like what you did there.
amused?
Yeah.
I like what you did there.
Are you not amused, Duflex?
Maximus
All right.
Decimus Collectivus.
Ladies and gentlemen of the chat,
Yes.
I dubbed this our top 3 chat of the year already. I'm appreciating
Really?
some of the comments. I'm appreciating. Listen,
That's
this is right at the
detailed.
top of this. This is right at the top. Listen, we're just outside of the first hour. There's been some strong comments tonight.
Does this
already.
include your other show?
Yes.
Then I have the best.
Mm.
Do you remember? Oil can.
I'd
Boy?
have to think about it. I
Oil
haven't
can
gone.
boy.
I haven't gone through the trek of trying to listen through all of that
Remember
again.
I listed the 83 Sox teams in certain words.
Oh, the 86 Sox. The 86 Sox.
Oh, 86 Sox. Sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. That was good.
Yeah,
was
yeah.
good.
I know it was the best.
I
I did
appreciate
it for
some top
you,
level
Eric.
trouble.
I did it for
I-
you, and you don't even appreciate the
No,
harassment I gave you.
Well, Bobby, I believe we already established it is canon that Eric is ungrateful swine.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
a foregone conclusion. I
Well
know
established.
that.
It is well established.
Yes.
Well established. Hobby Champ says, I heard Eric got a visit to the Hellman's factory for Christmas. Facts.
The what?
No, that's
The
disgusting.
Hellman's factory.
No, not the hell.
You need that.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Listen, I bet if you slathered yourself in Hellman's, I bet that would cure what ails you.
Stop it.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Bob Wuzel says, I remember that comment Justin Bodie made in March. What a doozy.
It was. It was.
So I'm
will-
gonna level. I'm gonna level with y'all. I am not putting myself to the gauntlet of trying to get through the entire year of live stream. I can't do it.
No, you couldn't.
This is-
You
I
say
can't do
this
it.
every year. You say this every year, but I know.
No. I every year I have managed to skim through it at least well enough
You
to get through.
skim very lightly. I understand.
Well,
'Cause there's some
here's the thing,
good
Bobby.
deep ones that we should have really thrown in there.
Even
but anyway.
even skimming, Bobby, it still takes
There's still
hours
some
and hours to
bolts.
get through a lot of that stuff. Hours and hours. This year, I haven't even made the pretense. I'm not even pretending. I got through I got through all the pickup videos to do that video. That one I prepared. I've got my notes ready to go.
Trust me, I know. I spent like, I don't know, maybe like 20 days of my life looking into the anonymous set from 1933, the V129s, and I had come up with nothing. Where did I get that time back? Where do I get it back?
Yeah.
Now everybody
Well-
calls it like British consoles, and now I have to prove them wrong, even though they haven't proven it right. Like, how does that work? I'm going.
Outrageous.
I'm going to go on a hunger strike or something. I don't know. Stop
Oh,
calling
yeah.
it British consoles and call it what it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, don't fucking know. Please.
That'll teach you.
I'll be the
129 not.
official
Trading card database, go fuck yourself. Calling it that. And then they call it that, and then they say it hasn't been confirmed, but what's popular on the internet is said that it's this. And I'm going, okay, I'm glad you're so professional. Bastards. The things I have to do.
Some
Just
bitches.
awful. Just awful.
Tons bitches. Yeah. That's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Some
Right, this is a-
bitch.
SOM bitches. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. If Hellman
Or
sponsors
Biatches.
Eric, he will have the last laugh, says Brendan Ryan.
Who will?
It says if Hellman's sponsors Eric, he will have the last laugh.
I will throw up everywhere.
Hellman's
While
is really,
laughing-
really my favorite.
While
So-
laughing,
No, just puking.
Babuzel says, I wonder if you could just put transcripts in ChatGPT and make the AI slave find highlight. Oh my God,
You
that'd
could.
be amazing. That would probably.
Mhm.
But so can I tell you? So there is a specific reason why I was evoking this. So I was telling Eric that this year I have both produced the least amount of videos in several years and also most. So both of these things are true, but let me explain. On
Yeah.
this channel, so far, this has been the lowest output since like 2019
That's
in terms of
understood.
number of videos. In number of videos.
But you're not including Bick or the Monday, Tuesday.
I am including everything. Every
yeah?
video that I've made on this channel, live streams,
Pickups?
videos, everything. I'll pick up all of it. It is the least amount because I've done less pickup videos than before.
True
And
enough.
a lot of
Yeah,
the midweek videos that used to be a more regular occurrence are down
True enough, yeah.
substantially. But I also have my wrestling channel. And on that channel, I've produced almost 50 videos this year.
Mhm.
That's on a separate YouTube channel, but it's still videos that I have created in this year. And in addition to that, I've produced another 50 odd videos on the AMG channel for them. So in reality, I have produced more videos, more content this year than ever before.
Mhm.
So both are true. On this channel specifically, less videos than several years, going back quite a ways, but also
But
just as many
collectivist
videos as ever
way,
else. The collective is a lot of videos, tons of videos.
Yeah.
So a lot of output that way. And the other thing though, is that this year, because it's been predominantly live streams, podcasts, and a lot of that, the runtime this year is actually the highest ever. This channel has already run 13 days and 8 hours,
So
not counting tonight.
even compared to those times we did 7-8 hours.
Those were 12 and 11 days back in those days because the other videos were shorter. This is the longest runtime for a single year ever
Wow.
already.
I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought back then because we were constantly like, wow.
The consistency. The consistency
It is consistency. Yeah. It's 4
The
hours
consistency.
every time.
And I don't ever want to go back to doing those super long shows. Ever, never, ever.
They were fun though, but there was enough to talk about because
There was
3
enough to
hours,
talk
4
about.
hours.
Yeah, we were so an important thing, we were not stretching for time. We were not just randomly like, oh, let me just, let's stare at each other for 45 minutes just to kill
News
time.
would happen while we're doing the show.
Exactly. That was
But
a
I was
different
very
conversation.
tired.
Oh, you were tired.
I was very tired.
You weren't tired because you weren't working.
Counterpoint,
Still not
Eric.
working.
Counterpoint, Eric. If it helps at all, I don't care. Anyway, so Dufek says, who needs 2 weeks paid vacation with BIC? At this point, you would need 2 weeks in order to watch the runtime of it. And again, what I just told you does not count tonight. So tonight has already taken us to 13 days and 10 hours and counting.
Oh, we're still on the clock. Yeah.
We're still on this. This only counts what has already been put in. This does not count tonight. It does not count next week. It does not count next week's podcast. And I've still got a couple of videos planned before the end of the year. I'm not done.
Nope.
How many lives next week?
Well, you got to think. So Yannick,
2
Christmas Eve,
Christmas Eve.
pick up.
that's midweek.
Oh.
The Friday is still the Friday.
a
And then
pickup.
New Year's Eve technically will still be in 2024.
And then the Friday following it.
Oh, New Year's.
Well, the
Eve,
Friday
yeah,
following will be 2025.
Yeah, yeah. True. Yeah.
That's a new year.
That's how the calendar works, buddy.
Well, not here.
Not in Quebec. Come
Time
on.
and space is an abstract concept, Eric.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're right. I'm sorry.
As far as your mind is concerned, you're still in like 1986 half the time in your head.
Don't push it there, buddy.
Go
You got
Sox.
tones above
Go
your house.
Sox.
Fall of 86. Buckner can get the ball. It'll be
I
fine.
don't want to talk about that.
Just saying.
Oil can Boyd. You can throw another slider.
I don't want to
Slippery
talk about
slider.
Mhm.
I don't want to talk about that.
Mhm.
Makes me
So,
sad.
anyway, so I will say it has been the most prolific runtime ever in the history of the channel. I've been
I would
extremely
say.
impressed. That's pretty. But the point is like, so to bring it all back together, I'm not watching that shit. Like even sped up, even at 2x, even sped
Yeah.
up, I can't do it. It's too
I got
much. It's too much. I can't.
You almost have to do it after every show.
Yeah, you pretty much would
Timestamp
have to start
something.
at the beginning of the year and start making notes right from day one. I'm
Timestamp.
like,
No, you just have to timestamp a couple things, and then you can review it quickly. Bang, bang, bang. And then
yeah, you'd have to go back.
pull.
Yeah. The good news is the pickup videos was easier because there haven't been as many.
Oh.
So I was able to get through that fairly quickly.
Yeah,
I still
that's
found
different.
everything that I need to find, got the information I needed, and we're good. Like, it's
Yeah.
fine.
But we want to see the funny outtakes,
Well, there's a couple that I know for sure that towards the later part of the year, I did capture a few. It's just the problem is a lot of them were spaced out over a couple different. Let me put it this way: without
It's a
tuning
lot
our
of work
own horn
putting
too
it together.
much,
I get it.
it is.
Cutting,
But without
pasting,
tuning our own
yeah.
horn, though, there's a lot of good stuff in a lot of the episodes, to be honest.
Oh,
But if you want
There's
like
always
the
something
cream
really
of the crop, the best of the best, there's certain ones that, of course, are going to stick out. Certain ones that are like, yeah, that was a good one.
most of them with Eric, though.
Oh yeah, there's either Eric or making fun of Eric.
Yeah, one of the two, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
I hate this show. It's so stupid.
Hey, I get on some
Absolutely.
rants,
You
so
love it.
there's a couple in there for me, too.
Stupid.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Brandon Ryan says it's fun because a certain video 2 years old are still relevant. Well done, thank you. Yeah, some of them are evergreen. That's what I like. So the videos I tried to make some of them evergreen. Some of them legitimately can still hold up. You could rewatch those videos and they're fine. They're not based on that moment. The news ones are always going to lose traction after the event happens and other stuff moves on.
Yeah,
But if it's more a general like discussion of a hobby topic, like
Sure.
a general philosophical thing, you can go back years later and my answer is probably going to be the same because it's just a philosophy. It's an approach. And if the approach is thought through, then yeah, it's probably still the same as what I'm doing right. But what's funny is I don't feel like I've changed my approach to the hobby at all. All these years and all these changes later, like the approach is still the same. I'm looking for stuff that amuses me or interests me or that I enjoy.
and there's lots out there.
And there's lots, yeah.
Well,
Bubbles says
nothing
Eric could
uses-
watch a manual in space every weekend for the next year, not come close to Carl's stream time, even if he
Still not get
rewinds
close.
the tape a lot. Facts.
I still refuse. I swear on my kids' eyes, I have still not Googled that, seen it, understand it, even want to know about it.
Have you ever been in
But
front
will
of
you
Google and
swear
went
on their spleens?
Emmanuel in space and then went delete?
Nope.
You will one day.
No, because I'm convinced that as soon as I type that in, my computer's gonna you're gonna send me to some site that's gonna infect my computer, and the thing's gonna start smoking and everything, and it's gonna be like this, like skull and crossbones going.
And that's how much he knows about computers, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So Bobby, you know how in the past years where the YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame has showed up,
Oh my
and
God.
last year I did the long con.
Please. Yes.
No, but last year I did the long con where I just replayed an old video. But I set that joke up the year before,
Got it.
and it was literally the long con. Here's one for you. There are Emmanuel in Space DVDs.
DVDs.
They exist. Moving on. Let us never speak
you
of it
won't have
again
to worry
until
about
the moment it comes up.
being hacked. So
Mm-hmm.
DVD. You're fine. We'll send you
Imagine
one for Christmas.
Imagine Eric down the
No, I
road
don't
opens
imagine.
up a well thought through package
Nope.
and finds himself hidden behind lemons and other miscellaneous items. All of a sudden, he's like, Emmanuel in space?
Yes.
Just saying.
What does this do? Play.
He goes, This is filth. This is trash. This is terrible. No one would ever.
Lock your door.
Just puts it away. He's got a little DVD player in the room in his own private time. Just throwing it out there.
Yep.
Nope.
Yep. Maybe.
Zach says, not gonna lie, I've saved some timestamps of Carlos laughing at my comments. Do what you gotta do, my man. Do what you gotta do. David says here, Bobby, we'll find the source of the V129 cards. I believe. Thank you, David.
I have spent so much time on that. It's unbelievable. The only thing I can do is prove that it isn't the Sweet Capitals. That's all. That everybody says that it is. The internet has all this information. I actually did a search on Google. I went, where is all this information other than Trading Card Database having it, stated as that being Sweet Capital, but in their write-up they don't state that. They say, this is often thought of being. So it's like, well, why do you put it there? That's false advertisement. I don't like that stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think it's people call it candy. I think it's a tobacco issue for some reason. And the 30s wasn't known for tobacco. The only tobacco issue, what was it? Hamilton? That Hamilton tobacco company. Can't remember. Anyways, we only had the one, and other than that, there was really no tobacco in the 30s. It was mostly gum, but I don't think it's a gum issue because we already had 4 companies doing something in 1933 for crying out loud. So,
yep.
Anyways,
Spaz here says we have coined a new term tonight, the evergreen collector, someone with 25 plus years experience in the hobbies, masters of the cardboard. Baz says in many cases, 45 plus years for many of us. I think that's fair, but Baz, remember, important. And by the way, if you qualify, fantastic. But I need to make an important caveat, and this is critical for this. I only count it if you're not counting the interruptions. Because we have people in this hobby who says, "Oh, I've been collecting for 40 years. You took 20 years off. That doesn't count." That's not how that works. No, you don't get credit for time off in between. I collected until I was 15, and then they didn't go back until I was 35. Well, then you collected until you were 15, and then whatever time after 35 plus that counts. That's fine, but you don't get to count the whole community.
it's a hard thing because there's times when I was working, I was still into cards and what have you. I just didn't go to as many things as possible. I was
No, it's fine. I think as long as you were still participating in some kind of a hobby related activity. When I was in university, I didn't have money for much other than beer, but I would still troll. But I would still troll eBay, and I would still buy the odd item here and have it sent over to the house. So during my college year, but it would be like one or two things in a week, and then it would get like a small stack of envelopes, and I'd go home, and my dad would hand me the envelopes, and I'd open them up, and I'd put the stuff away in the boxes and binders. So even during those years, I was still a participant, even though at a much scaled down level, because again, I'm not working. I'm in classes doing that. So my funds were limited.
I'll tell you one thing that really got me back into cards again was in 1980, maybe 88. A friend gave me. I actually bought a gun holder off of him, and within they had a drawer box at the bottom. There was a 76 set in there, and I went, "Oh man, I haven't seen this in such a long time." I took it out, started playing with it, and then I started getting me back into it again. So kind of interesting little stupid things that kind of respark your thing. Because I was going, they were selling the pro set everywhere. It was just, and you were kind of going, should I buy a box? Should I buy a box? It's $5. I don't know.
No, don't buy a box of pro set.
But it was always there, but not always active.
Well, Eric, listen, those are strong words from someone who already said he's going to buy a Boston Bruins sight unseen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. But
you can buy a lot of boxes of pro set for the price of one Boston Bruins Centennial.
But going down to Legends, we used to go down there all the time. It was sort of like we would visit. You've been to Legends, right?
Oh, many times.
Yeah, and
I bought a lot of. I've given the story before. I bought a lot of vintage 50s baseball for $1 a piece at Legends because would buy collection. Now the beauty of the guy, the name escapes me, the guy who was the buyer who bought a lot of that stuff, but he didn't care about any of the low grade stuff. So if it was low grade, he would sell it to me for $1 a piece. He didn't pay attention to high. So 55 Bowman, 54, 53, 52 tops. I bought a 52 tops high number for $1 because he didn't pay attention to the numbering. Because it was a beat up card, he didn't care. So I would find semi-stars, high numbers, and also Yankees and Brooklyn Dodgers, which had a premium to them. And I'd be buying them for $1. Yeah, they're poor condition, relatively speaking, but for $1 or $2 a piece. If I had been more industrious at that time and more entrepreneurial, I would have been like, I'll just buy everything. All the low grade stuff you got, I'll just take it all and just be done with it.
So was that Sandy?
I don't remember the name.
He was kind of an almost native Indian looking kind of guy.
Could be. I just remember that it was very easy to deal with because he didn't care. He was just like, yeah, grab whatever and grab a stack and
easy to deal with.
Easygoing guy.
Yeah, what it really came down to is for him, it was like, as long as I don't need to be paying too much attention to it, I'll look at the stack of it and go, okay, yeah, whatever, and then you're done. And he was like, yep, $1 piece, go ahead. He was like, take it away.
Yeah, might not be him.
Yeah, it was very, and by the way, it was very easy because that was early eBay. That was still even late 90s. And honestly, that stuff, you could go and immediately, I was selling some of that stuff for $5, $10, $15, $20, $30, $40, $50 a piece on eBay.
Got a lot of good deals out of that place, I'll tell you.
100%.
They didn't know
because they had so much stuff. They were just like, I don't care. Just if you want to take a bunch of it away, even better. Just take a bunch.
There was 3 rooms back there in the back. Like they were almost what was in the back was almost as big as what was in the front. Because Sandy took me to the back and I went, what are you doing with all this stuff? He goes, oh, we put it out once in a while. I go, you got so much shit. It's just unbelievable. Just crazy.
Yeah, it was a good time though. That was like legitimately, it was a honey hole for a long time. If you knew what you were looking for and you went in and you could buy consistently. You could literally just grab stuff and keep taking stuff out, and there was plenty for a long time.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Paul C says, Bobby, the proof is right behind the proof that the O.P.G. Gretzky rookies with blue lines are first prints. Paul's going for the Gretzky O.P.G. print lines.
No,
it's almost like somebody listened to, because I did get into that. And you will hear it on Boxing Day.
Wow.
The truth. You
All
may
right,
be,
so here we go.
you may be
These comments
wrong,
are back
sir.
to back. These comments are back to back. They're very good. Here we go. Hobby Champ says, "This is my Christmas gift to Eric
here we go.
and Festivus. I'm going to let him in on a secret.
Okay.
We all actually really like him and appreciate him.
Lies.
All the nonsense is in good fun because
No.
he's such a good sport about it.
No, I'm not.
In the face
Now
of
dance for us, monkey, and eat a jar of mayonnaise for our amusement."
Yes, please.
See, yep. That's more like
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys all
Brandon Ryan
suck.
says, "Off and on in the hobby, never really calculated total years." Yeah, like, for me, I don't care when the only reason, and I always tease about it because it's fun for me. But the reality is, like, if somebody's been in the hobby for a year and they're learning, great. If they've been in the hobby for a long time and they're learning, that's great. That's fine. Whatever. The only thing that I don't like is when someone talks about, I've been X number of years in the hobby, and they have those big gaps. And I'm like, well, you're trying to give yourself extra credibility by inflating the number. And I'm like, that doesn't count. That's the only reason I'll push back on it. I don't care. At the end of the day, I don't care if you've been in the hobby for a year or 500 years. That's your business. But if you invoke the years as an argument for why you're knowledgeable in the hobby, then it better be based on a real number. That's it.
I definitely slowed down when I had my daughter and we had a baby and we had, more different financial responsibilities, and I had very limited time working, a real job and having a newborn. There was definitely, over the first couple of years of her life, there was much less being purchased and showed. I don't think I went to a card show for a couple of years. But I'd buy stuff on eBay every once in a while if I had a night to myself, and go through my collection every once in a while. But for the first few years of her life, I don't think I that was not a priority. But I didn't disappear fully, but it was definitely not a priority.
Yeah, you were still harassing janitors back then. So at least you had that going for you.
Well, yeah.
Brendan Ryan says, out in 94, 93, get some new old collectors, started collecting in 81. And like I said, that's fine. That's why I made the caveat. I actually don't care how many years people have been collecting. If they've been collecting for a long time, awesome. If you're new to it and you're still learning and enjoying it, awesome. The only time it ever comes into play is when we have folks out there who will be like, I've been a collector for 30 years. And then I'm like, really? Are you? Because as soon as you bring it up, and I'll ask the question, are you though? Because if you're, again, pulling that big gap stunt in there, I don't know about that. For me, I started in 1990, and I basically never really took a break. That's why I gave that bit about when I was in college, because at that time, the funds were lower, but I just participated on a lower scale. I'd still open a couple of packs here and there. I'd still buy a couple of cards here and there. I was still actively involved in message boards, so I still knew what was going on, even if I wasn't out there buying product on a consistent basis. And I would buy the odd card here and there. It was singles purchasing at that time, but I was still involved. So that's why I know I don't have the gap in the product line. So basically, I remember most of the stuff from 1990 to present. I basically was involved in all eras. So I can go back and go, yeah, I remember that in 94. I remember that in 2006. Now, do I remember all of it perfectly sharply? No. Was I involved at equal levels at every scale? No. Sometimes I was a little busy, but I'd still be buying my Medanos on eBay. I'd still be doing my thing. And if a new product came out, I probably knew about it. That's it. But that's a cumulative time. You keep stacking up enough time. After a while, it's like, well, how do you remember? Like, because I was there. That's it. I was there. That's the only reason why I know. So Bob Boozle says, not a good gift. He can't return. I think it's an excellent gift. Josh says, does Eric know what day the Duke's Mayo Bowl is this year? He's got it circled in his calendar. He's got it tattooed on his body.
Yeah, Josh, about that. Yeah. Shut up. Thank you.
Boozle, how's your dividend stock portfolio coming along? Love it. Zach says, but what is in the hobby? If I go 6 months and don't buy a card, but watch this live stream and keep other content, am I out? No. You watch this hobby, you're in.
No, if you watch this crap, you are out. Anyone right now who's watching this crap, you are out. This is a test, okay? And you have failed. If you're watching this right now, you are banned, barred, out of the hobby.
Counterpoint.
Carlos, hey, it's the hardcore legend, Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
I'm going to defer to Mick Foley on this and say you're a piece of trash and you suck. So we're ignoring you.
I don't
Anyway,
think
moving on.
that. I don't think. I think he was just having a bad day. I don't think he really meant that.
I'm gonna defer to Mick Foley and ignore you. So no, if you watch this live stream, you're in. You're good. Bubbles says, I fired my long-term sports card portfolio manager. I promoted my short-term sports card portfolio manager to the position of long-term sports card portfolio manager. I love it. As we say in Brazil, respect. I like it. International flavor. Any LeBron ditties out there, Eric? Eric's all about the ditties. To pass the test, hit the like button. Facts. Is this about Geoff Wilson's Louis Tiant gaff?
Oh, I don't like
Louis Taint? Suspect collectors limited hobby knowledge? Mayhaps.
I don't like
I love this trash. That's a great comment. Go ahead, Eric. Argue this comment.
I just say that Ben is clearly a sick individual, and I think
it's clear to me that Ben is a man of culture.
No, call 911. Tell them
Yannick,
you're having a nervous
man of culture. You know what the problem is, Eric? The problem is I don't think you understand what culture is. And do you know why you lack understanding of culture?
Well, guess what? Because you're poor.
I am that. I am poor. That's true. There is that has been an issue for some time now.
The only good part about going back to StreamYard, Yannick, is that I got my old buttons.
You got it all back together.
I got all my buttons. I got all my buttons back. I can click and it's yep. We got them all working.
The old one, the trial, that was it. Like, or you just
so the EV Mux, I liked it. To be honest, there's a lot of features on it that I thought were really cool. The problem is the platform was unstable because we'd have people going, their video wouldn't work, their audio would stop working, they'd get booted out randomly. If I boot them out, that's fine. Like if I'm doing this, that's fine, that's okay. I'm doing it. But if it's just the platform doing it, then it's not cool. It's not cool, man.
it's the shuffling.
Yeah, I just can't have that. I can't have that, man. I can't have it. So if I'm pushing the buttons, it's okay. But if it's bouncing people randomly and we can't rely on it, then yeah. So basically, I'll cancel. I've still got the month already on there. I'll record a couple of videos with it. I'll get some use out of it. But then yeah, I'm canceling it. We'll go back to StreamYard for now. We'll use it because at least it's stable. I'll probably switch to the yearly plan, even though, like I said, they bumped up the price a lot. I'm very annoyed about that, but it is what it is. But right now, what they've got going for them is at least I can rely that I can turn it on and it works.
It's all there.
That's yeah, the stuff still works. So that's
Just
important
for us. Signing it out the first time, I was like, where? Like, how am I doing this?
Yep. That's pretty much it, man. Like, I don't know what
Hot
to tell
mic
you.
on the countdown.
Zach says, for the love of God, for the love. I assume it's for the love of God. Please stop talking, Eric. Zach's a big fan of yours. No taint in the manual in space. Well, Eric will check. There might be. Ben says, culture. Facts. Doctor says, I'm only here for the hockey hair mullet cards and Louis Tink content. Valid. Well, that's what Eric is here for too. What do you have to say for yourself, Eric?
If we take Jagger out,
Jagger.
who was the second best mullet?
Ooh. There were a bunch of guys in the 80s that I think were.
Like, I mean, we all agree. I'm sorry, but the king of all
Go ahead.
is Jaromir, right? But after that, who's number two?
There is only one number one. And
But he's saying, well, who's number two?
it is Al the planet IF80. Number one.
True. Oh, he
Number
was maybe
one. Number one all time Al the Planet IF80.
Bob McGill.
see, there we go.
Yep.
Yep.
So Josh here says,
Al's
Carlos,
already
what's
got a
that?
title of fastest, hardest shot, whatever.
Yep.
Give it to somebody
So
else.
Josh here says, Carlos, what's the behind you with the Jays logo? So this, Josh, is a box that came with season tickets for the Jays back in 2013. I had season tickets for a year, and that was actually a box that you got for season ticket holders. So inside of it was the season tickets, and then a booklet and some other stuff that was included, and a whole season ticket package was included inside of that, including the season tickets themselves. So I just kind of keep it on the desk as a nice little display piece because it's got the logo on there. It's pretty cool. It actually says 2013 season ticket holder on the bottom of it.
Are the
That was
tickets in the
the-
Z folio?
Ooh, Z folios are pretty heady, Bobby. I don't know. I don't know if the Blue Jays could afford a Z folio.
Oh,
Z-folio
as
is
I
pretty
heard while I
premium.
was going out, you guys were talking about, collecting for a while. That
Mhm.
comeback card collector came to mind. It was
Yes.
I sat there and I went, "Oh my god!" So there's
Yeah,
the
he had a
guy
good
who-
solid 20 minutes of hobby experience. There's a lot.
I did like the chocolate cake.
I like the fact that he was in that hobby documentary, literally saying,
Oh,
we're
I
just
know.
getting started. Literally the second it started to nosedive, like the words came out of his mouth and immediately things started to just dive.
Yeah.
Dive.
And it's hard to
It was
believe
amazing.
anybody ever even really watched him. He was so boring.
I don't
And where
I
is
don't
he
say.
now?
I think he's out
Famous
modeling.
actor or something?
I think he's out modeling. I
He's
think
the comeback Bitcoin collector. or
Bakes
something. I don't know.
cakes.
if he ever grows a beard, Eric will think he's Peter Forsberg. Like he's weird like that. Like I don't know. There's a lot going on.
Pretty much. He had
There's
a
a lot
5 o'clock shadow at 3
All right.
o'clock anyway.
I'm
So.
done. I'm done with the Peter Forsberg jokes. Okay, I was with Peter Forsberg. He's a very nice man. We had
They're
a
all very nice
Fine,
men
together.
until you meet
You're
the
just
Dion in them.
upset. You're just upset because I was late for dinner and you missed me. But I sent Michelle in my steed, and you all enjoyed her.
It's stead, not
Not in their
steed.
stead.
Steed
Not in
is
their
a
stead.
freaking horse. Stead
Yeah.
is in my stead.
Right, in your steed. In the steed. Yeah, like in Shrek when they went, he
Fucking
called me
Boston.
steed.
Anyways,
She was nice to you because, as confused as you were, thinking it was the janitor, you had like one of those special kid sticker. So then he's just like, I gotta be nice
Yeah.
to this guy.
please ride the pony
He was
in my
really nice.
steed.
Did you hear that?
Make a wish.
He called me a steed.
Make
That's
a
my
wish,
favorite
kid.
part in the whole Shrek movie. I think it's hysterical. I laugh my ass off every time.
Mhm.
Ham says Emmanuel and Mayo coming soon. Don't get Eric excited. He can only get so excited.
Yeah,
You
there's
know,
only so
I
much
was-
space available.
Just hold on. All right. Let's back up one, huh, Mr. Yeah. All right. So I'm a nice guy. We all know I'm a nice guy, right? So maybe even super nice. So I want to be nice. And-
That wasn't even me. That was $1 Million Man saying, wait, interruption. I got to come out here and say something.
I
You didn't
want to
even click the
nice.
button.
So Ham's doing a show.
Florida
last-
man things. Florida man things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ham's doing Florida things. And he's on a show last night with my favorite card dad guy and Neo guy and whatever. And I go, hey, I'm gonna pop in, even though I was busy. I popped
You don't
in.
even know the names of the people,
Hey,
but you're going to
Hey
pop in.
guys, Merry Christmas. Hope everything's well. Peace on earth, goodwill towards all men. You're all wonderful and great. Because I'm a nice guy. And what does Ham do? Say hi to your wife for me. Right there on the live YouTubes. He says something, he makes a comment about my wife.
That's very nice of him.
Right here. I love it.
Yeah.
Neo card guy. Jeez. I know, right?
Kind of guy, yeah.
Right? And
Wow.
and of course my wife was sitting there listening to it. And what do you think she does when she hears Ham say,
He winks.
no, she starts giggling like a little schoolgirl.
Does she text?
Oh,
Yeah, that's what. So I
Well,
can't-
that's usually what you sound like after like hanging out with the janitor. That's a little weird.
that is true. I do
It's
make
kind of
sense.
coincidence. Like the pitch is the same. That's odd.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Mm.
so I tried to be nice, pop in, say hello, boys. Merry Christmas, goodwill to all men. And what does he do?
He
Flirting with my
wishes
wife.
your wife the best. I don't
Flirt?
get it.
No, don't do that, Bobby. You're
Peace
better
on
than
earth.
that.
I'm just getting the
You know
context
what
of
he
the
was
story
doing.
right
You
here.
know what he was doing.
Oh, that's presumptuous.
I'm just saying,
Ham-
I'm getting a lack of man of peace out of you, man. That's all I'm getting.
You know, Ham.
My good here
every time I
says,
hear his
why
name-
hasn't Eric rolled the brim of his Beckett hat like all the trucker has? Eric is not nearly that guy.
Yes, he's playing that punk straight edge. Like, why is it?
Hey,
What's going
when I'm
on?
in Beckett mode, this is how we roll.
Oh,
Philly Joe
the
says,
new
don't rip on
Beckett
Brad.
roll.
One of my favorites. Great guy. Leave Eric's a hard knock life hat out of this. Radic Bonk had a good mullet. Can you insert AI backgrounds in StreamYard? Unfortunately, I cannot. I don't have that option. Do you guys know if Cards HQ is open on Christmas? Need to rent a cabana to watch Acapulco Heat.
Oh, that'd be nice.
I don't know what any of that stuff is, but I assume that Cards HQ in Atlanta is going to be open because they're going to have 24-hour streaming. So
Auction.
Honestly, if I
How
was
do you know
Geoff,
so much.
honestly, if I was Geoff, I would totally open it up and rent out cabanas.
I would
Well,
Yeah.
like that's like leaving money on the table,
get the
man.
wings called in from the neighbor and hey, party.
Yeah, I just appreciate that Neo had the comment in there. So thank you, Neo.
yeah, see,
Zach
yeah,
says-
you think it's funny. Yeah, it's not funny.
It was
Neo's a
funny.
legend. That was a shot, uncalled for. Facts. This man is clearly not a man of peace.
No.
Unlike Ben World Peace, Punk Hat looks good, run it. There you go. Ben
Mhm.
World Peace is being a man of peace. Eric, she likes it. So do you, Mayo Boy. Facts.
Ooh.
Man.
Damn.
Neo
Shots are
says
fired.
black label hat brim. I know. Man, you see what happens? You see what happens, Eric? This is what you invoke. So do I have to explain again that you invoke this in people? This is you. And unlike Dustin, I'm almost caught up on comments. He's still working on stuff for 2023 as we speak.
I was trying to be nice. I was doing the whole goodwill.
Good evening,
Oh,
Nate.
God, there's no goodwill towards men with that idiot. I don't know.
You
Sam
walked
says, I'm a
into
very
the
giving individual.
lion's
Love
den
to all.
thinking you weren't going to get bitten. Come on.
All right, now hold on. I got to check Neo on this one here. And I'm caught up on comments. And thank you all for comments. Thank you, Name. Thank you, Ben World Peace. Thank you, Ham. All right, Neo here says, I've interviewed Nat Turner. Put respect on my name. Hold on. I'm going to check him on this.
He's dropping.
You did a work evaluation with Nat Turner, and I'm sure he was very pleased with your performance, and your annual bonus was fine.
Yes.
Good job by you. Interviewed. Listen, if that's the case, every employer I've ever had, I did a lot of exit interviews at the end of the year. They came with a check at the end of it. Interviews.
Shots fired.
Yeah, it's like, what's your question? How much money am I getting? That was the first job. That was the first question of the interview.
Most important.
How much
point.
money am I getting?
Yeah.
I would like some money.
important.
Money's good. Can I have money for the end of the year? That'd be great.
I need money. I like money.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
My money.
I'm sure Nat was very pleased with
Get
his
your money.
performance. And I'm sure he was very well compensated. I think it worked out great.
Mhm.
That pays out in PSA 10 coupons. Valid. That's solid. Clip that. Clip
I'd
that.
rather have
That's
black
canon.
labels.
That's canon now.
Let's do black labels instead. They're easier.
That's Saturday mornings. You can come down to the office. I got the keys. Saturday morning. Black labels for all my friends.
Eagle Eye will be there too.
Don't worry about
That's
it.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Mhm.
Eric will let you in the front door.
Eric's
They
got
got-
the
it's probably
magic
catered.
machine in the back there.
Yep. Black
Probably catered.
labels for all my friends. No
Remember
problem.
the ComC machine they bought? That ComC always alleged that, well, now it's in
Maybe.
Saugus.
Yeah, that's right.
We're
Wow.
gonna have to take a picture of that machine one day.
We also have.
I guess so.
Also,
I don't think it's
in
really a
Saugus,
machine. I think they say it's a machine, but it's not. It's some guy.
Also in Saugus, we have a CT scanner. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Nope.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's in the
No.
back.
That's in the backpack.
That's in the basement.
Interesting. Neo says, Nat promised USPS would not hold up any of my packages. Neo's getting all the influencer privileges, man.
Wow.
Some serious stuff. Listen, Neo, you let me know. You seem like you're a little spicy there in the chat. If you want to come on and chat it up, we can all make fun of Florida Man. Just saying. You can talk to Beckett Hat Guy. Just throwing it out there. Your call.
It's up to you.
I can't promise you I'll get your bonus, and that's Nat's job. I can't help you there. So Doctor says Nat is busy putting blemishes on 1980 Ricky Henderson rookies that are in his mailbox. Listen, I would love
All
for
the
the pop control folks. I would love if the pop control is like, no, we'll just damage it. We'll just poke a hole in it, like just poke a hole. There will be no more 10s.
Make it a 1.
We'll guarantee it. We'll guarantee there'll be no more 10s ever again.
But
It makes sense.
if you come down to the office Saturday mornings,
Mhm.
we'll get you those 10s.
Come see the new Beckett.
Go labels, man.
I can see the commercial now. Welcome to the new Beckett. This is Eric, director of who knows what. Janitors, I have no idea. And he'll take you
I
through.
think, look, my thing is, if there was a new Beckett, the new Beckett, like there would be a commercial, and the commercial would be people who were out of work after HGA, their attempted comeback. I would hire the same people from the commercial. I would hire that really smiley lady from it. Welcome to the new Beckett. Literally get the same lady. Welcome to the new Beckett. And the new Beckett is literally the same Beckett sign, but somebody like in a cardboard wrote new and like taped it to the side of it. The new Beckett.
That's about right.
And they pull up
In
with
the
those new
finest
people
cardboard.
in the back of a UPS truck. Awesome.
Think about it now. How smart or how lucky was Jeremy? The Jeremy from Beckett that left or was let go?
He was removed. Look,
Bearded
Eric
Jeremy, yes.
removed him in a bloodless coup, is what happened.
I didn't
The
like
only-
I don't know who's laughing now.
Do you know what the worst part about this is? Hold on. I'm glad you brought this up, Yannick, because I'm worried about this. The worst part about this is that Eric, in a bloodless coup, got rid of Jeremy from Beckett, beloved hobby figure. The only good Jeremy in the hobby. All other Jeremys pretty much suck. Across the board. And Eric will agree to this. Eric is the first one to tell me, you know what? I know a bunch of Jeremys in this hobby. This one is the only one that I sort of like, but I got to get rid of them. The other ones, though, trash.
Nope.
Eric
never.
would not, he literally wouldn't stop slagging the other Jeremys in the hobby. It just
Nope.
seemed random that he
Nope.
would have so much anger. It was very
Nope.
weird.
No.
Slanderous words on your part, sir. Very slanderous.
I may have slandered Jeremy from Beckett once or twice,
Oh, that wasn't the Jeremy that you slandered.
or 200 or 300 times.
I think Jeremy you slandered had a lot less hair and a floating head.
Yeah, when that's behave yourself.
Few, that's more than 2, right? So there you go.
Just saying. Bubbles says, I do not see Nat Turner in the index for sports card investing for dummies. Must be a lightweight. Maybe. Brendan Wright says, like the Mandela effect. Neo says, I need to call PSA customer service. Does anyone know any videos I could watch for how to handle that call? Ooh, that's a deep Discord cut. Well done by you, sir. John Taffer could fix Beckett?
Maybe.
Maybe.
All I need is some gasoline and a lighter. I'll fix Beckett. No problem.
Okay.
That's what it's going to take. That whole company needs to be just disintegrated and start from scratch.
They just need a tweak. Got to bring
Listen.
Jeremy back.
Eric, exactly.
things
Bring
first.
the only good Jeremy in the hobby back. Start with
That's
that.
right. Yeah.
The important thing is that you got $250 million to play around with. Like, come on, you could
They are going to waste that money somehow, some way. We all know it.
Lemon and
Hookers and blows is not a waste, Eric. Hookers
No,
and blows is a
never.
very legitimate use, and that's only 249 of the million. They still have $1 million left over.
That's right.
Can't argue at that point. That's a pretty good point you're making right there.
I like
That's
it.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, it works.
Especially coming from you, Eric.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hookers and blow.
Yeah.
Hookers and blow, man.
The
That's-
hookers and the blow.
You just described for Eric like, oh my god, that's like my dream.
Yeah. Yeah. You guys know me. That's how I roll.
Just throwing it out there, man.
You are
Throw it
a
out there.
roller.
Wild. These hobby streets are getting wild at the end of 2024, man.
Mhm.
It's getting crazy out here. It's getting wild. So we got that one. So the we had in our collectivist joke. I'm trying to think if there's anything else though with that one. So the collectivist joke was played out. I just love the fact that they I love that no matter what they do, they always do like the dumbest possible thing they could do.
Oh, every time.
And you think, you know, honestly, maybe spend some of the 250 million to hire one guy whose only job it is to be like, whenever they make a decision, to sit there and go,
Can you,
no, Eric, their only job is to sit there and go like, and then they're like, why, and then explain why immediately it would be mocked.
Can you
And that's their only job.
imagine
Their only job is to
last
be a
4
troll in the room, making fun of it before they do it.
Can you imagine the team meetings for the last 4 years there? Like going like, okay, guys, what else can we do?
So here's my question. Let me throw this at you. The last several years, with the aborted grade skill change, the aborted label change, and Collēctīvus, which actually happened. Here's the question. What was rejected at Beckett? What ideas are on the whiteboard? They're like, no, that's stupid. I
How
would love
bad
to know
can it
what
get?
was rejected.
I don't think we can make a list that long.
My God. My God. I don't even know, man.
New holder? No.
New logo?
I don't even
No.
want to know. Like, it's amazing. So
It
Ben
was
here
still
says, for
great.
real, are there any
Sheet
Diddy
cut
LeBrons
cards?
out there
No.
only in Eric's collection?
Yes.
He's got all of them.
I think Beckett,
Along with baby oil. A lot of baby oil.
meetings kind of go like this. They take their Beckett pens apart, and if you're on a Zoom call like this,
Who has a Beckett pen? You got a Beckett pen?
I got
He's got a
Beckett
Beckett
everything. I got Beckett undies. All right, they give them out like candy at the company. It's crazy.
Don't
I
say
think
undies
you're
and
on a
candy in the
Zoom
same
call
sentence,
like
please.
this. You'd see a lot of Beckett employees in a Zoom meeting like this, kind of just be like, "Yeah, I think this year we need to work on."
They all have colds
I
because
think we
it's
need to
winter.
work on some new labels. I think that would be good for us this year.
He knows how to do that only too well.
I was going to say, like, so hold on. I'm going to mute him right now. This is important. I think we all need to have a conversation, folks.
Okay.
So are any of the rest of you worried that not only was he really good at that, but it feels like that's a practice move?
I think it was a flex too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's like,
Yeah.
I feel like, old Eric, not young Eric, old Eric. I think he's playing the long con right now.
You think?
I think he's been playing the long con this whole time. It's like he actually does, in fact, work at Beckett.
Mhm.
He's worked at Beckett, and then it'll be like the Scooby Doo gang. Except when they pull off the face, he's like, "No, it's really my face. It's literally me. God damn it, leave my face alone." It's literally him. I know there's nobody behind the mask. Like that's it. That's all
John
you get.
Travolta face off. Yeah, it's
Yep.
him.
Yeah, Neil says, I've sat in on Beckett meetings. My condolences.
It
Ben
happens.
Ryan says, the only thing missing is a company slogan, lowered expectations. That's a callback.
As
Eric,
I've stated
EDC.
before, and I will state again going forward, I think Beckett needs a few good tweaks, and they should be fine.
Is the first tweak close
They're
the
big
company
tweaks,
and go away
but
forever?
I'm just saying.
I'm building one right now. I'm in the process of trying a few things, Ham. I'm building
the process.
Rock Latex Serious. I'm sure Beckett has rejected some winners, kind of like where Blockbuster rejected Netflix. I would like to think that right at the top of Beckett's whiteboard is the first suggestion. Hey guys, I got an idea. What's your idea? I'll write it down. How about we stop being us? Oh, we can't do that.
no.
No, that's a terrible idea. We can't do that. No way. I just enjoy it. I love the idea. I love the notion, the concept that there would be a whole whiteboard full of ideas, and you're like, you guys rejected these. Half of these actually sound pretty good, and then
Yeah.
this is the shit that you actually decided to do. What the hell? Listen, Eric's always been trying to undermine us. That's why the like button is critical, because I charge Eric for the like button. So no matter what he does, like button's there.
I'm hoping that at some point some will be reported and we will get kicked off the YouTubes, and I don't have to waste my time doing this crap anymore on Friday nights.
Unfortunately, Eric, that's a great plan. Unfortunately,
Thank you.
my backup plan, which is on my whiteboard, which will be implemented, is what I like to call YouTube 2 Electric Boogaloo. So what I will do is I will actually use your like button money to make my own YouTube, which will only air this show, and you will be on it 24/7.
Oh Christ!
No
You will
censorship.
never get a moment's peace.
I have nightmares that seem like that.
And your nightmare will become a reality
I'll
if
wake
this
up
show
with
ever goes off the air. Eric, let me make this clear.
Yeah.
Your nightmare will be real life. if this show ever goes off the air, this is like in Speed. If the bus falls below the speed, it explodes. You need to keep the speed up.
I don't want to. I'll blow up. I choose death.
Alas, death is eternal live stream.
Ugh.
You will be running a live stream that will have the same runtime as the IRP Christmas special, except it won't be Christmas. It will never end.
Don't wish that on me. That's not nice. I got
Groundhog
children.
Day.
Yannick, while I am a man of peace,
You are.
did I ever say that I'm a nice man?
No, never been accused.
Have I
Not
ever
that I
made such a
recall.
ridiculous claim?
Not that I recall.
I don't believe I have. I don't believe I have.
Did they ever do a Speed 3? I think they could with Sandra Bullock and
Speed 2 was the one on the boat, right?
yes, that was the second. Yeah,
Yeah,
There's
that was the
actually
one
a
on the boat.
Speed too.
Yeah, I don't remember 3.
I don't know if they did a 3.
I don't
They
think so.
could've.
Even
And they could
direct
do
to
it actually
DVD,
now.
I don't think they
They
did.
could
don't-
come back now where they kind of did get together and they kind of, but
If they want to. I don't know. I don't know if I would care at this point. It's
I
been too
don't-
long.
They're
I
old with kids.
huh?
I said they're old with kids. They're
Yeah.
divorced.
They're 20-something-year-old sons driving the bus now.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
He's
30-something.
He's the Unabomber now.
Yeah. Ben here says the whole whiteboard point is probably true. Yeah, it is.
Nice
I'm confident. I believe it. But Ryan
Yeah.
says Carlos is another Eric on standby. Well, what you guys don't know, like I'm only telling you this because it's nearing the end of the year. This is like the 5th Eric. This is version 5.
We clone them.
They all keep trying to off themselves and it doesn't work. And I just keep telling them, like, listen, you keep
Nope.
trying. I've got another one.
Yeah.
We clone them.
We just as many of them as is required, and each one of them, I'm like, you keep playing this game, and the next one's gonna get more mayo. The next one's gonna get mayo to the face.
Eric is the T4000.
Mhm.
5000.
Well, it's more like a T.4, but sure.
T minus one.
I was gonna say there's a lot of minuses. Minuses.
Minus.
Mike here says I always put a Beckett slab under my back tire when I'm parked on a hill. Listen,
Yep.
there are utilities to it. Few of them involve cars.
See?
Yep.
But there are utility. Like a lot of the Beckett slabs can be dinner plates,
Mhm.
serving trays.
Riot police use them as shields.
Yes, right, police shield. Yes, yes.
I have one of those vans that I gotta level sometimes, so maybe I'll just like bring Beckett slabs, make a little stack, drive over them.
I like
Or,
to think, Yannick, that under the right circumstances, if we ever need affordable housing, we could probably use it as construction material.
true.
There's a lot of material there, man. We could probably stack that
Or-
shit up and like build a whole house out of it.
Just all out of Zion's. Zion's Williamson.
Wow. Amazing.
I
Amazing.
only have like 1 or 2 of them kicking around here. That's like there's none. I gotta have one as a prop somewhere.
Where?
DVC? Maybe you
It's
have
probably
DVC.
holding up your desk at the moment.
Yeah, keeping it from rocking.
I'm just saying, Bobby, the point is there are utilities that they can be used for. Few of them involve cards. The point is there are other things that we can do. They can be counterweights. They can be used for construction material, potentially weapons.
Weapons
There are things that can be done.
like throwing it at somebody. You get hit with one of those in the head, you're dead. There's no
Or
question.
defense of one of
But
those.
just
take
imagine
your
you
eye
take a
out.
stack. Just imagine you take a stack of them because they are, very sharp and they've got sharp edges and everything. Now imagine you take about like 5 or 6 of them, put them in a rubber band so they all stick together, and then throw them like the brick I throw at the kids.
That's it. I like
Yep.
the kid brick. Yeah.
Yeah, because you got to remember they also have the angles on them. You can actually attach them together, so you can stack them. So because of the stacking, they actually comprise a sharp
You like
edge.
those Chinese stars, you could just wing them one at a time.
Mhm.
Ooh. Skeet shooting.
Just imagine, Halloween comes, you go, fuck you kids in your Halloween. One
I
after
tell you,
another. Just
I didn't
Bloody
stack
think,
'em.
kids.
if I didn't think I'd get banned from my club, I would love to take a Beckett slab to the range and just videotape me blowing it away. But
Oh, you should do that.
I would love to, but
I would pay to see that. Not much.
Eric is like, I have to respect these laws against my will.
I think I'd be asked to leave and not return. They're
Eric, you should be used to that. You're always asked to leave.
I know, and so I'm trying not to get kicked out of this place.
So
Get one of the cards that have a mullet and see if you can get the mullet. Just
see if you can get the mullet.
Hmm.
All right. So Tops 85401 has made a request, and I will honor this request. Says, did I read the title of the video correctly? I need to hear you announce the title to confirm. We are in the midst of Collēctīvus for the rest of us. You're welcome.
Till when? Does it expire like the
I don't
Dart
remember.
thing?
I know,
No?
I know, I know the Seinfeld episode. I've seen clips of it, but I don't remember exactly
Well,
what the rules were.
this
I know
case-
feats of strength, airing of grievances.
in
the
this
poll.
case, it's going to last as long as they're owning the company. But I'm sure that will fail soon enough, and
No,
there'll be a new owner.
there will
or-
be success in the
Oh,
Beckett
oh.
name. It will come back.
Oh, okay.
I predicted it already, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Let it be said, so it be written.
Like a
No worries.
phoenix rising from the ashes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Hey.
I love
Yeah,
it.
but the Phoenix had to crash, so it already crashed. So let's do the rising now. So
That's what
Well,
I'm
Phoenix
saying.
also burned, so you know,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
listen, we got to work with what we
Once the
got.
fire-
we're
this
already at
company
the
is-
Phoenix, but now we're doing the rising from the ashes. Yeah.
We got crashing, we got burning. There's a lot of stuff going on, buddy. There's a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of stuff going on, man. Like,
Amen.
I don't even know what to tell
Shithole company.
That's a great company. I love it.
you.
I have high
Yeah.
hopes for Beckett, anyways.
Okay.
It's one of those things that you know that if you took it over, you could probably fix the wrongs that are going on. If you had an unlimited, funding source.
Like $250 million.
Yeah,
And
I
you
can do
had-
that. I
You
can do
had
no problem.
knowledge
I
and
have to
care.
pay myself well, though. But I'm just saying, if I just took 10% of that for the first 3 months,
It's a fact. Bubbles says this is not the Phoenix from Ashes. This is the Walking Dead.
Mm.
True. Mm-hmm.
but people
Like
are
your
still
sister.
sending shit into them. So
That's the thing. That was the reason why we made the point. Like, despite their best efforts, there are still some people
still
who insist on
surviving.
matronizing them.
anything like that has a chance.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I go back to what I said a little earlier tonight. I'm not talking about building a great company. I'm literally talking about how about competence, baseline competence might be enough.
That would get
To make
them
it a
back in the
profitable
game
venture.
at least.
Yeah, that'd be enough. Baseline competence
And
would
then they
probably be
could work
enough to get
their
the job.
way up, hire Jeremy back, and get him away from those auction companies
real
that he's
Jeremy.
working at, and get him back.
Because things were going so well when he was in charge.
They were.
I will have you know that they were going better than they are right now. And I feel that the removal of Jeremy is what sent us down this death spiral that we're in right now.
I think he was removed because he wanted more money, and the guy who was ripping off the company didn't want to part with any of his billions. So, anyways,
You mean
Just
Eric's personal friend?
Allegedly.
The criminal mastermind himself?
oops.
Greg. Anyway, Mike here says, Carlos, do you have any plans for the Christmas Eve show? So far, my plans are to have a Christmas Eve show.
Oh.
I haven't fleshed it out beyond that point, but my plans are to have a Christmas Eve show.
Okay.
More than likely, Carlos Sr. will make a cameo appearance. That's also a plan.
Of course.
Beyond that, I don't know. We're gonna have to see.
Yeah.
But the plan is to have a Christmas Eve show. I've done it the last several years, and it's been a lot of fun. So
Oh,
that's the plan
Christmas
so
Eve
far.
is. That's your other show then.
I'm planning on it because I don't have much else going on. So.
So please have a Christmas Eve show.
Yeah. Christmas
be
Eve
there
show
for
this
the
year,
sake of
Bobby, is on the Tuesday. This year is on a Tuesday.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So the
that
podcast
would be
episode
the
will actually be
VIC
recorded.
show,
The
right? It
podcast
wouldn't-
episode is recorded on Monday.
But you did a live on a Tuesday before, did you not?
No, the live was on a Monday.
Oh, it was Monday? Okay, yeah, I couldn't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah. So the recording will happen on Monday like normal.
Yeah.
Regardless, that's why I always tell Brandon and
So
Eric
you'll
if
have a
they're ever
Christmas
big.
Eve show take, or you're going to do a live?
The Christmas Eve show will be live. The Christmas Eve is live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It'll be a live
Sure.
show. I'll make the link available and I'll reach out to some folks if they want to pop in and say hello. They're welcome to. If
Be
they're
one of those.
busy,
Okay,
they
yeah.
can do that. Yeah,
Sure.
exactly. And that's been the way I've done it the last couple of times. I tell everybody, say, guys, if you need to spend time with the family, do that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in my house, so like literally, I'm going to be there. The family is going to be
You'll
over
with
there
your
hanging
family,
out.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'll be hanging out over on the side. Carlos Senior is literally just playing on his phone during the whole live stream. He's just
I
doing his
bet
own
he
thing.
can't wait to get on again.
Yeah, he enjoys popping in. So that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like I've got the desk there. He'll be sitting in the couch chilling for most of the thing. He'll come in, make his appearance, say hello to everybody, and then go back to his couch.
He makes
So
fun
it's-
of
so
Eric.
Well, he's got to make
Yeah.
the rounds.
Yeah. So that's why I say like it's an easy show for me to do because I'm already on location. It's easy. Brendan Wright says, telling your loved ones how they have disappointed you throughout the year. Facts. An aluminum pole. That's right.
It happens.
Says, I've had the chance to have the conversation with Dr. Beckett. He is a wealth of knowledge. I wonder how he feels his empire is flooded without him.
He's not.
He's
in trouble.
probably not.
He sold it for a lot of money, so I don't think he's too worried about it. So
He's not a real doctor.
Well,
that's right.
I think the key though. So I would say this. I think he is nonplussed, only because his name is technically still on it, and because people ask him about it because his name is on it, and he's like, but it has nothing to do with me. Like I'm not controlling it. I don't have a say. Leave me alone.
He's got to live out his legacy. So
Yeah. Well, the only that's to say the only issue I think he has with it, honestly, is that his name is on it.
Mhm.
So when they do something wrong or something dumb, his name is on it. So that's the problem.
Right.
Other than that, like I don't think he regrets selling the company. I think he enjoys his kind of like retirement. He can do whatever he wants and whatever.
damn.
That part of it, I think he's great.
Yep.
The issue is that his name is on it. So every time something happens, the Beckett company, and then somebody goes and asks him a question.
and
about
some
it.
fool.
How much
asked
was
the question.
Beckett
Yeah,
worth?
exactly.
How much was Beckett worth in 2006? I think that's where he sold it. Was it
Yeah.
those?
How much did Eric? How much you pay for Beckett in 2006?
$23.42.
Per share.
Seems
Canadian.
high. Seems high. Dr.
Were they
Perkins says,
publicly
Ziggy-
traded at that time, or no?
No, it was a private company.
Okay. So how much did he get for it? Do we have that number?
It was probably a substantial number, but no,
I know
don't
it
think
was
it's ever been
substantial,
publicly
but
disclosed.
I'm just
I don't think it's ever
wondering
been
how-
publicly disclosed.
Hmm.
Yeah, why? If it's a private company, why would he disclose how much he got?
I don't think he would.
No,
I think he's
you know,
comfortable.
rumors
I
get
think he's
around
quite
and stuff.
comfortable. I think he's
Rumors
quite
get
comfortable.
around and stuff. So
Dr. Perkins says Ziggy Pulvey's mullet and Boozle's wife's mullet enter a room. Which one makes it out alive? Valid questions. Please have a Christmas Eve show. I will.
No.
Bob Boozle says Dr. Beckett will change his
Christmas Eve
name.
show.
Maybe. The thing about Beckett, they used to have a huge integrating, and there's no path to getting that back, no matter how much money you pump into it. So, Zach, I'll disagree with you on that. There are people so desperate for the Beckett brand, if they showed vague competence, they would send. Eric is literally ready to send every Reggie Lemon he has in life. In fact, he will send it to them, have them graded, and then crack them all out, and he'll send them again
No doubt. Absolutely.
just to make sure.
Yep. No doubt.
So I know for a fact. So right there with with all the duplicates that Eric has of the Leaf lemons, that's 450 million cards
wow.
just from Eric.
That's I do have a lot of cards.
Just
and
from
I
Eric.
bought some more today. I do have a problem. I didn't buy Leaf ones. I'm done with them.
Okay. So at this point, we know how many
Hmm.
cards Carlos has. How many cards does Eric have?
Oh, I've never counted them.
You've never.
He also doesn't have as many as
You
Madonna.
got 30,
30?
100.
I don't. I
Oh
got-
God, no.
You got 1,000. You got 20,000.
No, that's ridiculous. No,
What is ridiculous? What isn't ridiculous?
I don't know. I got a lot. What do you want? I don't know.
Eric, most of them have to be in a box. You would be able to eyeball it. It's not like it's that hard. Unless you've got tractor trailers full of them, in which case my entire conspiracy is noted.
Then I got.
You're bringing out your Z Folio.
I got stuff. Like,
Those are singles. Those are just those. That's not cards.
hold on.
Those are photos.
They're all. These are autograph ones and autograph ones, and now it's by year
So
And
you've got about 25,000 cards.
and tops and different variations and
Are they different variations?
yeah.
They look like the
Those
same
look a lot
card
of the
to
same.
me.
Looks the
Yeah,
same.
I know.
Oh, just
I can
look.
barely see it, but I can see everything that looks identical.
The variation is off center, slightly off center, totally off center,
90,
downright
10,
miscut.
80, 20,
No,
diamond cut.
silly. Look at that one's a blank front.
That's
Zach here says we're going to start using Beckett books to price
a
cards
blank
again.
front.
Eric,
That's a
Yeah,
rare variation.
here's
You send
the-
that into
here's the
PSA, you might get
top
$1 million.
Tops Tiffany right there, blank
Okay,
front.
well,
Yeah.
$50.
yeah, I was going to say a lot of those may. I actually have when I used to collect Joe Carter cards. I actually have a lot of blank backs and blank fronts. They used to appear pretty regularly. They were all
Yeah,
over the
I'm
place.
surprised blank fronts. I've never really seen a blank front in a hockey. I have seen blank backs, yes, but never a blank
there were
front
quite
in
a number.
hockey. Can anybody quote a blank front? I've never heard of that.
And then
In
all the
hockey,
ones
not
that
for a
he makes
while,
an
if at all.
appearance
For a
in,
while.
and then I have a whole bunch that he makes an appearance in other people's cards.
Yeah, the cameo cards. Yeah, All right, you keep going, Eric. While he's going, I'm going to read
He
these comments.
pulls out one fucking album. It's like,
So Bob Oozle
we're gonna
says,
be
I've
here all
deci-
day. We got 3
Well,
hours.
it's
left.
it's going to be an IRP Christmas special.
It
Bob
will be.
Oozle says, I've decided to put off medical school to count the cards in my collection. Valid.
Yes.
Says there are copyright variations in the junk wax era. Yeah, there are definitely a lot of those. Yes, that's true. That's why I say, like, my first player collection before Medano, my first player collection was actually Joe Carter. That was the first one because number one, I was a baseball fan first and a Jays fan first. So Carter was obviously the big player. Now, what's funny is I actually collected, I enjoyed in that time for that collection. I actually didn't mind collecting his earlier stuff. I got I would get the rookie card and I'd get his stuff from the Indians and his brief run with them. He's 1 year with the Padres and stuff like that. I would grab a
Reggie.
bunch of that stuff. Yeah, he's got a box
Reggie
of it.
Jackson. You got baseball too.
Yeah.
He wishes. That's all limited minutes.
So out of the 25,000 cards, how many are graded?
1.
2. Rookie.
No.
No.
No. I got a bunch of his rookies. I mean, I got a bunch of them.
But they're not there.
No, they're right here. I got a bunch of them. I had these made, I think.
They're not graded.
No.
So you don't know if they're real.
Who the hell would
Brad.
Yeah, he would. He tried to do it to trick me.
Number one, the hockey player is not even real. So how could the cards possibly be real?
And then you just got leaf after leaf after leaf after leaf version of this. It's purple, it's yellow, it's green, and it's all the same damn thing. And I hate them and they suck.
It's adorable that he thinks that's a big deal because I literally have a three row box of just leaf cards from Medano. A 3-row count box, and the rows are all full. So anyway, so the copyright variations is very true. That is correct. Mike Good here says, have you ever seen the wrong year on the back of a baseball card? Yeah, years ago. I don't specifically pay attention to those variants, but yeah, I've definitely seen the wrong year on the back of some cards. And
Well,
there's
PG
variations
baseball
like that.
in their
Yeah,
third
baseball has a
series.
lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Zach
PG
says,
baseball.
Eric, we want to see your Bill Buckners.
I don't have any Bill Buckners.
79 Topps baseball card with a 78 back. Oh, you're talking about a full different back.
That happened
Oh.
in the first year for O-Pee-Chee, 64. They actually issued the third series with complete wrong backs.
Mm.
That was pulled out of production very early. I actually ended up with the wrong back sheet, and they're extremely hard and nobody's documented them. I wrote an article, but they're still not documented, but regardless. But they did that. But that's O-Pee-Chee because, you know, they got the top sheets up, and then if they reverse the sheet, you're screwed. That's O-Pee-Chee. It's in the video. You'll watch it next on Boxing Day or the
There you go.
26th, whatever.
It's in the O-Pee-Chee book.
Oh, oh, you're funny. You're funny today.
Listen, it's all about
Let's
Hobby Goat
not-
Richard Scott.
That's not. Yeah, I know.
We all
You
have our favorite hobby
instigators.
goats. The
You
hobby goats are the best.
instigators. Fuckers.
You gotta get me that.
Listen, Bobby. We appreciate that Phil was able to temper his enthusiasm in your presence. We appreciate that, but it concerns me that when they air the after show, he's going to spend his whole time. It's like, guys, I reached out to Richard Scott, and he's going to autograph my arm, and then I'm going to tattoo my arm with his autograph, and then he just spends the next 45 minutes talking about Richard Scott, writing on his arm.
Maybe
That could be all it is. It's going to be
I would
crazy.
like that. I should get Richard
they'll
Scott.
have-
I should get his book because maybe I missed something. You know.
Maybe we can arrange that, Bobby.
I think
we
it seems like the
can.
right thing to do. So Ben here
But
says,
you know who the king is, right?
Babe Ruth?
Elvis.
He is. Yes. I dropped the
Richard Brodeur.
mic. Maybe.
King Richard?
Yeah. Ben here says, "What's your favorite card this week? Any card?" So my favorite card this week.
This week.
I'm not
Don't.
gonna. I'm not. I
Yeah,
could.
yeah,
I could.
Mhm. There we go.
Yeah.
Couldn't wait to bring that out.
Listen, it was very exciting. I'm not gonna lie. Very exciting. The Probably the
Carlos
best
does
one is-
subliminal stuff that makes people go, "Oh, I didn't know that. What's that? Z Folio? I gotta buy Z Folio. Why? What is it? I don't. What? They don't call them binders anymore. They call them Z Folios or something. I don't know.
Bobby, you
What is that?
literally don't. Bobby, you literally don't know that there is a Z Folio branded thing. It's not actually the same as the regular binder.
No, I understand, and that branded one is getting paid. You're getting paid by somebody for that.
Well, I might be allegedly. Who knows?
You know, who was
Start
that?
out.
Was that Lemelin?
No, it's Ray Borg,
Ray.
and it's an all-star jersey patch.
Is that a real patch?
Yes, game used all-star. You can see the black and orange. When they used to have the black, orange, and white
Yeah.
all-star game jerseys back in the day.
Now, is that red from the blood after he bites his victims as a zombie?
He's not a zombie.
That's The Walking Dead. We know.
Do you prefer the undead?
He's not undead.
The Last
Whatever
of
you say.
Us?
And the hope is I'll be seeing him soon.
And you're hoping he won't bite you and
Oh,
infect
but
you with a zombie?
he's
Is
not
it?
open.
He can bite me.
Bite me.
No, he's not going to bite me.
So you claim. What if he's really hungry?
No, I think he's coming up from Florida to do a charity on the 20th,
Florida?
and we're going to try to have him come in and do a private with us.
A private
A
what?
private what?
Private dancer.
A private Emmanuel in space.
I was going to say, is he going to hang out with you and watch Emmanuel in space? And it's going to be really weird. You're going to sit on the couch and you go, I'd rather you have just consumed my flesh.
No,
Yes, it might be easier.
Might be less awkward. Just get on
Oh,
with
yes,
it. man.
less awkward. Yes.
Just saying. Anyway, so while Eric's babbling about nothing,
Yes.
so
I'm
this
not
is
babbling
the
about
new one that came in. So that's an honorable
Put
numbers
yourself
from the cup.
on the full screen, Carlos.
Yeah,
I
I'll
can't
make it
see
bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
1 second.
There we go.
Honorable numbers from the cup. So on card auto, the patch piece, number to 9, and
Very
that's a
nice.
new one. That one was
Is
stuck
there
in
a lot of
limbo
blank
for.
space at the bottom there, or is there something there?
It says honorable numbers. It's basically
Oh,
font
it
and
says
then the
that.
numbering
Okay,
and the
cool.
name. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I usually turn on the light above, but it was hurting my eyes today, so I kind of take it easy. I've been staring at a screen too many hours.
Yeah, I get it.
So anyway, so bottom line is that this one is actually a really nice piece. This one was stuck in limbo with Canada Post for 5 weeks. So this was actually the one that was going to be delivered on the first day of the strike. That was the one that specifically. So as soon as the strike ended, I hung around I have
It
to be in
has
the
more
office once a week.
importance now.
It's a little added. Yeah, this one has just been sitting in limbo. I was waiting for it, and I had to sign for it. Got the knock on the door, signed it off, and got my stuff. So that one I was waiting on. That's my favorite card this week because that's one I've been waiting on for a while now.
Yannick, any new pickups?
Eric?
Yannick.
you're an asshole.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, well, Eric gets all his mail. So if Yannick has a pickup, Eric has it.
Pickup. Oh, I got to come back. Oh, 1 second.
There you go. Fun fact for you: 84 tops was the first year of the rated rookie. Yes, that's right.
Here's Yannick's newest pickups.
All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. I want to finish getting through all the comments here. All right, now you're good. Okay, go ahead.
This is
I'll
a
be back in a second.
1979 New York Rangers, November 10th. Michael Goulet, first NHL goal ticket.
Madison Square Garden.
I guess that's kind of cool. Michel Goulet, 1988 top stickers, PSA 9. And Michel Goulet, 1984 tops, all-star card, PSA 9.
Thank you.
And those are his newest pickups. Jerk.
I got 2 more at the door.
Go screw yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Every time mail comes, I get excited. Then I realize it's not for me. But
That's too bad.
I'm gonna get ready to sign this one.
Do you now, Eric? Is that right?
I'm gonna get ready to sign that one. I'm gonna get ready to sign this one. I'm gonna get ready to sign this one. I'm gonna get ready to sign this one. And I'm definitely excited about him getting to sign this one because that's a really nice patch. So this is my pile of getting ready to sign cards.
The one you picked up last night is pretty nice too, but it's not Ray. But
Why don't you stop trying to get me in trouble?
oh, that's true.
Wow.
Sorry.
Uh,
Renee Goulet.
If it helps at all, Eric, I'm not.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bubbles says, Eric is having a bad day. He should talk to my therapist, Dr. Beckett. Well, at least then he would be a real doctor.
Yeah, right.
We've got Dr. Copernicus here, and obviously I'm a hobby doctor, so that's legit. The rest of it, I got questions. I got questions across the board.
Wait.
Just throwing it out there, man. Just throwing it out there. So let me pose a question to you guys. Go ahead. So I was going to ask. So let me pose a question to the chat. Obviously, year end. One of my favorite things to do is to do all the year end videos. I did the first one. Next one that I'm gonna record it this weekend is gonna be favorite pickups of the year. I have my list. Obviously, the card I just showed is gonna be part of it. So the fact that it came in the mail that was the Medana one. No, not that one. Not that one. That was just a general favorite. That's just the general crowd pleaser. Maybe I'll have it in the background while I show the other ones because it's on its own category. Like I can't even leave it ranked with the other ones. It's got to be its own thing. But I'll do my favorite pickups of the year. So I've got my list already figured out, and I'll add that Medano at the end because that was the last one that came in. So I'll include that as well. The wrestling cards are going to be in the other channel. That'll be a separate thing. So this will just be sports cards, and that's where I'll put my focus. But here's my question for as the calendar turns over. So obviously there's holidays, presents for a lot of folks and all that. So for hobby budgets, sometimes you got to chill for a little bit. But is there anything you're looking forward to? Or you're kind of planning, not long after the calendar turns over that you're going to be looking for. I'm consistent. I'm pretty constant. Stuff's coming in all the time, but I have my goals reset
for my
for
computer.
What's that?
New headphones for my computer.
I think that's a legitimate thing if that's what you're looking for. Yeah. I was thinking mostly hobby stuff, but yes.
Well, it's part of the hobby because I have to be at the computer and put them on, and while I'm on shows and stuff and talking about.
You're going to increase your production values.
Yes.
There you go.
Production value for the hobby.
Production for the hobby. Yes. But so for me, I reset some of my goals for the new year. So the first one was the goals video. Talked about the ones that came in the previous year, which ones I got, crossed those off, and then kind of reset and went for it. I really want to finish some of those vintage projects that I'm working on. So that will be a more area of emphasis on it because I finished some of my other projects. So now I want to focus on closing off some of the ones that were getting close. So now I want to finish them off next year. And that's the big thing that I'm going to focus on. But I was curious if anybody else had anything they were targeting or looking for. Eric is going after all the Leaf Lemon M&Ms in history. Yeah. Even ones that haven't been printed yet. He may, on demand, ask them to make more. Just so they can have them all.
No, Leaf can go screw with their one-on-one print plates and proof cards. No, they can all go screw. I'm not paying. I'm not giving anybody any more money for Leaf items. I'm done. It's the same damn picture with stupid ass stuff in the background. No more money is going to that crap.
Good to hear. I do have a pickup. I was going to save this for the BIC show, but I actually will show it here if you would like to see.
All right,
Yes.
Go for it.
It's a ring board, and if you look really close, you can see it's Super Bowl 16 XVI. So who won the Super Bowl 16? So they would set this up. There's an easel on the back, and you would set it up on the, retailer would have it on the counter, and you would just go, oh, I'll take one of those rings. So Super Bowl 16, who won? Who played?
I couldn't even begin to tell you.
Joe Montana was there.
Okay.
And that's the San Francisco 49ers won against the Cincinnati Bengals, 1982.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
So, 82.
So these rings, they were just for kids for the most part. They were adjustable in size and what have you. But, it's kind of a nice little display piece for.
What are those? Like marbles? What the hell?
No, they're rings.
They're rings. There. Okay.
Ring. Yeah.
How many times did the 49ers play the Bengals in the Super Bowl?
Once.
And it was 82?
It was, 81 season, 82 because it was in January, right? So, yeah. So technically 82, but it was 81. Yeah. Joe Montana, third year in, I guess? Yeah. We can't hear you, Carlos. You're
82?
on
Second year.
Sorry, I accidentally muted that. I was saying I
You're going-
feel like in the
It's
later
saying
I feel like
something.
in the later 80s they played the Boomer Esiason Bengals once. I
Yeah.
don't think 82 is him.
Who?
Boomer Esiason. There you
Oh.
go. Hold on. 88 as well.
Yeah, and that's
I thought
the,
so. I thought there was one other one against the
Right.
Bengals as well.
because that's the one where Tim Crumry broke his leg, and early in the Super Bowl, and they kept showing it over and over again. Now you know how nowadays someone gets hurt and they show they don't even show it anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back then, Tim Crumry broke his leg, and the thing was flapping,
It was horrible.
and
I
they
remember.
just kept showing it and showing it.
It was.
They must have shown it 20 times in
I
a
didn't
row.
like that one.
And just his leg is just going like this. And it's like, it's not supposed to do that. And it was grotesque. And I'm, this was like what, 88? So I don't know, it was like 14, 15, something like that. I still remember it. It was gruesome. It was like, I think that might have been the first time that I was really interested in a sporting event where something gruesome like that happened.
Oh,
So you're saying that you were the guy with the VCR going rewind. Play it
They
again.
Yeah.
Rewind.
They just
Play
kept
it again.
showing it.
Rewind. Play it again.
They-
Because
mine
young
was-
Eric was there going, do it again.
they
Play
just,
it again.
You didn't have to rewind because they just kept showing it
Which makes it more awkward that you taped it and then dubbed it on your own so that you could watch it for 6 straight hours on super long play.
So when
awkward.
when anyone gets a chance, go type in Tim Crumry and watch his leg just go.
Summer. Mine I
Actually,
remember was Moises Salou with Montreal Expos. He kind of did like one of those, like he was trying to steal second, but then put the brakes to go back first base. And basically, his ankle goes and bent and touches his knee.
Oh,
It literally it's
sort of like and Theismann too. Oh,
Theismann was bad. Yeah,
that's bad, man.
but
And I remember watching
I
it
don't like
live, and
watching
you're
them,
just
you know.
going like,
After you watch
holy.
it 40 times, it's hard to watch.
I wasn't watching that
After the
game
40th
live.
playback, yeah.
I wasn't watching.
Eric has got at least 400 or 500 replays for him.
Probably.
Yeah.
He wore out the converter.
I
Yeah,
forget.
he was like, this is terrible. This is awful. This is atrocious.
I can't watch that.
Do it again.
Yeah.
And I
A little
also
weird,
picked up
Eric.
something else, I will tell you. This is a magazine. It's called Sporting Life. And there's some baseball in here, football and whatever. But they do have a nice hockey section, which actually defines a lot of the collectibles that were available back then. And I'm going to show you a page here, which is very interesting in the sense that I never knew they had these things. So back in, 1971, they had little stockings you could buy. And there was a bobblehead in there. You know, these bobbleheads, they go for like $1,000. If you get the right one, it's $2,000 or $3,000.
Wow.
They have a Montreal in there. Oh, they got the Bruins in there. Look at that. Anyway, yeah. So these are all the little collectibles. But imagine having one of those stockings right there. There's a $2,000 or $3,000 item right there. Kind of crazy.
You seen these before, or that's the first time?
First time. Oh yeah, yeah. I have heard of it, but I hadn't really seen it. You know, they even
There
did
you
electronic hockey games and different things where they dress up. And there was a little bit more, but most of it is baseball. Oh, who is that guy? Is that guy anybody famous? Is that a Philadelphia Flyer?
Not
Does anybody recognize him?
Nope.
not jumping out at me.
He looks like he's like somebody from the Flyers. Got the haircut and everything right. But the front of the cover is kind of cool.
I like that jersey.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. The Minnesota North Stars early times, yeah.
It's like Gump Worsley time.
But that's where you get a lot of the information. When I do documentation, I can say, oh, okay, that was issued then, so we can see and, put timelines and stuff like that into that. So anyways,
Right.
I do enjoy stuff like that. But seeing that stockings, that's amazing. They put a bobblehead in it. You know how delicate those things are? Oh, my gosh. Like, I don't even know how they survived. Well, actually, that's why a lot of them are beat up.
Since you haven't seen one, it's probably because they
did
haven't survived.
Well, yeah, they have. You know, I actually just picked up a Toronto Maple Leaf. I think I picked it up for, what was it? I think about $300-400, and I think I sold it for like $1,200 US, something like that. It was really good.
Mm-hmm.
Those things are really good. Those certain ones. Everything's based on rarity. It's sort of like cards. Sort of 1 of 1, 1 of 2, 1 of 25, whatever. Same thing.
Yep. So Bob Oozle here says, I liked your gold video, Carlos. Inspires me to get my act together. I got good feedback for it. Thank you, Bob. I only do them mostly just for myself, just to keep track. But if anybody gets anything out of it, it's good. I think it's a good idea just to have something there, even if it's really loose. There's stuff I collect that has nothing to do with that gold video. And I specifically make that note. I said, no, I'm flexible enough. I collect other stuff. I just don't want to put any restriction on the other collections. But it's nice to have something to go like, hey, I'd really like by the end of the year to make some progress on this set, or I'd like to make some progress on this project. Finishing that UFC autograph set was a big one for me. That's one that I had been working on for a while, for years. And then I got the last item. Again, as far as I'm aware, the other card is a ghost. Haven't seen one. Doesn't seem to exist. Nobody can confirm for me.
No
Checked
checklist?
around. It's on the checklist, but everyone I've checked around with, no one can find one, no one's seen one, and no one can show me one. So I'm like, all right, until someone proves to me it's real, I'm going to ignore it because I can't find that card. So it's like,
the company
even if it was a
issued
one
the checklist, right?
Tops is the one who issued the checklist, but I've never seen it. I think one time I saw a redemption card for it, so I'm wondering if it just never got redeemed.
Maybe only redemption. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling like, but that's the thing. Like I've never seen the actual
Well,
card.
that'd be rare. So
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, my set is complete at 32, unless someone can show me the 33rd card. So
well, there's hope.
if it's
right?
if it's out there, I'd be happy to add it. But I'd probably be the only one who has it at that point.
Yeah, maybe.
But the 32 card set, as far as I'm concerned, is complete, and I'll have it archived. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, hopefully somebody gets something out of it. It's fun to watch year by year and see the goals get scratched off and actually make some progress. Gives me something to shoot for. So Bob was saying Dexter Morgan and Eric were buddies growing up. Facts. And Dexter was like, "Damn, bro, you harsh."
I don't know who Dexter Morgan is.
Oh, you will.
Really?
No, I don't know who that is. An athlete.
He into the stabby.
I don't know who that is. So
Oh, you'll find out.
Yeah.
Philly Joe says, I think it's just a model, not a player. Doctor says here, Philly guy is 70s hot. Eric was thinking that.
I like what I like.
So I do collect football.
Football. What we need is some more about we need some more stuff from that Super Bowl that I told you, so for that championship game I told you guys in 32. The one in the small the one that they did in the small stadium. That was the one where I talked about, yeah. I like I said, I once I read the NFL book about that, I found that fascinating. I enjoyed that they did a championship game in a small venue because, like, yeah, it's too cold outside. We're going indoors, and it's like we don't have enough room. 80 yards it is. Whatever, just get it done. Don't care. Get it done.
That they went to that degree is almost impossible. That they would set that up.
It was just
Inside.
It was just the fact.
Yards.
Yeah.
It was
just the fact, Bobby, that in 1932 we're still in the Great Depression, and the NFL is not established at all. Like they're not a big deal that they would become. So for them, it was like, we just need to get this game done. I don't care. Figure it out. Make something up.
Do you know how much that would have cost back then? That'd have been phenomenal. Like to even like to say, hey, listen, we got to set up on the inside of an arena. Like, what? That is just crazy. It's hard to believe that that's even a true thing that happened.
It's hard to believe that same league that did that just to get done eventually became the biggest league in North America, with all the billions of dollars and the 100 million viewers for a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
it's just,
I get it.
you just, by comparison, you just go like, they literally were scraping together, just get it done, find a way, whatever. And the first Super Bowl didn't sell out. Like, these things weren't automatic at the time. It wasn't a given that it was going to succeed.
It's not like they could produce stuff back then at the technology rate that we had in the 80s, 90s, or 2000s. Like, that's just phenomenal. That actually, a great article could be written about that. You know, the time that was and what they did and what they had to do. Like, any pictures of that? Like, that'd be great.
I'll write an article.
Oh, please. Would you?
I'll get on that
Eric's
stuff.
like, a thing happened, and there was like
It
stuff.
doesn't matter. Most people who write articles now use AI, so you're okay.
I was
Put a
gonna
couple
say.
keywords in there. Honestly, I've been reading most of the articles in the Hobby News Daily, and I sit there and go, AI, AI, AI. It's just like, you know, it follows the same pattern.
So since you brought it up, Bobby, let me ask
Okay.
a question. So you're not doing the Hobby News Daily anymore, right?
I am not. I bowed out.
Gotcha. Any particular reason, or just keep that to yourself for now?
Well, you know, there was a, you know, I know Danny took on Sports Illustrated. Sports Illustrated.
That's why I was curious, because I heard that he was doing that thing with, and it was like
was,
another
you know,
venue for them to work on some stuff.
He started the Hobby News Daily, and it was, you know, we used to write and, you know, had 20 odd writers. So there would be an article a day. Being called Hobby News Daily is not really news. It's more of hobby articles. Yeah, but
exactly.
then we had Adam, who would do the morning minute, and he would talk about, you know, what's going on in the news and what have you. Collect, CLLT, I guess. Collect. They came in and they started doing new hobby information, and you always had the what was it, Sports Collectors Daily. They would also do, you know, recent hobby news, but we weren't. It kind of reached a point of critical mass. So, you know, it's a great place to write and what have you. But you know, he sort of took some time off and had to adjust his time schedule to other things, and I was trying to keep it going and keep it motivated, and I just said, well, that's enough. You know, I'm not putting 10 hours into an article, and they're not going to reinforce that. And I just said, I'm leaving after that. So I'm not putting Danny down. Like, he just took on too much, and some people do that because they look at their success being a major thing for themselves, but they forget about the priorities of you know, of what they started and what they wanted to build. And I think it reached a point anyways, you know, we're getting what, you know, 200, 300 people hitting, and some articles 700, 800, but it just wasn't, you know, a lot of people don't read. So it's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, I think you can make it work if it's complemented with the other components of it, because there is the market for reading stuff is more limited. But if you also have the other multimedia components to draw traffic to it, it can also be like, okay, actually and it's more elaborated here, because you can summarize some key points and say, here is the additional with
That'd
more
be great.
information.
Yeah,
You can complement the two. If you do that, it's the thing that brings in the eyeballs, and then while you're here, actually stay in the environment a little bit. There's some more stuff here.
Well, SI is actually it's more, you have to have a an account, so it is subscription based, and you have to go that way. Whereas, you know, Hobby News Daily was just sort of out there. You know, it was a great idea, and I think it's still going to be fine going forward. But, you know, honestly, I just don't. I don't feel. And Victor actually stepped down too right after I did. So we just kind of just said, that's enough. We got other things to do. I got the app, and I got so many other things I'm doing, and I don't need to spend, you know, 8, 10, 12, because I spend a lot of time on the articles, like the research, the, you know, the writing and what have you, like that. You know, I don't use AI. They do. I can see a lot of them people do. So, and I think everybody is actually using AI right now. It just doesn't, and you can see it. It's just, it takes away that personal edge from somebody. You know, you want to almost see a couple mistakes, but they're all perfect. And you know it's AI at that point. And usually when they say this, and this, that's usually AI. You can tell. I can see it. And I always used to say, hey, that was a perfectly written article. I was being a little sarcastic.
No.
Yes, I was.
No,
Well,
you know,
I'm just glad AI Eric responded correctly to your inquiry.
And this is the hobby that we, you know, we're kind of in. You know, we want to give good information to people and get it out there, but, you know, videos dominate everything. honestly. For the most part, people just want to say, hey, I went through the the Gong Show, and I looked at the different hits. So you had CT scanning 3K, my video 1.8. The girl who was the breaker, what's her name, Moose, I forget it, Money Moose, Amber, she's at 2K. So because I'm not a girl, that's why I didn't get the hits. Because I didn't have CT scanning, scam, whatever it is, I didn't get the hits. But the quality of information was certainly more, I think, important hobby-wise. But honestly, it's just what hits the hobby, and it's flashy news and big dollar sales and all those other things, where the information for the hobby really lacks. And I think we need some key writers. There are a few on Hobby News Daily. And I think Danny Black's a really good guy, but I just really think that has to move on to a different level to be consistent to, I know SI is like a subscription based, so it doesn't really matter because those people are going to subscribe anyways. But I really think Hobby News Daily needs to move on to a bigger venue of whatever they have to do. I don't know what it is, but I guess I'll find out eventually. I don't even really care at this point. I'm gone from there. And somebody said, "Oh, it's sorry to hear that you're quitting." And I said, "I'm not really quitting." I said, "I'm just, it's moving on." What I've done in the last 20 years? I've written 3 books. I've written 150 articles for different. I worked for Beckett. I wrote for Canadian Sports Collector. I've done this. I've done that. I said, they're just things you just move on, and we all move on to different things. And it's just another thing. I said, it's not quitting. I didn't quit the hobby. I just quit writing for them. That's all. No big deal.
I think one of the things that makes it very tricky, so kind of playing into what you're touching on, and I'll grab a couple of these comments. So I've been showing them, but I am reading the comments, so I appreciate it. One of the things that makes it tricky, and it's funny because I don't make as many newsy videos as I used to. And we talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
But occasionally
there'll be a lot. Yeah, I know.
Not much
because
going on.
some of them aren't as interesting. What I'm looking at is I'm evaluating it based on what I'm interested in.
Well,
If
there's
I'm
a new
interested,
company every week this time, so we're a little
but
different.
but the thing is, there was a time where there's a little novelty to it, and I was legitimately interested. And this is a very important thing, and this is something I'm going to talk about in. I do 3 year-end videos. The first one is the goals video. That's been done. The second one is the pickups video. That will be worked on this weekend. I've got everything together. I'll put that together myself. The third one is kind of my recap. I will try to grab a couple of clips, but like I said, for reasons that I already outlined, it's going to be too difficult for me to put it together like previous years.
Sure.
There's just too much stuff. But I will grab a couple of small things. But one of the things I also talk about is kind of recapping the channel, my thoughts on it, and kind of what my intentions are going forward. And one of the things that this year was, and I'll just give a little snippet of it. One of the things was that the news videos just weren't as interesting to me this year because a lot of the news things are kind of rehashes of what we've already done.
Not much going on.
Yeah, it's not even not much going on. It says whatever's going on is a rehash of what we've already discussed previously. I don't feel like going over the same ground I've already gone on. My opinions and feelings on it have not changed. So all you're doing is give me a different flavor of the same thing. So my answer is going to be the same. Why would I repeat myself? So that's the reason why I kind of avoided that. When I do find something, the collectivist thing was just amusing to me. So I could have some fun with it. So I can still have some fun with it. So that I'm still engaged. I'm still interested. I just didn't want to make videos that it would set me very clear by listening to me that I don't care.
Yeah.
That I'm literally just going through the motions and just creating a video for the sake of creating a video. That's the only thing I don't want to do. If I'm making the video, is because there's an aspect of it that I'm either intrigued by or legitimately interested in, or I want to analyze it. I want to talk through this. And that should come through on the end product when you're listening to it. I am actually interested in this. That's the reason why I'm talking about it. And with a lot of the newsy videos, I'll pull a Sports Collectors Daily article and kind of playing to your point, though. I will read the article because I am using the information and I'm basically explaining it and talking through it and everything and maybe adding some additional context. But what's funny, every one of those articles, I give the link and I credit the original article. And I say, if you are interested and would like to, read it yourself and
that's
interpret
important
it in your own
because a
way.
lot of people say that, but they don't do it. I look in the link
every time.
Where is that?
Every time. And if I ever miss one, please let me know and I will add the link.
No, you're good. But a lot of others, I go, where is that?
But what I always wonder, and this is something I would love to know, how many people will watch my video and ever click the link for the article? I bet the percentage is single digits. No, but I'm saying I'm sure there are, but I'm saying I bet the percentage is single digits.
Really?
I bet 95% of people never even touch it. They'll just watch the video and go, I got my summary, I'm good.
Actually, sometimes I stop watching the video. I go click the link,
Sure.
not on yours,
That's fine.
but just saying other ones.
Yeah.
And I go, they don't have a link there. They said the link's in the thing. It's not.
I go out of my way. I feel like it's only this is from the academic side of me, my old stomping ground. I will credit I'm using the source. I'll credit the source. I'm showing you, but
It's
I'll also
important that you
link it.
do that, though.
I'll credit the source. Like here's
Yeah.
where I got. Here's what I'm reading to you. Go check it out yourself. If you would like to reinterpret, maybe you don't agree with my interpretation and you'd like to read it yourself and come to your own conclusion. It's only fair.
For more details or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they may have some additional context there. And again, you may completely disagree with my interpretation. That I leave it open. Like this is my interpretation of what I'm reading here, but I'll give you the source and then come up with your own interpretation. If you've got your own version of it, go for it.
Yeah, I'm not putting down Hobby News Daily. I'm just saying that, when somebody see what happens in the hobby or even in life in general, in jobs or what have you, some people look at advancing themselves into other areas and they kind of abandon certain other things. So if I want to advance myself in videos, then I abandon my books or my app or something like that. So this is the offset for me. I'm just kind of saying, hey, listen, I got other things to do. I don't need 10 hours writing, a nice article because I redo the whole thing again. I bring it to a new perspective and new research and all that other stuff. So I'm putting that extra time in there. This isn't an hour thing. This is like 10 hours, 12 hours, sometimes 2 days, 3 days working on it. And if I'm not getting that appreciation out of it, where he's not investing the time, then I'm not going to do it for anybody. And I'm just moving on. That's all. I'd rather do the other stuff I need to do for the app and what have you.
Yep. So Bob was here. Collecting news alert. Bobby Burrell issues Danny Black diss track. We do love a diss track.
No,
Dr.
I don't. Danny's a good guy. I'm just saying that, sometimes.
But Richard
focus
Scott.
on other things, right?
But Richard Scott.
Hey.
Just saying. Dr. Copernicus says, how many of you own cryptocurrencies? Eric is all about the Doge. And if so, are you looking to flip their cards at some point? So, okay. So jokes aside, Jokes aside for a moment.
Well, that's what the show is really all about.
That's the 5% more mature right there.
Out of the people on this screen, how many people own any quantity of any cryptocurrency?
What's cryptocurrency?
Doge, Bitcoin, anything.
Doge
I got.
is good.
Do you actually have some, Yannick?
I have a poopy pony coin.
No, Yannick, I was actually saying seriously. I
have seriously.
Yeah. So which one?
Uh-oh.
I have the XRP.
XRP. Okay, fair enough. So I have crypto and a little bit of Ethereum.
I've been doing
Bitcoin and a little bit of Ethereum. Yeah. Those are the two that I always stuck to. I always stuck to Bitcoin and Ethereum. I actually have a little bit of both. Honestly, at this point, it's a couple of grand worth. It's not a ton because I've actually bought and sold a bunch of different times and actually profited a couple different times in those little mini transactions. But it's never been something I spent a lot of time on. And it's not something I obsess over.
I have a couple Satoshis, so.
Yeah. Eric, do you have anything or is it just all lemon coins?
It's all lemon.
Eric got the
all my money is tied up in lemons.
It's kind of what we figured.
Investment.
Rob here says, Brad was doing a trade night tonight. Yes. AMG was doing trade night. Yes. But we discussed what was being mailed to Eric yesterday. Facts. Just trying to boost up a little content. Love it.
Yeah, I can't really discuss exactly what he's mailing to me, but I can tell you that it's very big, okay, and it's worth a lot of money, and he says that I'll have to get back to him when it arrives.
It's not a tumor. That's all I know.
That's all I can say about it right now.
Actually, I was a big Arnold fan. I bought his books. I did everything back in the 80s. I was really into working out and stuff like that. I don't know what happened, but anyways, just saying.
Well, Eric had that problem too, and then he was like, chocolate sticks. And that was
yeah, it's over after
he was
that.
like, you have to get the pump. And he's like,
try the new chocolate sticks.
I'm going to pump you up.
Oh,
Now
happened?
listen to me now and hear me later.
Believe me later.
Wow. Amazing.
That's when Saturday Night Live was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, one of my favorite ones from Saturday Night Live, what was it? Dita. Do you remember Dita?
Yeah. Yeah, that was Mike Myers, right?
Yeah, it was Mike Myers. Yeah.
Yeah. That was funny.
He was talking German. He was in this silk tight black suit, black pant suit, whatever. It was so, those were the good ones.
Average Joe is speaking facts here. Eric can barely open up YouTube. He's not buying crypto. Although that would be tremendous content. Old bougie man tries to buy Bitcoin. And I'm like, okay, so where do you begin?
Google
What's step one? What's step one?
Google how to buy Bitcoin.
Okay, so real quick, before you go, Bobby, quick. He goes, Google how to buy Bitcoin. And you're worried about Emmanuel in space giving you
exactly,
shit
right?
that you don't even know.
I think you have more of a chance of your computer exploding.
Emmanuel in space is way safer than that. Google
so much.
I actually have a buddy that's heavy into it, and he's been into it from the beginning. And
does he have two hats?
No. He actually spent a great deal of money setting up a farm, I guess they're called, in his basement.
He's going that hardcore, huh?
in his basement. So
that's expensive, man. Doing Bitcoin mining and whatever, that's expensive.
And
that you get paid out good if you
and he had to make sure
at the beginning it would actually pay if you had done it early.
Yeah,
amazing.
Tons.
Later, the electricity bill would be off the charts.
So he did. So he bought these computers, and they were running 24/7 mining Bitcoin, and he had to make sure that the room that was in the basement had to stay at the right temperature so the computers didn't overheat.
Yeah,
for computing power. Yeah.
So I mean, and this was like in the beginning, and we're all like, "Are you on drugs? You're doing what with imaginary money, and you're investing how much real money? And you're a fucking idiot." Well,
yeah, it was the idiot now.
Fool.
Holding your Reggie fucking cards.
Yeah. So I don't know exactly where he's at financially with it, but I would guess that if he cashed out right now with everything he's been doing over the last decade or whatever the hell it's been, he'd probably never have to work another day in his life.
I don't know about that. You have to have a huge farm. I know they're massive everywhere. They're just
so here's the thing. I know Ben is throwing some stuff in there. Chill out, Ben. Ben, trust me. I know what the blockchain technology is. Trust me, I know plenty about it.
I don't know anything about it.
It's fine. It's not as exciting. Some people get really excited and gun ho about this. It's like, dude, that's fine. Everybody's always like, oh, reserve currency. It'll be like, calm down. If you want to get into it, fine. Do your research and do into it. But the computing power that you need now to mine Bitcoin and those ones is ridiculous. Yep. It's because you can basically lease out server farms. You don't even need to get the equipment yourself. You can lease out server. There are places in remote parts of the world where they have entire server farms for that shit. You're not competing with that. You're not going to be able to play that game because they've got way more servers than you do, and they can mine way more.
Stronger,
they got way more computing power. Yeah. In the early days, I think Eric's like flip phone could probably have mined.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
It might have had enough computing power, but today, no. Today, no.
Today it's professionalized, and it's actually down to that science, right? So you can't get away from that. You're still investing into nothing.
And realistically, well, the thing is that real money today is is 3/4 electronic. So the real money today, if somebody decides to flip the switch, is worth nothing anyway. Why do you think the American dollar versus the Canadian dollar? You flip the switch and then you go the other way. What changed? Nothing.
No.
The actual currency didn't change. It's just the market is playing with it.
Yeah, and it's like I said, based on nothing. It's based on emotion more than anything else.
That's basically it. Exactly.
And you can't have it as a stable currency because it is too fluctuating. So it'll never be at that point. And then I think the U.S. government is talking about buying like 1 million of them. It's like they're not even available 1 million Bitcoin, so you can't even buy them. I think they're doing that. That's why it's at $100,000. because everyone's foreseeing, right? It's
Well, the thing
little
is, like
stupid.
it's funny. It's funny that people are doing. I've literally played around with Bitcoin and some of the cryptocurrencies for years now, and the thing is, we've literally done this cycle multiple times. We've done the record high price multiple
record
times.
low, record
Did the
high,
thing,
40
and did the
grand,
thing,
down,
and then did the thing,
60
and then did the
grand,
thing. So
100
the good
grand,
news is
down.
you're on the record high now, and then we'll probably run it for a while, and then it'll drop like a stone, and then next time it'll go to 250,000, and then it'll drop like a
million.
stone, and then it'll go to 1 million, and then it'll drop like a stone,
Yep.
and then it'll be almost as much as Eric pays for the like button.
Almost. Not
Almost.
even close to that number. Yeah,
That's a lot of money. We're talking a lot of cashola, man. We're talking serious money here, buddy.
I would say
Serious.
Yeah.
Yeah, serious money. But we're getting there. We're getting closer.
Close.
Bubbles just says, waiting for Jeff Wilson's Blockchain for Dummies book before I invest. As soon as Geoff gets into it, sell! Sell, Mortimer, sell!
Sal Mortimer.
But by the way, Eric, as soon as Geoff gets into it, and it's sell Mortimer, sell time, as soon as that hits full critical mass, I'm buying that shit. It'll be like, wait, Geoff? I'm like, wait for it. Wait for it. I will be buying now. Good time. Good time. I trade my wife for Ben's Bitcoin. There you go. Do what you got to do, man. Geoff's Taint coin is coming. See, that is an idea. Geoff should lean into it. It's actually not the worst idea I've seen. And there's, to be fair, I'm not going to Google it, but you're telling me there's not already a Taint coin? You're not telling me that somebody didn't already come up with that? Be honest. Tell the truth. Somebody must have. There's almost everything else. Come on. It has to be a real thing at this point. Almost everything else has been tried. Let's be honest about this. My opinion, just throwing it out there, sight unseen without doing the Google search. I would be very shocked if there wasn't already one of those out there today. But anyway, whatever. Yeah, so it's one of those things where I'm never going to recommend it to anybody. I'm not going to spend any time on it. The more somebody recommends it, the more I'm like recommending against it because I'm like, stop being an idiot. But if you want to play into it and you've got the disposable income to play around, go for it, buddy. Like, go nuts. It's your money. Do whatever the hell you want. But I'm not going to recommend it to you. That's not my job. I've dabbled in it off and on over many years. Done it. So, and I may do so again, but not right this second. Not right when the more people are mentioning it, the more I'm inclined to not do a damn thing. I will sit on my hands. Bubbles says Emmanuel in Space Coin. Ooh.
I don't like the way he spelt Thang. He spelled Thang dirty. That's the dirty way to spell Thang.
Like spit on that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not nice.
5% more mature. Over. I like it. Billy Joe says, yes, 10 coin is a real thing. See? Sight unseen, Eric. I didn't even need to check. I knew.
I don't even want to know.
By you don't want to know, you mean hashtag invest? Eric's like, oh my God, I'm in. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Mayo coin, yes.
Ooh, now we're talking.
Don't you have something better to go do? Seriously.
Clear
It's like 4:00 in the afternoon where you are, or some ridiculous time thing like that. Don't you shouldn't you be at work?
Wow, you're putting him on the other side of the world. Damn.
I don't know. He's off. God only knows where the hell he is. Up at deck, probably got him flying in the private jet again to God knows where, in the Philippines or something. I don't know. Talking about how wonderful he is and how he makes cards of indigenous hockey players, and he's just the best human being in the whole wide world. That crap that he tries to make everyone believe. I know the truth. I know the truth.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sure.
Just saying.
He's always picking on name.
Zach here says, can you imagine the hours of content if Geoff made a video talking about his Bitcoin investment? Literally, the world would explode.
I think it's called HQ Coin. Pretty sure.
But I'm just saying, Bobby,
Yeah.
if he got officially into crypto, on the Sports Card Investor channel,
Uh-huh.
there would be like a sports card radio would become 24/7.
Oh, that would be, yes.
That's literally what, like, it would happen overnight. It
Have
would just
they
become
been-
24/7 live.
Have they
coverage.
been posting? Or are they down now?
So they're
I haven't got their notifications.
I don't track too closely. They're basically semi-retired from the YouTube channel for now. I'm sure if
Uh-huh.
there's something they'll play around with it. Look, let's put it this way: when we did the
So why would they do that?
because right
everything's
now
going so
because
well.
right now the one brother plays the market, so he can literally make more money doing that, and the other one does ticket resale.
Yeah, they've probably always been doing that, but I'm just saying, like, they had a good running show, so they're like keeping themselves in the public eye. I don't know.
Yeah, but right now they're the primary thing. Here's what I've only dealt with them in little bursts, and all I'll say is this:
Yeah,
the main thing is, yes, they like doing the thing. The live stream was easy for them because they could go live
Sure.
and do that, and it would work. The reality of it is that if there's something more profitable that they could be doing with the exact same amount of time, they'll go with wherever the ROI is. And right now the ROI is in the other stuff.
okay.
Yeah. Because it doesn't matter how many views they get on the Sports Card Radio YouTube channel, it doesn't make as much money as doing those other things because there's literally more money in other things.
It seemed like they had fun doing it. That's what I'm trying to
No,
say.
for sure.
about it.
But right now,
Yeah.
there is an opportunity. Right now, you saw what's been going on with the stock market and crypto and all that. Basically,
Sure.
there's more money in other categories. So literally, you could just be getting buckets full of money
But
all
they're
in one
in
shot.
it just for the money.
Yeah, yeah. Shocking, but yes. Scandalous, but yes. So right now, if there's more money to be made in bucket A, you go over to bucket A. Right now, it's like, hey,
I
we'll get back
understand.
to you when we get back to you. We got something over here going on. Like, we're going over
I
there.
understand. Yeah.
So that's basically that's reality of it. And by the way, there was a YouTuber in the music scene, Finn McKinty or something like that. I think
That's not a real name. Shut up.
Oh, listen, I don't even think Eric Wade's a real name, so chill out. Anyway, so what happens is he had a YouTube channel called Punk Rock MBA. And he was out there for years making these videos, doing all this thing. It got a lot of views out of it, to be honest. And a lot of the videos were kind of basic, pretty straightforward stuff, but got a lot of views out of it. And he's had these different controversial takes over the years, and people get mad, and because it's music, so people get mad as soon as you have an opinion on music,
Yeah,
people get
yeah.
mad. So anyway, bottom line, and he's had his own personal controversies. So months ago, he kind of stopped posting, and then he reemerged like a week ago on a podcast, and the guy reached out to him and say, hey, I'd like to talk to you about this. And he goes, fine. He goes on there and he's chatting with him, and he's saying like, okay, so why aren't you making videos anymore? He goes, well, I made my money and I kind of just left. And he goes, I didn't really care about the music. I didn't really care about this. It was just about making money. So I made the money that I wanted to make and I took off. Now, and then it sprouted a whole cottage industry of people making videos going, it's like, he's a poser, he's a faker, he's blah, 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 and all this. And I'm sitting there like, you just proved the point of all of this. Because now the cottage industry is making videos talking about whether he's telling the truth, about whether he did it for the money.
Yeah.
So that if you want to play this game, that's the game. So one of the other guys that I observed made a video talking about this, but he took a different angle, and he's basically said like, look, I'll take it at face value what it is. And he just said flat out, he goes, there's a bunch of us who wouldn't be doing this. It's not spending nearly as much time making these videos, doing all this, if we were not making enough money. Because it's monetized to the point that it makes sense. The reason I'm bringing this up is it goes back to that thing. Yes, they enjoy doing it. Yes, they enjoy, stirring the pot and doing all that. But if it's more financial, if you can actually make more money, spending that time doing something else that will be extremely profitable. If right now the season is to do this right now and you can make 10, 15, 20 times as much money doing that, which one makes more sense for you to do it? Sight unseen, Eric. If you can do this thing, yeah, it's fun to do. You can have for your fun doing whatever. But for the next 6 months or a year or whatever it is, you can do this other thing and make 10, 20 times as much money. Which thing are you going to do?
Hope there's not a copyright on this, but I would say, show me the money.
Yeah. It's a simple business transaction. It's a simple business move. Why wouldn't you? And by the way, you can still go back and do the other thing later. Nothing's stopping you from going back and doing more videos or live streams down the road. Sure, go ahead, knock yourself out. You can always come back to it. It's fine.
I guess.
So, yeah, but like I said, I don't know which one of the brothers controls the channel. The main thing, but when we did the platinum breaks, thing on one of the podcast episodes, he was in the comment section.
Oh yeah.
And I had a whole back and forth with them. So like they're still around. They'll still comment on stuff from time to time. But yeah, videos wise, they're not participating in it too much right now, but they're doing other stuff.
So
If it's more profitable to do other stuff, I would do other stuff. We talked about this before. I do this for kicks. It's not a profitable venture.
Don't we all?
It's not. It's not a profitable venture. This is not a profitable enterprise.
I
The
get
pay
paid as
sucks.
much as I do from Hobby News Daily did.
Yeah,
So,
the pay blows. It sucks. So I hope you're not doing it for the profit, because it isn't there. And obviously they get more views, but as I said, even if I took what I do and I 10x the views across the board, 10x, which by the way would be amazing. Just imagine, like, we're hanging out, we're just chatting and whatever. So right now I've got like 33 viewers, and we've had like 35, 40, 50 the last couple of weeks. Okay, make it 300, 400, 500. That'd be awesome. That's a lot of people, right? That's a lot of people. But 10x it, and the live streams would make like 50, 60 bucks.
yeah.
Does that sound like a lot of money to you for 3 or 4 hours of work?
I've been doing some sales going away here, and I made $1,000 today. So
Yeah. So the point though that I'm making is that even if I 10x everything across the board, and I joked with Eric, and I've told other people before, if I 10x everything across the board and everything was monetized at the same level and all that, cool. I make more money at work in a day than I would make in a month on YouTube.
there you go.
It's not
So
that
why do
much
you do
money.
this? Just for the fun.
Just because for fun. Yeah. Whatever money gets out of this pays for the StreamYard subscription.
Basically, yeah.
Basically, that's it. Yeah. It's not a profitable venture. There are
Just hanging out, having fun. That's it.
Yeah, but that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that I understand then why, if somebody sees an opportunity to do something that is more profitable for them, then maybe they would throw their time and energy into that. And I totally get it. I understand. Totally understand.
Yep.
So I won't blame them. For me, it's Friday night. I got my beer. I can sit here and chill and just BS for a couple hours, and I'm good to do that. But it's not a profitable venture.
No.
It's not for that. Can't make that work.
Yep.
So
I got a
collect
couple more
relevant-
pickups, guys.
Sure. Let me finish reading the comments then, and we'll go for it.
We'll do that.
So Doctor here says SCR is busy creating a Manscaped divide for SCV. Manscaped device. Okay,
Manscaped.
gotcha. SCR lives way off topic. Got pretty inappropriate and gross. Fair enough. I haven't been watching recently, but sure. I think they got bored. If there's some huge scandal talking about, they'll come back. Yeah, no, totally. If there's something valuable, worthwhile, they'll come back. Yeah. And reality is, like I said, I actually do believe, like some people just say it, I actually do believe there's some stuff that they're doing right now that could be more profitable for them. Whatever. Bubbles says, YouTube pays me a lot of money to be here, and we're glad you do it, and we're glad you're doing it.
Mhm.
Appreciate it. Ben says, I love the metric you just explained. Well, I just want to make sure people understand, because a lot of people, when they say when a channel gets monetized, oh, you must make a lot of money. Not in this genre. In this niche, the money's not there. I'm sorry, guys. There's a reason people take sponsors. There's a reason people take sponsors. They pay way more.
One of the brothers on Sports Car Radio has a finance channel, finance or investing, like with,
and
with
it has like
over
100,000 subscribers or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got better shit to do.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. So the reason I brought up that music channel and everything is that once those guys did a channel for fun, it got to a point where it blew up to the point that they were actually making some money. Great. It's a lovely thing if you're able to do something that you do enjoy and you're able to make money out of it. But if you reach a point where you're making enough out of it, it almost becomes a job, because now you're having to do it. Now you're having to do it in order to keep the wheel turning. I have the luxury of being able to my consistency is because I have the luxury. I work from home most of the time. I can make a video. I can plot it out. I can come up with these ideas. It's a creative outlet for me. I can come up with these things and then do them, and it's fine. But if I only want to make one video this week, that's fine. There's nobody telling me I have to make more. Or if I don't want to make a video this week, I do the live stream and the podcast, and that's all I want to do this week, then that's it. That's all I'm going to do.
Or we could do nothing.
Or we could do twice as much. I like what your
Nothing
head's
is
at.
nice.
I like where your head's at. What Eric is saying is that he wants more.
No,
He wants
yes.
more.
no.
More. Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm hearing.
No.
Yeah.
Eric is saying we're being lazy. We need to be making videos every single day.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
We need the hits.
Listen, it's BIC Daily. We got to replace Hobby News Daily. We got to go BIC
That's
Daily.
it.
You imagine.
Woo!
Never even thought about that.
Oh my
Woo!
god.
I'm getting excited.
We could be famous.
Amazing. Bubbles says, do I spend time with family or watch because I'm Carlos? Easy decision. There you go, Bob.
No, both ideas
Nah.
seem to suck.
Whatebles.
Listen, you don't know Bubbles' family. Chill out. What are you doing?
Yeah.
What are you judging him for?
I was speaking from myself, for myself. I don't want
But
to
if you
hang.
considered your but if you considered
I
your
don't want
family
to hang
has
out
to
with your
hang out.
family or you.
But if you
Me.
considered no one wants to hang out with you.
I don't blame them. I am not a pleasant person.
Yeah. And yet you harass janitors with impunity.
My own mother doesn't like me. She comes
And
on,
call them Peter
posts
Forsberg.
chats and
You
says
weird
bad
bastard.
things about me.
Everyone says bad things about you.
I know. So I'm not a pleasant person. No one likes me. I'm fine with that.
All right. So while you're being an unpleasant person, I'm going to mute you. Go ahead, Bobby. What do you got?
Oh, okay.
Go for it.
I got this this kind of a tucked rug throw. It's actually Boston Bruins. It's about 44 inches by 23 inches. It has Bobby Orr and Terry O'Reilly.
Oh my God, a Bobby Orr minor league issue. I love it.
I know, another one. So anyway,
exciting.
that's the whole part and parcel of that. That rug is kind of cool. And then I also picked up a towel from 1971, which is of, if you recognize the player, please shout it out.
I know. Can I say it?
Yes,
Yeah.
Dave Keon? Well, no.
there you go.
Yeah, you should have kept it down
I was
low.
going to say, you could have kept the bottom part off the screen.
I would have
It
had
would've-
it.
it would've taken a little
did
bit of
it
drum out of it.
slow so somebody would.
Yeah,
follow
yeah.
it,
I
so
got you. I got you.
I showed it at the end. Anyways, so they issued these in 1971. There's only, I think, about 6 different
Sport
towels.
Ticketure.
And it very hard. Yeah, by artist Bob Pilkowski out of Chicago, who did all the Chicago program art and stuff like that. So, anyways, 2 nice pieces, big pieces, but that's what I was selling while I was on the show. Just saying, someone's gonna make some bucks.
Nicely done. Yeah.
Yeah, I have some of those caricatures kicking around here. I've had a couple of them autographed, which is cool.
Yeah, they made a lot of different things. They did the mugs, they did the photos, 11 by 14s. He did a lot of that stuff. Most of that stuff was taken over by a Canadian guy who did a lot of the distribution in Canada, John Martin. But mostly Bob Kelsey did that stuff. The unfortunate part is they're 11 by 14. They're very difficult to keep. It's sort of like he did. I think there's 67 different players. Where do you put those? Actually, I even told him once because I'm a good friend of his. And I said, he even did a sport picture of me too. I said, if you would have put them on postcards, you'd made a ton of money. And he kind of got mad at me. He goes, oh, I like 11 by 14. I said, yeah, but they're not conducive for collecting, You want 67 11 by 14s. What are you going to do with them? Where are you going to put them? You can't put them in a Z folio.
No, they're in the floor of my closet.
This is Z folios can do a lot of things, Bobby. They can
Not
distort
that.
time and space.
11 by 14, your Z folio isn't that big. You got a tape measure? He had to go get
Bobby,
one. He just
Bobby, you
had
gotta
to go
understand.
get one.
Yes, I did, since you brought it up.
It's
So
8
what you
by
gotta
10 if
understand,
you're
Bobby,
lucky. 8.5 by 11.
this is what you're seeing right now.
Yeah.
But if you bring it and you need to space it in, it'll fit. We'll make it fit. Don't worry about it. No matter
We got
what
a
it
towel
is.
in there?
Listen, I could get a tractor trailer in here under the right
Probably.
circumstances. All right? Time
Now
and
he's
space
throwing
are
it.
inconsequential.
He's very
I am a
determined.
time lord, and the Z Folio is a space lord. Don't even worry about it. We got this.
Yeah, he's very determined.
I think so.
Right now, listen, right now inside of this Z Folio, I have the Library of Congress. The whole
How many
building.
Z
Everything in
folios
it.
do you really have?
Probably like a dozen. Probably
See,
like,
I
like
knew
15,
it.
16.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It wasn't
there's a
just
bunch.
one. I knew it.
No. God, no. Like
been
they're
paid.
all labeled. They're all labeled with the different years. I got the thing going on. I got a bunch of these.
I'm going to return these back to the home.
I was gonna say, don't even question it. Yannick, can you believe that? Listen, the Burrell might be in the garage of knowledge, but the man is questioning the time and space capabilities of the Z Folio. I'm offended. I'm truly offended. Outrageous. Bobby just doesn't understand quantum physics.
And Bobby doesn't like something, he does not.
Yes, it's Z Folios and Richard Scott. It just seems to be a lot of anger. A lot of misplaced anger. Terrible. Just
Maybe Richard should start considering making Z folios.
I was going to say, could you imagine, Yannick, if Richard Scott started shilling Z Folios from Atlanta?
Oof.
Oh my God. It's like the Holy Trinity, well, the unholy Trinity in this case. And it's like Bobby's Antichrist. Be the worst. Eric, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Could you imagine?
I was trying to find my sport.
I thought you were going to try to find a young priest and an old priest to take care of my problem that I just described.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
I'm actually frightened by that premise. That's scary. That's a lot.
We were saying earlier that I can't remember what I have and where it is, and now I can't find those. I thought I knew where they were, and I went for them, and this must have been some of the stuff Yannick stole and brought back to Canada.
Probably. Bubbles says, my physics professor, Dr. Beckett, taught me about black holes and stuff. Exactly. He would be able to explain the physics behind the Z Folio and its magical powers. It's unbelievable. You guys don't even understand. And again, it's only because Bobby brought it up. So by the way, I was gonna take advantage of the opportunity since we got a second. I'm gonna share this card. I think I showed it to Eric and Brandon already, but I think I'll appreciate this. So Yannick, as you well know, I hate the Yankees. However, I do enjoy me collecting the Juan Soto, and I do want to have representation of all the different stops. But I liked the image on this card, so I picked up this card. It's currently at Chip My Cards, and I'll have it shipped to me. I like to think it's him waving goodbye. Thanks, guys. See
Bye.
you later. Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
I'm just going across the river.
Yeah, just taking off. See ya.
Bye.
Other side.
The Subway series, it's only going to get better now.
I like it. I'm a big fan. I just thought the picture was like, wow, chef's kiss.
It relaunched the Mets-Yankees rivalry for a little while again.
I guess so. Yeah. They're mad. The Yankee fans are mad.
Oh,
that makes me laugh. And that makes me
Apparently
laugh.
now all the small details too. Like they were so close. One of the big items were basically the Mets threw him a
luxury box.
His own luxury box that the Yankees weren't willing to fork.
You believe that? That was
as you do. Why not?
That was the only thing that stopped them from signing.
$5 million something plus that.
With $750 million or whatever the hell this guy got, you couldn't afford your own luxury box for your family.
Why would you?
So first of all, yes. Why would you? And second of all, Eric, that also sounds like something you say if you're like, I actually don't like you guys. Fuck you. But what the hell? We'll use this as an excuse. Why not?
Why not?
I hear there's a new service out there. It's called Eric Ship My Cards.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, there is.
It's a good business. I think.
No, it's not profitable under any circumstances.
Oh, no,
Well,
wait.
Couple years,
Wait, to be clear,
it takes time.
we're not saying a good business for you.
Oh
no.
Good thing.
No.
That's irrelevant.
Yeah. No.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Your ROI
Going
doesn't
above
matter.
and beyond in service industry is key.
Yeah, I got
Lots of
Brad sending me crap.
Brad.
Yeah, it's like I don't even like that guy, and he's sending me.
Wait, hold on. Mr. Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. I will refer to your expertise on this.
Please.
Is this not the same Brad Hartland that gifted the Ungrateful Swine a beautiful Bobby Orr minor league card?
I concur with that.
Yeah. Sounds to me like someone who is not appreciative of
Not
these
the real
wonderful
rookie.
gifts. Yeah, obviously not. Look, the real rookie was gifted by me. Again, Ungrateful Swine.
In a KSA.
In the same show. Exactly. His favorite grader of all time.
It's PSA, wasn't it?
No, it was KSA. I literally took it over to KSA.
Oh,
I took it over to KSA.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, I'm like the
Take
guy
a
who's
little
keeping
edge
KSA.
off of it.
I'm the one keeping KSA solvent right now. It's me.
Remember,
Somebody
Carlos
is.
is a man at peace, first of all. And second
I
of all, Carlos doesn't go out of his way often for anything.
God no.
No.
God no. That required
That
hashtag
one, he
effort.
said, you know what? I'll get up early, bright
Yep.
early in the morning. Just make sure I'm the first in line because we all know how long the lane is. The line is that
Amazing.
Actually,
Good
I went to the post office today, and there was really nobody in line. It was more of a variety store kind of post
It
office.
was weird today, man.
But it
Like,
was
there
two
is no
people.
traffic here. Like, everything
I was in the office. I was actually in the office today because I wanted to finish off a couple of things before I took off for the week for the next couple of weeks for vacation. But there's a post office in the building,
Nice.
downtown. You've got obviously a lot of buildings. That's why I say whenever I did eBay stuff, I would bring it with me because there is actually a post office between two major buildings. So where I work, there's a post office right there, a full service
Are you
post
on
office. You
King
can drop it.
Street? Yeah.
I'm basically in the financial sector, financial
Yep,
district.
okay.
I'm not going to get too specific about me, but
Okay.
I'm in the financial district, so I'm in that main area there.
Well, King Street's a long street. with a
Yeah,
lot
there
of
are,
buildings.
yeah, and there's a lot of buildings there. I can tell you afterwards, you'll know exactly the intersection that it is. It's a very
I know where
obvious
it is,
spot.
anyways. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a bunch of the buildings there, but between the buildings, there's a post office in the middle of it. And it actually is very convenient. It's a full service post office. You can drop off your stuff, pick up stuff, do whatever. But
Second
a lot of
floor,
people
right?
don't realize it's there. A lot of people don't realize it's there. And because they don't realize it's there, it's actually generally very quiet and relaxed. They were doing decent business because now obviously they're reopened. But at the
Yeah.
same time, no, it was like one or two people deep.
That's
Like
it,
I went
eh?
by a couple different times. Yeah. You
I
could
thought
go
it'd be a
drop off
lineup.
stuff if you really need to.
I thought
Yeah.
it'd be a line about the door. Well, actually, if you go to Shoppers, you might be in trouble
Maybe, sure.
because everybody goes there. You know, they all
but that
go
one was fine.
shop.
That
Mine,
one,
mine
you-
that's
you could've-
exactly what's going on. It's shoppers.
It would have taken you 5 minutes.
Nice.
It would have taken you 5 minutes, and you could have dropped off anything you needed to, whatever.
I
You were
did
fine.
mine in like less than 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was. So reality is they're running for it, which is great. But yeah, I think what happened though, and we talked about it. A lot of people were like, "Well, now for Christmas you're shot. It's not going to work anyway. So you either already shipped it off, or
Not
made
necessarily. I got something shipped on Tuesday. I got it Thursday.
Well, where was it shipped from?
Well, the other end of the city where you live.
Well, sure, great.
I'm just
The guy
saying.
walked it over too. The guy walked it over.
Almost.
That's great.
Well, it was
The
a
guy
little bit
walked it
further
over.
than
Great.
you, but he
Yeah,
still.
I'm thinking if you go a province or two over, I think you've missed the boat already.
Yeah, but even still, you gotta say that was 24 hours, so not bad.
In
If
province, yeah. you're
If
still
they're
pretty good.
backed up that much, that shouldn't have got through. But it did.
I think it just kind of depends. I think there's some stuff that's I actually understand. I've spoken to a couple folks. I think there's a couple of things still stuck.
Well,
just depends.
the funny thing, I seen my post office person in their truck, and I said, "Do you have anything for me?" They said no. So obviously, somebody else in another truck must have been delivering the parcels. That's what I think. So I don't think it's part of the regular service. I think they have some extra people hired on to make up for the difference in the parcels there.
Mhm.
It had to be.
So Simon here, Simon 466 Cars. Good evening. Financial District is also dead on Monday and Fridays. Yes, that's why I like it. That's why I
Well,
like going.
we're
If I
close
have
to
a choice,
Christmas,
I go
though,
down on Monday.
so-
I go down on Mondays.
Yeah, Mondays are good.
Mondays are good. Mondays are good.
But Fridays, I don't know.
Oh no, Mondays
not
are
at
super dead.
Christmas, not at
Bobby, the train was empty. It was great.
Well, a lot of people taking extra holidays. Yeah.
Same here. Like,
No,
I mean, it
Bobby, last week I also went in on Friday, also empty. Love it.
Really?
Yeah, there wasn't anything going on. People, as soon as we started doing the work from home thing, because even now,
Of course.
realistically, we're only asked to go in a couple of days a week. So people are going to go in Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Those
Pretty
tend to be the days that most
Nobody
people
wants
select.
Monday and Friday.
They tend to skip Monday. They tend to skip Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday,
Long
Thursday.
weekends,
Wednesday,
sure.
Wednesday's kind of a busy day, to be honest. That's when a lot of the folks
Makes sense.
decide to pop in. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday tend to be busiest. If you pick Monday or Friday, you can cruise in, cruise out, nice and easy. You're good to go.
Yep.
Yeah, going to the office once a week, and I choose Mondays exactly this reason. Yes. It's wise. It is wise. Oh, by the way, also, great job, Simon, on the Beckett video, because he did
Yes.
a video kind of speculating on the collectivists for the rest of us.
Well,
Also in the title, collectivists for the rest of us. So good job by you. I always appreciate a nice little breakdown. I was listening to it while I was in the office today. Good times.
like you were working?
No.
Work is a construct. Work is it's like time is a construct. Work is also a construct.
It is. Yes.
I basically had the floor to myself. It was glorious. I
Oh,
literally had like I had my floor basically to myself. I really did. It was
Do
fantastic.
they have good food at the bottom level?
Actually, they do. Yeah, totally. Yeah, like there's entire
There's a
food
couple
court. Like,
nice
there's
ones
there's a
there,
lot of
yeah.
stuff. Yeah, yeah. Look, if you're downtown and you are a foodie, like there's tons of options.
There's-
Fantastic. And because people who downtown Toronto would know this, you can take the path, and you don't even have to go outside.
The
You
underground.
can actually, you can stay inside and just go to the different
I think
sections.
there's
Go from one
400
building to another.
miles or something like that.
It's a
of
lot.
underground.
There's a
Yeah.
lot of room down there. Yes.
You can get all through like every place in Toronto through the underground.
I usually what will happen is I can literally go from the GO train.
Yep.
Straight down, go straight to my building, go right up, go do my thing, come out, have my lunch, go in, and literally until the
Never
end
go
of the day,
outside.
I go back to the train, head out. The only time I have to set foot outside is to get to my train at the beginning of the trip and get out of my train at the end of the trip.
That's it. Yeah.
And for where I am, I walk across
Your
the park.
train
Like,
station's right there. Yeah.
yeah, that's it. So I barely have to spend. It wasn't snow wasn't bad. It was chilly, but not too
Yeah.
bad. But my exposure, my time outside was minimal, absolutely minimal. And since all the shops were open, if you wanted to stop by the LCBO, I walked by 3 of them on the path to my office. If you wanted to grab something, the little restaurants are open, of course. You can also grab stuff at the little supermarkets. You got the little small supermarkets, as if you need to grab something quickly, you can grab that if you want to. And all the rest of the stuff's available. And then, yeah, you never have to step foot outside. You don't have to.
You know, it's kind of funny. I was looking at KFC when I was in this mall today, and I went for a 2-piece. You know, I guess it's 2 pieces of chicken and fries and whatever. It was like $15, and I said, "Who's paying
for the combo?
$15?
It gets a lot to be a lot. Yeah.
50, like 2-piece, like 3-piece
Yeah.
was 17 something." And I went, "Who's buying that? Is anybody buying that?" Like, honestly, you can go to Wendy's. Yeah. Other than, yeah. Anyways,
He
you
is
can go
bougie,
to
man.
Wendy's
Like,
and get 2 JBCs, junior bacon cheeseburgers, at $5. So who's paying $15 for 2 lousy pieces of chicken at KFC?
Is this the official Burrell fast food tip?
It's
Fast food tip of the night?
fast food tip. Well, you know, I did get 2 JBCs today, but whatever. It's only $5. I'm sitting there going, why would I want to pay $15 for chicken that's really not even cooked properly and not even the original recipe that it usually or once was? So you just have to move on.
Okay.
Can't get nothing then for like it starts at like $12 plus tax. So
How are they making money? I can't even see them making money.
they give you 2-piece.
Yeah, but for $15, like honestly, you could buy a whole chicken at Dominion.
I
for,
know,
like,
Bobby.
$9.
Then they
or
want
$10.
you to go to,
Oh,
to
well,
the
Bobby,
grocery
though, hold on.
Hold on.
I'll do it for the second time tonight, but it's
Please.
appropriate here. To be fair,
To be fair,
Mhm.
To be fair,
thank you. We're in the portion of business now where a lot of businesses exist only for convenience and expediency. You're right. If you bought it yourself and did you could, there is no justifiable reason to spend the money on that
No.
when you could 100% do something
Can you
way
imagine
better
Uber
for way
Eats
less.
on that?
Yes,
On a 2-piece?
I can. And I guarantee you there are people who do it. There are people who will order that. 100%.
Well, that's why people
I
live in
guarantee.
their parents' basement.
Well, the thing is, they got to be in their parents' basement to be able to afford the Uber Eats. It's expensive.
if you live in
Expensive.
Toronto, for sure, they all
Yeah.
live in their parents' basement.
But I
let's
said
be, let's
that,
be,
was, that was a little bit too far. I can't believe that somebody's really going up and going, yeah, give me a 2-piece. Here's $20 because with tax and everything, and just sitting there like $20. What? On
Yeah,
2 lousy little pieces of
Hey,
chicken?
Bobby, same thing at the Leaf game tomorrow night, and it's
Well, that's a different story.
$40.
They're always
yeah,
bad.
yeah. But I'm just saying, like when one of the biggest things, there are 2 things that were really great. Obviously, you know, the whole pandemic period was very problematic for a lot of things. But one of the
Sure.
things that was really beneficial to me personally and people like myself was that it reduced certain costs very rapidly. One of them was the commuting costs. So, for example, GO Train, I
Mhm.
used to have to pay for the full month pass in terms of the full expense, the full freight.
Now
And
you
for
just
me-
pay by whenever.
Yeah, and I've still got the card, and it'll top up once it reaches a certain level, and whatever. But it happens less often since I'm only going downtown once a week, give or take, or twice a week maximum.
Sure.
So The difference is that when I was going to the office every day, I would actually also take the subway sometimes because where my office was. That was $600 a month.
Wow.
Is what it was costing me. That's
Hmm.
$600 after tax.
Wow.
That's a lot of money. You know,
Right.
you have to really think about that. So imagine, so when a lot of people were talking about during the pandemic, people were talking about, oh, you're getting this free money for that. Well, first of all, I never received a dime. I'm still waiting for my checks. I'm still waiting to this very
I
day.
never got anything.
Never got anything because I was working like an idiot. So anyway, so fine, whatever. I'm working and I'm getting my money. But here's what I did have. I was saving $600 a month on commuting costs, which was after tax money, which is
Yeah.
real cash money in my pocket. So that's real dollars and cents that I had available to me to spend on other things.
$150 a month.
It's
I mean, a week. Sorry. Yeah.
literally a week, yeah. So, but that's massive. That's substantial. That's not a small
massive.
thing. Yeah, that's
You could
substantial.
eat at KFC almost every day.
Live like a king. So
Yeah.
the point is that's real dollars and cents.
Yeah.
But then what happened is, you know, we went back in, but I'm going to the office once or twice a week. That's still way less than it used to be. So that's still great. So that's still beneficial. Most of the time I'm working from home. Well, when I'm working from home, yeah, I can go make my own dinner. I can go over to the kitchen, make a snack or do whatever. Yeah, that's a lot more cost efficient. Because when you go downtown, yeah, I just gave you the cost of GO transit. Well, if I go buy a lunch outside, well, guess what? That you immediately $15-20 minimum. Minimum.
Yeah,
For
everything
the bare minimum what you're getting.
everything you're saying is how, you know, we saw the same thing with my wife not going into Boston every day and taking the train and, you know, buying lunches and stopping at a CVS to buy, you know, $20 worth of stuff every day or whatever.
Which
it is.
doesn't seem like a big deal until you start to add it up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Month's
Get-
end is like,
getting,
wow.
getting a couple of
Mm.
teas a day at Dunkin' Donuts, you know, whatever, you know.
Chocolate sticks.
Well, that you should bring home for me, yeah. But
Still a cost.
I mean, we really did notice that money, you know, piling up, you know, because that was going out every day, but it's a little at a time, so you don't really pay attention to it. But by the end of the week, all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, that $20 a day stayed in your wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I want a collectivist hat. That would be awesome.
You should.
That would be the balls. I gotta
Beckett
get a
Festivus.
collectivist hat.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That would be good.
Beck Festivus. That's it.
Yeah. So bottom line though, while I'm bringing it up because it's a significant thing, I don't think people understood that small, everybody fixated and focused on the quote unquote free money being handed out. Well, what about the people who had legitimate expenses that suddenly were cut back?
Yeah.
And that money was left in their budget. Well, that was also part of the equation as well. And that one doesn't come with an interest rate.
No.
It's kind of nice. It's, you know, doesn't involve credit. It doesn't involve it's money that you earned that you actually got to retain. So now
Yeah.
you could deploy it in whatever manner you saw fit. For my collecting budget, it was a boon. It was a big time. As it is today, it still benefits from my not having to go to the office every day. I could if I needed to and it demanded it, so be it. I would rather not though. Like there's no justification to me for it at this point. I can do my work just as well at home, and I have been honestly since then. Like every year since then. Now I'm basically at home most of the time. I've got my office, I got my monitors, and I connect my machine, and I do what I need to do, and I can chat with you guys, and also be doing my work still gets done, and I can do other things. But that's just reality, though. Like I'm just being truthful. Like
Yeah, sure.
the work still gets done, and that's the only thing that matters for the employer. Did you do your work? Is it being done? Yes. Are you doing what you're supposed to do? Yes. Okay, fine, great. But being in the office it's funny is because of the way it's almost like, well, go in the office a couple times a week. So you're saying I don't need to go in the office a specific day. So in reality, I could go weeks or months sometimes and not see any of my colleagues. Realistically, I'm just there
Good
just
for
to
you.
fill us. But it's one of those things but there's no need for us because if we need to talk about anything, we can get on a call. And there are people who are literally going to an office and getting on conference calls because they're not even walking in the same room. They're in the same building and they're not even on the same room. And I'm like,
Yeah.
then why are we in this building? What are we here for?
It's a waste of rent like, for them.
It's basically to justify the lease. It's
is.
effectively to justify the lease. We're paying for the floor, so we need someone to use it. So get in here and sit in your chair.
For some reason.
Yeah. And that's basically, that's what happens sometimes. That's today. It was a ghost town, but I was online, I was taking calls, I was doing everything I was supposed to do, and everything that needed to get done was getting done. And I was literally all by myself in the entire section of the floor. And I was listening to music and doing everything I needed to do. Everything got taken out. But yeah, and I'm sitting there like, I was laughing because it's like, all right, I'm going to trade, guys. I'm going home. Have a good day. Enjoy your holidays.
One of the things that's been greatly affected by the whole thing, and the city of Boston is trying to strong arm and encourage major businesses in Boston to force their workers back into the office buildings, because all these skyscrapers are all empty now. Well,
yeah.
One of the issues with that is, what about the small business owners? Even the maybe the larger size, like a CVS or a Dunkin' Donuts or a mom and pop store, or the guy selling hot dogs on the street corner in his cart with who's paying for a vendor's license. All those people are losing money and jobs because all the
other people staying home. Sure.
Because now there's no one coming into Boston.
Yeah.
So the city of Boston's like, listen, we have all these buildings that have all this space for lease now. We're not getting, the same amount of tax money here and there. The T, which is the public transit, isn't making enough money. The hot dog vendors, not able to pay his taxes and make money, and CVS is firing people and they're collecting unemployment, and all because people are working from home. So I don't think Boston's alone, that these major cities are trying to strong arm the larger corporations and the larger white collar corporations into forcing people back in so they can support, like my wife was doing, $20 here, $20 there, another 20 there. And she's spending $100 a day going into Boston. Now she's not.
Well, I think they said that's the next bust is the corporate building mortgages that are coming due. And if they can't fill and rent out most of the buildings, then they're going to be in trouble, because they still have mortgages on those $200 billion buildings or whatever. So they say that's
it's a catch-22.
Not the housing market, but it's going to be the business market. So
it will be, yeah. So Simon here is saying the same thing in Toronto, which is true. It's
yes.
The irony is it's a catch-22, because what Eric is saying is true, but at the same time, all these businesses were propped up by a force of people that were there because they were told to and because they had to be, not because it made any sense.
Right.
And that's kind of the issue, is that you're almost creating this situation.
Well, technology came in and changed a lot of that. So yeah.
Well, for sure. But I'm saying, even prior to that, though, even when we were in the office every day, there were moments where it made sense to talk to certain colleagues and deal with certain colleagues, but a lot of times you're doing your work regardless. So it's one of those things where you could go stretches without, like, no, your job is to do this. You're focused on this specific task or this project or whatever it is. You don't need to deal with a lot of these other people unless it made sense to do so. But you could shoot them an email. You didn't have to be in the same building at the same time, because sometimes they'd be in another building. You're not going to go all the way to that building just to have a quick face-to-face, to have a 2-second conversation, when you could shoot them an email and tell them the information you're looking for. So once you got through that, basically what we did is we reached the logical conclusion of that. And then technology got to a point where I could quickly jump onto Microsoft Teams, because that's one of many technologies that were used.
Sure.
I can call you, I can send you messages, I can show you pictures, I can share my screen, I can do all these things to show you whatever it is I need to show you, or explain whatever I need to explain. I did that today. I had to run through an explanation on something. I could share my screen. We're talking. They're asking questions.
Yep.
I'm answering questions. I'm literally showing them on the screen as I'm explaining it. I am able to do my job fully. I didn't have to bring them into the office and take them to a meeting room and point at a monitor.
Mhm.
And I was still able to accomplish what I needed to accomplish. They're at home. I came into the office because I needed to be in the office for the day. Fine. But we still got the job done. And then I went home.
Mhm.
But on another day, it would be the reverse. They're in the office. I'm at home. We can still have the same conversation. So that's basically what ended up happening is, but now you've got all these offices like, well, then what are you going to do with that office space?
Mm.
Oh, Boston's got. I mean, and you guys go into Toronto plenty. Obviously, Carlos does. There's Ford lease signs everywhere.
Yeah.
There's Ford lease signs everywhere on these monster buildings.
Or at least Navidad.
Or that, because the company's left, or they only need one floor now, where they used to have occupy 3 or 4.
They're just going to turn them into all escape rooms and stuff like that. So
yeah, it is crazy. But
Now Babuzo here is making a funny comment, but also I'll touch on one quick thing about it. By the way, we're just chatting about this because this is what came up. That's what happens sometimes. And thank you, Simon. I appreciate you always chiming in. By the way, Simon, if at any point I know it's late and everything, but if at any point you ever are in the chat and you ever want to come in and chat, feel free to let me know and I can always shoot you a link. You're certainly welcome to come on and chat. So Babuzo says, I spend less time in the bathroom avoiding work when I'm home. So I wanted to kind of touch on this comment, but also wanted to touch on something. But this is separate from that. But here's a realistic thing, by the way. One of the reasons why it's become a joke is that the whole concept of forcing people back into the office. Well, here's a differentiator that I think some businesses understand this and some of them have decided to just be like, do this and ignore it. I've done both. I've done the thing. I've worked in the financial sector in the core for the better part of a decade plus. I've been in this game for a while at this point. Here's the important thing that you need to know. I've done both versions of it where I'm in the office every day. And I've done the version of it where during the pandemic, we were work from home the whole time. And then now we're kind of doing the in-between where I'm in the office at least once or twice a week. Fine. I've done these versions of it. Here's the thing you need to know. When I am working from home the full time, if there's something I'm working on and I'm trying to figure it out, maybe I've got it, but sometimes because I do work on a lot of tech support and also trying to resolve certain issues. Sometimes I'll be sitting there trying to work through a problem and there's a creative element to it because sometimes the solution needs to be a little wonky. We need to go off the beaten path a bit. I may sit there and go like, you know what? I can't think of it right now. I'm going to go make my dinner. I'll go make my dinner. And then while I'm making dinner or I'm finishing or I'm cooking or I'm eating it, the idea will come to me and I go, I know what it is.
Mhm.
And then I'll go on and quickly, boom, 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 done. Well, I'm after 5 o'clock. But if I'm at home and I'm making my dinner and doing all that, I will still go back to the computer and quickly do that just so it gets done.
Mhm.
If I'm in the office, the moment I check off, computer gets shut, it's done.
Nice.
It's done because if I'm in the office, and this is just me, everybody's got to do their own thing. But when I'm done, guys, I'm not logging back in. I'm not going all the way. I'm not taking the time to commute over. Sitting in the office for whatever period of time I'm there, take whatever meetings I have to take, and then log off, go on the train, go back to my house, and then log back in. Not happening, my friends. I'll be back on tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
So you lose the commute over, you lose the commute back, and you lose if I come up with anything in
Lunch
between.
money,
Maybe I'll
whatever.
make a note and I'll deal with it tomorrow. I'm not turning this laptop is not getting turned back on.
Got it.
my wife says she's much more efficient at home. There's actually less distractions. She doesn't, that the whole water cooler talk, or over in the kitchenette, you end up sitting there talking to someone about nothing for a half hour.
Yeah.
She's way more efficient. Her time is better spent working from home. And, and if she gets on the computer a little earlier than she would have with a commute, and she stays on the computer a little later, again, that she would have been on a commute, they're actually getting more out of her. I mean, she's a salaried employee, so it isn't like she has to punch a time clock and it's like, sorry, I'm not punching until this time and I'm punching out right on the dot. you know, so she's way more efficient working at home.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
and but it's one of those things. Like, it's not a controversial take. It's just a simple logic. It's easier when you understand that, okay, you can create your space and set it up in such a way where everything's situated the way you want it to be. Like, I've got these are noise canceling. So I can put these on and they're noise canceling so I can focus on what I'm doing. I can put something on, but I can have it on at a volume level that still lets me focus on what I'm doing. But the outside world is not distracting me at that moment. So I can be locked into what I'm trying to do. Because sometimes I need a little time to focus in a lot. Well, I have been, and this is real, I've been in the office where I'm supposed to be. And then I got this person over here talking to somebody in a meeting, and I'm hearing them out of the corner of my ear. And I got this other person over here doing this other, and these guys are having a conversation over. And this happens all the time when I am in the office, and this is going on. I'm sitting there like, I'm trying to get this. I'm sitting at the desk trying to get this done, and I got all this background noise from this. It's like, in my house, I don't have this problem,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm trying to get the same task done. So it's like, would you all be quiet for 5 seconds? Could you? Just chill for a moment.
Yeah,
Why don't you have the conversation
doesn't
over there
work so
instead
well.
of yeah? And that's the thing. But that's why I say, like, I understand why they want to do it. I get it. But it's like, guys, it's actually easier for me, to each their own. Everybody's got their own situation. It's easier for me to get my stuff done at home. I've already got all the stuff here, my desk and everything is set up exactly the way that I want it. I can literally plug in, get her going, and I'm good to go.
Very good.
Yeah, easily way more efficient at home. Alarm goes off at the same time. No commute. Easily an extra hour of work and more personal time. Yeah. And one of the other things that maybe is lost, I actually get to sleep in a bit. I don't get to sleep a lot, but I get that same thing. We've joked about it before, Bobby. Like, I very little. But here's the thing. I may only get 3 or 4 hours of sleep a night. When I'm working from home, I get 4.5 to 5 hours a night.
Ooh.
Doesn't seem like a big deal, but that extra hour is actually nice to have. It's a little bit more gas in the tank. It's a little bit more energy otherwise, because it's like, but yeah, when I got to go into the office, I got to get up early. I got to get going. Like, the train has to go quickly. I don't have the luxury of being able to, I got to get ready to get straight out the door. It's different.
Her alarm goes off at 5 when she has to go into Boston, and her alarm goes off at 7 when she gets to stay home.
Zach says, I live alone, working from home. Work drove me crazy, so only boring. There'll be a lot of great studies on how it affects her mental health, etc. And I think what Zach, so I want to be clear about this. What Zach is saying is completely fair. Your mileage may vary.
Yeah.
Everything that I've just said, I am only speaking my experience. That doesn't bother me. I don't mind it at all. So for me, it was the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah.
And because that's the case, it gives me superpowers. It actually makes me more efficient. It's easier for me because I'm chill. I can do my thing. But for some folks, no, they need the background noise. They need a little background chatter and everything. Totally get it. If that's the case, then you need to get your ass to the office.
Yeah. And I've talked to some people like that, and, you know, coming from a background in the psychology field, you know, I've talked to a lot of people about this and put some thought into it. You know, first of all, everyone's different. You know, everyone functions different, brains work different, personalities are different. And a lot of people had a hard time being housebound and not being able to go into work and be around people.
They're not self-motivated. That's the problem.
And that's, you know, they do better in that type of situation where they have to be here at this time. They're here until this time. Yep. The train picks them up at this time. But just the personal interactions. Some people really had a hard time being stuck at home. And even if they're not, even if they're alone, remember, kids couldn't go to school. Spouses couldn't go to work. So you're in a house trying to get your work done with another spouse and your kids. And there's a lot of family commotion and stuff. You're begging to get the hell out of there and back into the office.
I remember that era, and I remember those office meetings. The kids would interrupt every 5 seconds. And that was part of the deal.
Well, we didn't have that problem here, you know, because, you know, when that hit, our kid was older.
Right.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't have wanted to had a kid in kindergarten, first grade.
Yeah.
They need a lot of attention, and you're like, sorry, daddy's in a meeting. Yeah, that's just tough.
Got to find the brick.
Yep. So Bob also says, damn it, my limo driver, Dr. Beckett, is sick. It's going to be late for work. Dr. Beckett's been doing some work, man. It's been a lot going on tonight. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you. A name here says, kids need a lot of attention when they're home. Well, you got 47 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, 47 kids.
The hot dogs aren't going to boil themselves, eh? I know. It's crazy.
He knows.
Mike saying, I don't know how anyone with kids under 6 survived during. So that is a valid point. If you've got kids under 6, young kids who are interrupting constantly, I agree with that. But when you've got your space and you can chill and do your thing, again, and maybe this would be the best way to explain it, which is weird, which is ironic. I kind of enjoy the irony of this statement, but I'm going to say it anyway. In my house, when I'm not doing this or I'm not conversing with people on it, in my house, there are long stretches of silence. And it's quite enjoyable. And I don't mind silence. But there are people who are legitimately disturbed by silence. It bothers them. I know one of these people because they're my mother.
Did do the sound of silence.
Well, here's the thing, though. So Bobby, but not only Disturbed, my mom cannot stand silence. That's the best way to drive her crazy.
Really?
She literally, I will sit at the table and I will do this on purpose just to kind of mess with her. I will literally sit there and just like not say anything. And I don't mind talking, but no, I will literally say nothing for minute after minute. And she will just suddenly start talking because she cannot at all. Can't handle it. It won't work.
I need background noise. I can't, even if I
like
was sitting
like
and
that,
reading a book, I need background noise. I can't sit being put into a quiet room would be my nightmare. I need background noise.
You can't hear the voices, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say if you had the voices in your head, that'd be fun.
In his head, yeah, exactly.
I need the background noise to drown the voices in my head.
Drown the voices.
Because they're telling me to do bad things. Bad.
Well, what they asked you to do with the chocolate sticks was always gonna be a bad thing, yeah.
I'm gonna go get warmed up, guys. I'm gonna bow out. You're almost out, anyways.
Oh yeah, look what time it is. Yeah,
yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're just approaching the end. So Bobby, go for it. Go for it.
Okay, guys.
Take it easy, Bobby. Have yourself a good night. Appreciate Bobby in the garage of knowledge. Have yourself a good night.
Night, guys.
Yeah, we'll hang out for a couple more minutes and chill here while we're going, since the chat's going. White Noise Machine from Carlos Samont for Christmas. It might be, man. But here's the thing. I wasn't joking. She is one of those. Again, I've experienced different folks that have these different things. Some folks are not comfortable with the silence. They're not, and that's okay. I am extraordinarily comfortable. I can go very long stretches without talking to anyone, without dealing with anyone, and I don't mind it at all. Which may seem weird given that I do this channel and I spend all these hours talking on the channel and everything. But it's like, no, this is where I like to do it. I don't mind doing it here. It's fine. The rest of my day, guys, I don't need to say anything to anyone about anything necessarily, unless I have to. If I need to say something to somebody, I will. Otherwise, I don't need it. And that's why I say COVID did not bother me in the least. I joked about it. I called it the golden era and everything. It's like, guys, I was chill.
I was fine.
We could have done that for another 5 years and I was good. It wouldn't have bothered me at all.
It wasn't the human interaction that I needed, because I mean, I do have people living in my house, so I had that.
Man, the Dr. Beckett's going busy today. Man, that Dr. Beckett's doing a lot of shit tonight.
And I do have tinnitus and some other hearing issues, but that's not here. It's here nor there. But it's just it isn't so much that I need to talk to people. I can be away from people and by myself. I just don't like sitting in a room and just having silence. Like, I need some background noise. It doesn't have to be a person. It could, an actual person. It could be TV, radio, YouTube.
Emmanuel in space?
No, not
Their own voices.
I know we can't listen to those voices, Yannick. You know that. They tell me to do bad things.
Says you.
Bad things.
Says you.
Like buying kabooms.
Can you imagine? If I don't have background noise on, I'd have a whole desk full of kabooms right now, which would be ridiculous because they're stupid.
I think that would be the greatest thing that's ever happened in this hobby. Brent here says, good evening. It's been 4 years now. I've settled into my routine of working from home. Rarely when I do need to go to the office, it now feels unnatural. Fair. I got to be honest. I'm enjoying kind of the balance that I have. I don't mind, to be clear. I don't mind going to the office once or twice a week. It allows me to develop a little mini routine to it. Again, I will tend to choose Mondays. Mondays are quieter. It's nice. Wednesdays, sometimes I'll go in because my managers are there. If they want to see me or chat about whatever, I'll pick that day and it makes sense for me. So I don't mind. If I've got like a routine built into it, that's fine. I'll go get a coffee. I'll go get my coffee and sit down at my desk and do my things, have whatever meetings I need to have. It's fine. No problem there. Once or twice a week is okay. I don't want to go back to the old world. The old world, I was there in the office every day, or I was there 4 out of 5 days. And the novelty back then was we would get 1 day work from home. So we're be in the office 4 days and work from home 1 day. And that was nice. To me, that was a nice little perk. It was a great little bonus. Today, it's more like 4-to-1 ratio the other way. It's like work from home 4 days and maybe come in the office 1 or 2. I prefer it that way. To be honest, I kind of enjoy it for what it is. It's much easier for me. Again, lack of commute. That's great. It allows me to do the other things I want to do in my time, in my setup. Awesome. I don't want to go back to that. I enjoy it the way it is. Zach says, if my mom walks in your house and you don't have the TV blaring constantly, she thinks you're crazy. I'm crazy. But yes, I understand. Hobby Champ says, cool cat, Yannick. Good evening, Hobby Champs.
Thank you.
Rage says, I'm with you, Eric. I sleep with the TV on constantly. So ever since COVID, now I'm screwed.
I every once in a while my wife will go off and do something, go away, or go to Florida and
Yeah, I was gonna say go to Florida and hang out with Florida, man. Yeah.
as supposedly. And when I'm home alone, the TV stays on all night and I sleep like a baby. But I do have insomnia issues, and a lot of times because I wake up at 2 a.m. and the room is deathly silent, and then my brain won't shut off, and I'm up for 2-3 hours. And yeah, I need to have no. And then my wife's like, "Why didn't you turn the TV on?" Well, honey, I knew you had to get up at 5 to go into Boston, and I didn't want to bother you. So a lot of times she'll get up at 5. I'll turn the TV on after she gets up. I'll go back to sleep and sleep until 9 because I missed 3-4 hours of sleep in the middle of the night. So it screws my entire sleep up. Oh, that's not nice.
I think it's about a comment.
That is not nice.
It's making kind of a legitimate point. I'm not gonna lie.
Screw him. Hate him. He's a bum.
Hell of
a football player. I just think he's kind of a douchebag in real life.
Wow.
And I hope I never get a chance to meet him. I've been close to him. I've been in handshake distance of him, and that's before I knew he was a bum, and I was all excited. But now I'm glad I didn't actually interact with him.
These are wild.
Maybe Tom Baby thinks you're a bum.
I don't care what Tom Baby thinks. He is. I don't like him.
Well, you don't like Marcel Dion either. You don't even know how many goals he scored.
No, listen. I'm sorry.
If you were friends with him, you'd know how many goals he scored in the NHL.
I'm sorry. I had a brain fart last week or whatever it was, and I forgot the exact number.
You could tattoo it on your body.
How many goals are?
731. Everybody knows that.
The question was for Eric,
and I know that. Okay, and
even when I'm saying he'd forget.
I had a brain fart when it was like instant, and I couldn't drag it out. When you get older, that happens. And
he's trying to use his old age as a crutch here, Yannick.
He's my absolute best friend in the entire world. And again, I want to thank Vinny for sending me these cards that he sent me, and I will get these signed the next time I see him. Because he's my absolute best friend in the entire world. My number one bestie.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. If only you could remember how many goals he scored. Anyway, Hobby Champ says deprivation chamber. Just checking to see what word is blocked because my comment won't go through for some reason. Unfortunately, the comment didn't go through. You hate all the Boston heroes. Tom Brady, Bill Buckner. I know. Mayo.
First of all, Bill Buckner was an awesome baseball player who had one bad play and it cost him everything. But I've never heard anybody say anything bad about Bill Buckner as a person. Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time, but as a human being, I don't ever want to deal with him.
So Yannick, you know what this comment says? Did you see that? Do you see what it says?
Yep.
So the question was, do you vote to bring him back if you were able to get that condition or no?
I'd like to see him come back. I mean, only because who are you going to replace him with? Who's better? Find me a better coach that is obtainable, that the Patriots are going to get, that's going to turn everything around next year.
A few moments later.
New England goes in-house and tabs linebackers coach Gerard Mayo as the franchise's 15th head coach.
Gerard Mayo.
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 Yeah.
See what happens when I get my powers back?
And I was right.
I got all my buttons.
That was great, Carlos.
And I was right. And I was right.
Mayo. Anyway, see, I was so thrilled. I was thrilled.
Did I mention I was right? I was right.
About Mayo?
I was right that they shouldn't have fired Bill Belichick because who the hell were they going to get to replace him that was going to make the team better? Nobody.
I think if they had gotten another condiment, I think they would have been fine.
What
if they had gotten ketchup?
I want to see Mike Vrabel and see what he does.
Bubbles says, my brain surgeon. Dr. Beckett says, Eric needs to wipe his mind, perhaps. Rach says, I do both. Work from home, and I'm a manager of a big box retail of all things. I have no problem working from home. I have to get out after a while before I pull a here's Johnny. There you go. Mayonnaise. About 6 comments came through at once. Yes, it was wild. Scroll through here. We need to get Eric a deprivation chamber, like in the movie Altered State, so he can manifest mayonnaise monsters into existence.
This is getting gross.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Hello, Rage. Dropped her off of the woods this morning, and she came back. Dang. Tough times, man. Eric, when the weather gets nicer, I'm definitely going to pull up you on the shop. Just had to shake your hand and buy some cards, of course. Yes, shake his hand.
Where are you from that you're going to be able to come to the shop?
And yes, name, we are back on StreamYard. The other platform was, I liked it, but it was not sufficiently stable. I could not accept. Look, while I liked it, it kept bouncing Eric. That part I kind of liked. Not gonna lie, I kind of liked that part, but I didn't like that it was causing some issues with the other feeds. Other folks were having trouble seeing themselves, seeing the feed. It was so much technical difficulties in the back end. I was starting to get pissed off, and it was not going to work. I need you to be stable. I need you to be able to send out the link. People can log in, do their thing. We're cool. You're good. But if it keeps bouncing people indirectly, unless it's me doing it on purpose, if I bounce them, that's funny. If the system bounces them, not so good. Can't deal with that. Not going to happen. But yes. So that's kind of where we sit, folks. We are in Collēctīvus for the rest of us. So let me pose the question. I ask this to you. We are now creeped into Saturday, December the 21st. We are mere days from Christmas. Let me ask the question. I'll ask the question of you that I asked of the AMG folks. Is everybody done their Christmas shopping? I know Eric gives up on Christmas. He refuses. He only accepts Collēctīvus into his life.
Yeah.
But anybody else have any last minute Christmas shopping? Are we good?
I'm good. I finished today.
I don't.
You good?
I've purchased one thing for anybody.
Gift certificate? You didn't even get your wife a gift certificate? I bet you didn't even get Marcel Dion a gift certificate, you bastard.
Don't you worry about what I got Marcel, okay?
You need to get him something good for forgetting how many goals he scored, you bastard.
Don't worry about what I got Marcel. He'll be happy as always.
As always. That seems like a lie.
I Amazon everything.
Yep. I like Mayo, but I'd rather I tried into head coach. Fair enough. Cat factoid. 80% of orange cats are male. Indeed.
That's a female.
Hobby Champ says, we are the viewers need to be able to bounce Eric. I would
Agreed.
love that interactivity.
Agreed. Bounce me. Please, somebody bounce me off this stupid ass.
All right, now you're back. Anyway, the Eric, I will repeat again for those, Yannick, for the peanut gallery in the back. We want you to suffer. That is why I've already explained. If we ever get knocked off this platform, it will become 24/7, Eric.
We enjoy it.
In fact, I won't even need to be involved. It will just be a feed, and you'll be locked in that room for the rest of your life. That's it. You want to play these games, you want to play with these forces, go ahead. You right now are living the easy version of this. There is another level or two of Dante's Inferno of hell for you. We haven't even warmed up yet.
Don't make us.
Name says, I'm not done Christmas shopping. There you go. Brockton,
He's
Massachusetts.
27 kids. You're never going to be done.
No, he's not. Brockton, Massachusetts is the answer.
Oh, all
that
right.
gives.
Well, that's cool. Hope to see you.
Mike says, all good. Just some stocking stuffers. Excellent. Yeah, don't leave stuff to last minute. If you can get my Christmas shopping at this point is real easy. It's a lot of gift certificates. It's real easy stuff. Like it's very basic. It doesn't require a lot of thought or effort. We're good. But yeah, no, if you got stuff you need to take care of, don't leave it to the last minute. Please don't.
That's not
Make your life
too bad. See me today, I try to avoid like the crowds, basically. Like I can't do that. Like I had the ideas, mainly me was like, okay, I want the right perfect timing so I don't have to see anyone, talk to anyone, or wait anywhere.
Yeah.
So that was
Mm-hmm.
mainly my problem.
No, I'm all done. Not until I get grandkids am I going to care again.
Wow. Bubbles says, I hide from friends for a few weeks so I can save money. Fair. Bobby Champ says, I already gave Eric his present earlier. 20 in the chat, only 2 likes. What's going on? I know. Hashtag effort. We need
Mind
to
your
work
own
on it.
business. How about that?
I used to pass all the time when delivering to the North Shore. For some reason, I always thought it would be a good sports gear shop that sells equipment.
Oh, sorry.
Barks Boys, hello
You
to
get-
you.
But I tell you though, that's not uncommon. We get people in at least once a day. Someone will walk through the front door and stop and have this bewilderment look on their face. And we're like, hi.
And they're like, holy fucking shit, is that Bougie Eric?
no, they come in and be like, I'm looking for like skis. And it's like, no, we don't sell sports equipment. Do you have
Not
tennis?
with that attitude, you bastard.
Do you have tennis rackets? No, we don't sell that kind of sports equipment. No.
Why not? What kind of sports world are you that doesn't sell tennis rackets?
Yeah.
Your world of sports.
But we
That's
get
a sport.
once a day, someone will walk in at looking to purchase sports equipment. And it's like, no.
Listen, I feel that this sports world is a lot closer to sports block. It's kind of limited in scope. It's lacking in the world.
Yeah.
We can do better. There's more. Just throwing it out there. Equipment. There's a thing. Hobby Jam says, I still often think about when Eric was referring to himself as an athlete. That was a controversial take by you. This whole referring to yourself as an athlete.
I am still an athlete.
Okay, so I have a question. Yeah, Nick, help me out with this. Maybe you can assist me. Maybe you can assist me. with
Nowhere
this.
near on par from where I was in the past, but I'm still an athlete.
When I think of Eric as an athlete,
Oh, good
and
Lord.
I'm putting the quotation marks in there. I think of Eric as an athlete the same way I think of myself as a nice person.
It's all the same, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like it's like the same. We're lying to ourselves. We're lying to ourselves. Just throwing it out there. Like, look.
Last time you were an athlete, Eric, was that even in this century?
Oh God, no. God, whoo. We're almost 25 years into this century, man. It's been a while. We'll be in 25 years in the century soon. Like, it's not going to be long.
Mhm.
Ooh. But listen, Eric's talking about this athlete. Again, you can say these words. The reason why I gave that comp, and it's the most valid comp that ever existed, is because, look, I can say I'm a nice person. That doesn't make it true. It doesn't. Everybody knows that. Imagine somebody thinking the opposite. That's just crazy talk. That's nonsense. Craziness. So, like, you know, Eric's an athlete. Yeah, I'm a nice person. Yeah. Anything else? Anything else, Eric? No?
You guys are both seen my Instagram this week. You both know what I've been doing, so I'm not playing along in your insults.
Like, what tells us that you just didn't drive there, take the bike out?
I was gonna say, Yannick, I could take a fucking picture on top of a CGI mountain. It's like, hey, I climbed a mountain and I did it on a unicycle. Fuck you, Eric.
Okay.
Yeah, just join
You
us.
got to go see Colby.
That's right.
Bubbles says, I'm an athlete too. I bowl for glory. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's a rough, scary city, Eric, but I call it home. But I'm like Tony Soprano over here. There you go.
Yeah, I used to be a private investigator, and I used to have to follow people in Brockton.
And you still can't figure out who 540 Flips is? You suck.
I wasn't very good. No, it was workman's comp fraud, private investigator.
You can't even differentiate the janitor.
You haven't been able to figure out how many goals Marcel Dion scored.
When Boston was having the big dig, a lot of guys were faking workman's
for 300 years. The big dig was like 3 centuries.
So you're actually the guy who went after these guys?
I was one of the people that were hired to keep an eye on the people that were claiming workman's comp, and I catch them all the time, like getting side jobs, painting houses. Like, oh, my shoulder I blew my rotator cuff out, and they're on the side of a house all day, up, down, like, you know.
Well, the house still needs to get painted.
Yeah, well, you know, I threw my back out, and they're climbing a ladder, and you know.
Well, who's gonna climb it?
You know, banging on it with a hammer or something. So yeah, I used to catch guys all the time.
They're not working, so how are they gonna hire someone else?
No, they were working. They were getting side jobs, working for. I catch them all the time, and I have to go into court and testify and all that.
So you're the snitch.
Snitch. That's my taxpayers' dollars that they were wasting. Screw them.
Wow.
That's insurance.
Name here says, yes, an athlete like Joey Chestnut because you're the mayo eating champion.
Oh, I'm gonna kill him, I swear.
Hobby Champ says a mayo eating contest. Bob Uso says, I'm a 2-time bar dart champion. No autographs. I, like Eric, won 2nd grade speed sitting contest. We are real athletes. Hashtag athletes. Also think the location, Eric's shop, until I listened to the pod, you mentioned it. And I'm like, dope. Eric's a lot more interesting than he lets on, so he claims. The athleticism, the athletic work, the athleticism, the hanging out with ex-NHL Hall of Famers, etc. There's a lot
That's
going on.
That's
the life. GW says, excuse me, Dr. Sleuth, do you sell jock straps?
I kid you not. I'd say about a year ago, we had a dad come in with his kid looking for cups and a jock strap because he was a hockey player. And it's like, no, we don't sell cups and jock straps. We have some used jock straps and cups from like Zdeno Chara over here. If you want to give us $200, but
yeah, that's your new one.
Finally a doctor. All right.
You're congratulations. You have now become a doctor. You have been christened a doctor by JW. You are now Dr. Sleuth. Congratulations.
We're all
I
doctors
appreciate
now.
it.
Doctor?
Yep, we're all doctors in the hobby.
Doctor.
And the last Beckett, the fucking poser, is not a real doctor.
I
Anyway,
concur.
Rage says, I might have a nice Sterling mountain bike from the 90s. Eric is interested in all mountain bikes.
No, I don't want to get on a mountain bike from the 90s ever again. Thank you.
Oh, Bubbles says, Eric was my partner in doubles sack races. We were Olympians. Dang.
Olympic champions. Don't. Hey.
So, Yannick, I got to say, while we were learning more about Dr. Sleuth over here, I got to tell you, I like my stats, and I'm going to give you a stat. I talk about this being the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. And I just want you to know that at the time of this live stream, this very live stream as we speak, This live stream situation on this channel has been going on for 217 consecutive weeks.
That's stupid.
Wow.
217 consecutive, or
That's 4 years.
1,524 days. 1,524 days of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this
That's
is.
over 4 years.
It is.
Oh,
4 years, 2 months, and 2 days. 4 years, 2 months, and 2 days.
why? Make it stop.
Well, first of all, because there is no God, Eric. That's first. And second, because if there was one, he hates you.
I know.
I'm just saying. I just needed to make sure you understood. Like, I'm simply stating facts. That's all I'm doing
Make
here.
the pain stop.
Hobby Champ says, I'm oddly uninterested in Zdeno Chara ball sword. Alas, Eric is disproportionately interested in Zdeno Chara ball sweat. It's
Hey,
weird.
we can sell it and make some money. Absolutely. We don't.
Oh,
How
you're
do you
not.
get it?
You're not selling it. You got more room in there. Just
We
throw it
have
in.
all sorts. You wouldn't believe some of the stuff that comes in. It's remarkable to me sometimes.
Bob Jackson says if he creates a candy bar, he can call it the Baby Sleuth. Dang.
Baby Sleuth.
Bubbles says Carlos put together a streak that rivals the monthly publication of Dr. Beckett Sports Card Magazine. Facts. Name says Zdeno Chara taint protector. Wow. Eric got a new job. So it would seem. This has
What
gone
about
a very
Reggie's
strange.
job?
This has gone a very strange place, Yannick.
I
It's
don't
gone a
want
very
to.
odd place.
I don't
We've
want
learned a lot tonight. We really have.
Oh my god.
Yannick, 1,524 days and counting. That's a little frightening. Not gonna lie. A little bit frightening.
That's a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Bob Jackson says you need one of those if you play against Rob Blake. Facts. That joke tain't right. You're right.
She's telling me it's bedtime.
Eric, look, I'm not even writing it. All I'm doing is just clicking on it, and this is what's happening, man. I don't know what to tell you. So, Yannick, this is why. Imagine over 4 years of this bullshit. And by the way, if you think about it a different way, 4 years and 2 months, that's 50 months. 50. 50 months of this bullshit.
So stupid.
Goddamn.
So stupid.
And to think, it rolls on. It rolls on. Again. We're not done.
I'm
We're
fine
going
with
for another
I'll
50.
find a way to get banned from YouTube. I don't know what I got to do, but I don't know.
You'll find a
Well,
way.
Eric, I don't understand why you're so desperately want to have your own private website where 24/7 people can watch
Oh,
Bougie Eric, because as soon as you get banned from YouTube, we go to the direct website model and the camera never turns off. It just stays on day after day,
like the Truman
The
Show.
IRP.
day after day. It's literally like a standard IRP Christmas episode. It just never ends.
They do go long on that day.
They needed a second day, Eric. They needed a second fucking day. It's greatness. Greatness. Always remember, Eric, this is your legacy. It's true. This is probably the best thing you've ever accomplished, even with your athletic career. This is it. This is your peak. Eric, when's the last time you've gone wrenching? It's a valid question. Alien life forms, thousands of years from now, we'll be watching this in awe. We are living it, Hobby Champs. Right now, believe it or not, you're right. But we are living it. Imagine our good fortune to be living in this time right now.
Oh, God.
Bubbles says, Emmanuel in Space reaction video. Emmanuel in Space review. Eric can make a lot of content. Facts.
Eric is not going to watch that.
Name says, Eric's live stream is like that of a McDonald's hamburger decomposing. Valid comp. Valid comp.
Please,
Just a good one.
I gotta find something for this guy to do on Friday nights besides bother me. I gotta come up with something.
Eric is an athlete. He is a verbal punching bag. Yannick, and I gotta be honest, like my right hook's getting good. Like it's like I got the extra snap on all the jabs. A lot of extra snap. It's working.
Oh my God.
My favorite part about all this is that we are hours into this. And the chat has been more lively probably the last hour.
Listen, I've said it once. I've said it 100 times. I hate the both of you. I hate everybody in the chat. I hate this stupid show. I don't even like myself all that much.
Oh, God, no one likes
to end.
And yet it won't. And also, does it help, Eric? Does it help to know that I don't care?
A little bit.
Yeah, just throw it out there. Like, Yannick, I'm here to help as a man of peace.
You're a man of
This
peace.
is what as a man of peace, I am here to assist as best I can. And the way I do that is by explaining to you that I don't care in any way, shape, or form about your feelings.
God.
Your feeling or feelings, whether you have one or whether you find a second, I don't care. So you got that going for you. That's pretty good.
I'll tell you this.
You tell me this.
I am going to get a hold. I'm not going to say her name, but I'm going to get in hold of Name's wife. And
she will also she will also make fun of you from Florida with Florida Man?
No,
your wife?
I am going. No. She's a wonderful woman, obviously very charitable.
Also like your wife?
No, very much. And I am going.
She also likes to take care of the unfortunate. Go on.
I am going to talk to her. I'm going to beg her. I'm going to plead with her. Keep this person busy on Friday nights and out of my hair. Right now, to be honest, because we like to be honest and overshare, and I'm tired, and it's 12:21. That area of my body has been rubbed a little raw due to the many miles I put on my bicycle this week. I took today off.
Have you considered actually getting a seat that has a seat instead of just a pole?
It's been brought to my attention.
Yannick, you see,
Yannick,
hold on. I really want to make a quick point. Quick point of order, Yannick. Think about this. I want you to think about this. Like, I'm serious, Yannick. I want to take a second. I want to think about this. All these hours in, and yet one phrase from Eric, and boom, immediate zinger. Like, I don't. There was no delay. There was no pause. Like, I can still go. Like,
that's fast.
Like, I didn't sit there for 5 minutes thinking, wait, let me come up with an insult. No, I got it. Easy. Done. Bobozo says, my marriage counselor, Dr. Beckett, says, Eric has got to confront his own insecurities and watch manual in space.
I'm not watching that.
Brendan Ryan says, Mick Foley's please fall on deaf ears. I know. It's very sad. Hobby Champ says, it's true. If he watches Emmanuel in space, it breaks him out of his Groundhog Day. Will he do it?
No.
Eric, Emmanuel in space is the path to inner peace.
I don't think it is.
Well, Eric, look, all I'll say is, once upon a time, I saw Emmanuel in space, and now I'm a man of peace.
Look how
I've become a better person.
Yeah, I'm good.
I am a much better person today.
Oh, you're a much better person. You bastard.
Not correcting typos. No, there's no need. Eric is old, tired of working with children. Maybe.
I am.
He is no punk. Well, he's a punk, but not a CM one. All right. I think that's it. By the way, great interaction tonight. Great job by the chat. Eric Lesso. We did learn he's Dr. Sleuth, so he's got that going for him.
Yeah, everybody's great. Yeah.
Yeah. So it is the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. We still don't know.
No, but
rolling into 2025, which Yannick, we're already technically, if we're being honest, based on the stats we pulled up here, we're already technically 5 years into the 5th year of this bullshit.
Yep.
Of this live stream. Over 5 calendar. We started December 2020 in the current streak. December 2020. It is December. It is November. It is into the month of December 2024. It just rolls on.
Can we find out the date of day one of the first one? I'm just curious.
Well, that's how I got the number. It was October 19th. Sorry, it was October 19th, 2020. So over 4 years. So October 19th was the current run. There were live streams before that, but there were little gaps in between. So the reason I use that date is because that was the first date where there was a live stream, and then the next week there was a live stream, and the next week there was a live stream, and the next week. So the run starts October 19th, 2020. In the pandemic period, we're heading into 2025, Yannick. The streak remains unbroken. That's why I laugh. I laugh. Oh, but I got a live stream. Good for you.
I'm trying to
Keep
find.
it up.
It's only gonna end when Eric gets pinned down.
I'm trying to find the date of my first episode so I can, and I can't. Well, I want
You
to
keep working on it. You keep working on it.
August 6th. August 6th, 2021.
Is that the exact date?
That is, it's only had 414 views. August 6th, 2021.
So you see, Eric has been involved only for 1,233 days. I've been involved for almost 300 more days because I'm awesome. So that means Eric needs to get on his ass. That means another year, Eric. Another year on the like button. Just to get where Carlos is today.
And one of the comments says, "Great show. Bobby compliments Carlos perfectly. Also, it was great to see Eric put a face to the name and hear his story. Well done."
And then it says, I want
Thanks
to punch
very
him in
much.
the face now.
Always fun to chat with Bobby and great to talk to Eric directly. Appreciate the compliment. That's from Carlos. That is the beginning of the end right there.
And even
That's
then,
where the
I knew how to feed the lies.
This is where the shit hit the fan. My life turned into the direction that I am now in, and I cannot get out of this hell loop.
And yet I regret nothing. Bob Jackson says,
I
Eric,
think I'm
so
wearing
much
the same shirt.
That's a fashion problem with you. Bob Jackson says, Eric, so how much coal are you getting for Christmas? Yes.
All of it.
Bob Boozle says, Cat, waiting on Yannick to whip out the nips so he can get high. Maybe.
She just wants it. That's it. It's good night time. She's telling me.
Hobby chaps, great show, fellas. See you again, Eric, when you wake up and you're still inside this live stream. Truth.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think I'm wearing the same shirt.
I'm very sad for you. I don't know. So anyway, Bob Jackson says Carlos is the Undertaker of YouTube episodic, whatever these are. I know. That's what I'm saying. Bob also says Carlos logged more host time than Don Cornelius on Soul Train. Man, we're getting some references tonight. I like it.
Ooh.
Eric got stuck into the show more like he got challenged. His manhood was challenged, and
That's
turned
what
out
happened.
Eric was never a man. That's why he's been defeated.
That's what happened on the floor. I was young and dumb back then. And when
Oh,
somebody
you're
was
just old and dumb.
Now you're
Yeah.
just old and dumb. Yeah.
right. And I would think that, well, if someone challenges me, I'm like, I'll show them. Well, I lost. I lost big time.
You did. You really.
This
Well,
is
does it help, Eric, that from the
Oh.
start of your time to now, it has been 29,592 hours? 1,775,520 minutes. Or, if you prefer, 106,531,200 seconds and counting.
Of pure joy.
Unbelievable. 106 million minutes. Sorry, seconds. And
It's pretty impressive, actually, when you put it all
tick,
together.
tick, tick, tick. And I'm 300 days past that. So, like, peasant work. Dang.
Now that counts all your 300 days. Does that count card stuff, or is that the movie stuff too?
That counts the first live stream of that run. My first episode of doing card content was 2 years before that.
Yeah, thank God I didn't find you then.
Young, dumb, and full of mayo. I know. We have 10 cats, and yes, I'm serious. Dang.
I'm sorry. I don't know
How many
how
likes does Eric have to pay for?
respond to that.
I don't know what to tell you. Bob Jackson says, how many likes has Eric had to pay for? We can't count that high. Quantum computing hasn't caught up to that number yet.
Wow.
We're working on it. We're trying, but it hasn't caught up yet. And I've been here since then, and that's my birthday, October 19th. Well, congratulations and happy birthday. But yes, that's the anniversary date, not of the first live stream. That is the first live stream of the current run of consecutive live streams. Even Eric's personal friend, not Jeremy from Beckett, the other guy, the cheap imitation Jeremy
Stop
of
it.
the floating head. He's taking weeks off. Haven't done it. Nope. Rolled right through.
Oh my God.
Hobby Chance. I'm an athlete because I take care of all these wonderful little kitties. Well, if you have 10 cats, then you probably are an athlete.
You know something? I don't know if I can argue that point.
Bob Jackson says, rumor is Eric might have to sign over his allowance money from Kathy since he's so far behind on payments. Yes. We have a lien against the allowance. Just throwing it out there. All right. Actually, you know what? 47 more seconds. I like round numbers, Yannick. I like round numbers. They make me happy.
Why
I
not?
really do. So Yannick, any last words of wisdom that you'd like to leave us with, or an insult to Eric, whatever works for you. I'm good.
Oh yeah, insult Derek. Yeah.
No, like, like we can just wait a little more next week. We can torture him a little more. We got time.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
So there's I got booby traps that are set up to go off next week. He obviously hasn't found any yet because he hasn't given me shit for it. So the plan is working accordingly.
Wow. Okay.
Just
Okay.
return the shit you stole. That's all I want you to do.
Yannick, much
Okay,
like
fine.
myself.
I'll go at Reggie's house and tell him to give me his stuff back. So
No, what you need to go do, Yannick, is you give it to Marcel, and Marcel will give it to him when he can figure out how many goals he scored. Not a second before. That will be your task.
Don't get Marcel grumpy. We don't like grumpy Marcel.
all that grumpy Marcel. No.
Oh.
Mm.
All right, so it's hot. Another thing, Hobby Talk Live number 46. That's what episode it was. Episode number 46 was when I first came on.
Do you want us to? Do you want me to pull some clips for a minute from an anniversary thing? Do you want me to throw that into the end year? Your highlights from episode
No.
46?
Oh, I just kind of noticed the number there. So it's like, oh yeah. So on this run, you had 45 episodes before I showed up.
So what you're saying, Eric, if I'm understanding you correctly, is that when Vinny next year gets you a gift that fits in a tractor trailer,
Oh, good Lord.
everything will be the number 46,
Mm-hmm.
is what you're saying. Interesting. Okay. I hope Eric plays the show for his grandson, Beckett. True. My birthday is on Sunday. Well, if that's the case, happy birthday.
No. Screw
Find
you.
the first time Eric got insulted. Probably the first episode. Yannick, actually, Yannick, I haven't watched this episode since it originally happened. But Yannick, can we guessing sight unseen chat? I want your opinion on this. I'm actually going to go back and watch this episode because now I'm curious. How much you
I'm
want to bet?
watching it right now.
How much you want to bet I insulted this bastard in the first episode?
Well, first of all, it starts that you had an open invite, so you actually put
I
the
know.
link in the chat.
Back then I was doing that. Yeah. That was early.
There you go.
I was doing that.
I come in on 23 minutes.
Holy shit!
But my question though is: so do I insult Eric in the first episode? And Bob Jackson's got the right idea. How long does it take me? The question is, how long does it take me before I start insulting
That's
Eric?
a good question.
From the beginning of that, so right from the time he appears on screen, how long does it take me to start laying into him? That's the question. I remember back in the day, Eric was less talkative and did more of the long blank stares.
You would be blown away by how much your room changed. Like basically, your room right now is empty on that.
Yeah.
Minute 23 there. You got nothing on the wall.
No. I still was moving in, I think.
Yeah, it would make sense. Yeah.
Oh, here's a good idea. I like Hobby Champs. Post Eric's first episode on the community page. Yes. That's classic. I love that idea.
It's before I went blind, so I didn't wear my glasses.
Here you go. Here's Paul. Better yet, when did the chat turn on, Eric? Dang.
Didn't take long.
No, it could not have taken that long. There's no way.
Probably not. And yeah. I still am. I don't remember having a green shirt that said the North Face, and this says the North Shore. This is a mountain biking club that I belong to, and I could only see the top of the shirt, and I don't remember having a green one from North Face, so I think I'm wearing the same shirt.
I like the debate going on here. So we have never turned on Eric. We love Eric. It's all good fun. Bob Boosel said, back in the old days, viewers used to watch BIC in suits and ties. Now they watch wearing wife beaters and fanny packs. We have really evolved and changed as a people.
Oh yeah.
It was tough times. Yannick, I remember those times. The people were so classy. It was a suit and tie affair, as Bob Boosel implies, and the men drank the drinks inside of these fancy glasses, only fancy liquor, and now it's bottles of 40 ounces.
I want to see who was in the chat that night. Hobby Champs was in the chat that night.
Nice.
Aussie Car Dad.
Oh yeah, Ozzy Card Dad. I haven't seen him in a while. That was a classic.
Hockey 99.
Of course.
Shut Up Josh was there.
Sure.
How much, Dave?
Webb was there. Web02 was there.
Yep.
Some jerk, my collecting anthology was there. I don't know if we know him or not. He's a real jerk.
Yep.
Rob Dudek was there. Brad 8671.
Yep, that's the Brad that I've had on before. Yeah,
Yep.
that's the one that does all the football.
Yeah. So some familiar names.
Yeah, there's been a lot of OGs, man. A lot of OGs that were still around even back then.
Monaco only
That was
commented once so far.
yeah.
I'll-
That was
Night, 4:30 start tomorrow. We'll catch up later, Carlos. Cheers. Well, that's a great comment. Nobody cares what you're doing.
so that was what you said, episode 46, right?
Episode 46. Yeah.
Yeah. So that is 172 episodes ago. Hey, Yannick, 172.
That's what I'm
Because this is
trying to
218.
figure out right now. This is insane.
This is 218. I watched that one. Don't know if I was in the chat.
I haven't seen his name yet. But it's only there's still time to go, so another hour in the show, so I don't know if someone's gonna.
So how long was that episode, just out of curiosity?
This episode was 3 hours,
3 hours.
24 minutes.
Ah, modest. So modest. Good times. We're still going to be well short of the IRP Christmas episode. But anyway.
By episode 51, that's where we hit the 6 hour mark.
Oh
50
God.
and 51.
It just never ended. Just atrocious.
Then it's just 5 hour, 5 hour, 5 hour, 4 hour.
I was a younger man back in those days, Yannick. I was
6
a younger man.
hours.
I was a younger man, full of vim and vigor.
Fuck.
Man, crazy times. Better yet, what episode did I start sending Eric AI-generated images?
Remember the little while where you used to go Friday night and Sunday for a while? Like that was full blown COVID. But
Yeah. Well, look though, that period, it was justifiable. There was just so much going on that you could do the Friday show. If anybody ever goes back in the archive, I'm serious. I'm being 100% truthful on this. If anyone, I don't know why you need that much time to kill, but if for whatever reason you have it, if you ever check out consecutive episodes that are the Friday and the Sunday, you're going to notice they don't overlap as much as you think. You could do the Friday episode, talk about this, that, and the other thing, and then the Sunday episode would talk about a different this, that, or the other thing, because there was enough going on that you could have two separate episodes. Some stuff would overlap, but not as much as you'd think. It was wild. I'm waiting for Man versus Mountain Bike. True. Those are the good old days. I remember it would randomly come on YouTube on late Sunday evenings, and Carlos would still be on.
I found an episode with Dustin right now.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff, man.
Number 62.
I think Carlos lives on Elm Street and streams to avoid falling asleep. Bob Boozle, Carlos Senior and I have an agreement. The first one that falls asleep gets brutally murdered by the other.
That's fair.
Both Carlos Sr. and I are still alive. That's what keeps me awake. Freddie got nothing on us. But I appreciate the concept. You're not wrong. But it's a different reason. Is that before or after you burn the boiled hot dog's name? Valid questions. Valid questions. People were paying $500 for raw Topps Kobe Bryant rookie cards in those days. Wild and crazy times. All right.
Bobo.
So last comments. I want some last thoughts. We touched on it briefly, and a couple of people took a shot at it. Episode 46 of the BIC live stream. Here's what I want to know. I want some pick. There's a couple of you who have wagers. I want to know how long. I'm going to find out the answer to this. I want to know how long from Eric's first appearance before Carlos starts insulting him. I want a time guess. I want a time guess from you people. We had one. Over under around 20 minutes is Bob Jackson's guess. He threw in a number. But I want guesses. I want to know what you guys think.
I'm gonna guess right away because the whole thing was pretty much insulting me to come on
the dare type of thing.
You know, he insulted the entire chat and called us a bunch of, he didn't say we didn't have the guts to come on.
13 seconds.
Dumb enough to jump on. So I assume that probably almost immediately.
I like this Price is Right rules. I'm liking this. 13 seconds, 14 seconds, 2 minutes.
$1, Bob.
And we got 5 minutes.
Almost immediately is what I would guess. Because it started off before I even got on the screen, it started off as, something insulting. So
which Yannick, I gotta be honest, shocks me a little bit as a man of peace.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be the style of the show.
Yannick, I gotta be honest. I think as we approach the end of the year, I am in a self-reflective mood, and I have to kind of ask myself: is this really the kind of person that I want to be? Is the kind of individual that I want to be the kind of person who would say mean things to people? That would be not a man of peace. Is this the life that I want to live going into next year and going into the future?
Maybe.
Good.
I guess he flushed himself.
Good. Now, welcome to Because It's Yannick and Eric.
Episode 1.
Episode 1 of Because It's Yannick and Eric. Yannick, what would you like to talk about tonight?
It's the new revolution.
Never mind.
I wanted to give you a moment of brief hope.
I know it was too good to be true.
I wanted to give you a moment of hope. I wanted to give you. And also, while StreamYard is more stable, there are occasional times where some of the stuff glitches. Just throw it out there. So anyway, unfortunately, now the moment's been missed. It's gone. It makes me sad. We'll never know what would have happened. We'll never know.
Well,
so I gotta be honest, Yannick. I would love to know, and I've got to figure out what the glitching is with it because I had an idea in mind and it just completely missed. Now it's gone. Bubbles says, did Carlos start the show to troll a hobby? Maybe. Probably. Yeah, probably.
Trolled the chat, and I was dumb enough to fall for it.
The restraint to wait that long was admirable.
Took it.
Next question will be, which episode did Eric and Yannick take over the show? Ooh.
Well,
I actually think it would. So I got to be honest, and I'm just being truthful here. I'm just telling you guys the truth.
Okay.
I actually think it would be hilarious watching an episode of Eric and Yannick just on their own without me and the Burrell to supervise and to see the struggle, to see like, well, one of you has to take the lead. Somebody has to lead. and Yannick kind of sitting back, watching the cat, and Eric kind of doing whatever Eric does. And it's like, one of you has to take the lead eventually. You guys know that, right?
It would be different.
I think it would just be us just busting on each other with no real topics for a long period of time.
Meaning the whole show?
Yeah.
I've already seen trains, planes, and automobiles. True.
I like me.
I like me. My wife likes me. My
There you go.
cousin.
Should do a live stream reaction of you guys watching Eric's first episode. Imagine a Mystery Science Theater 3000 thing where I do the screen share and I put us on the bottom of the screen and the top of the screen is playing and we're just talking over the top of it. Eric, what the hell are you doing on your table? Emmanuel in space. So many streams you were playing with stuff. Emmanuel in space. You don't know what's on the screen. Emmanuel in space.
That's because I don't have the time to organize this stuff. So stuff starts piling up and I'm sitting here and I'm able to do more things. You know, like I can multitask. So it's like the stuff's piled up. I'm like, I might as well put some of it away.
That chair's full in the back there.
Yeah.
Well, Eric, the problem is that sometimes you're playing around with your computer, sometimes you're playing around with what's going on the screen, and sometimes you send text messages, and that like you are literally fiddling the entire show. We've seen this before. This has happened.
Did you get my text?
Did you send me a text?
A couple of seconds ago.
No, that's highly inappropriate. That's incredibly like that. That's just Eric. That's just that'll get you canceled. Like I don't even want to repeat the words that were written. Brandon, I can't believe this.
I didn't get it.
Like
No, you didn't.
Listen, we will never speak of this again. Ever. Never. Look,
But
I'm
what
going to
couldn't
ignore
you
what
do?
Eric wrote. I'm going to ignore what Eric wrote, and I'm going to talk about AMG. I don't care what you wrote. I'm not even going to discuss it. We're not talking about it.
Okay.
We're not talking about it. And hope that no one ever finds out.
I hope you didn't screenshot that, right? You deleted it.
Just saying. See what happens when you leave him to his own devices? He starts peddling around with his phone and sending cancelable material on his cell phone.
Yeah.
So, now we're going to talk about it again, and you immediately went right into talking about it again.
Look how young Bobbles was. I know. We were all young and foolish back then. It was wild and crazy times, guys. You see, it was in sepia. That's how you know it was a long time
You
ago.
believe we're the same age, Bubbles and I?
Well, that's been a running joke, dude. That has been the best part. Look, my favorite thing about Bobbles ever is that if you think, look, Eric is ancient. He's like a fossil, literally just a living, breathing fossil.
I'm older than
But-
both of you, yes.
Yeah, you're lower. You're old. I'm half convinced you're older than Bobby. You're older than everyone. So the point is that Eric, like I said, is ancient. But the joke is that Brandon Bobbles is like, I think 43. I think is what we came to is 43, 44,
44?
something like that. I always kind of forget. And the thing is, I'm 41. So we're not that far apart. But then you go look at it, it's like, you may as well be 15 years, 20 years. Like that's always the joke when he grows out the beard. But yeah, that's the thing with the way the beard.
Gandalf.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like with the look he has and kind of the way he sounds sometimes, it's like, yeah. It's like he's only a couple of years. He's basically older than me almost to the same degree that my younger brother is younger than me. Basically a couple of years. But it is what it is. You're right. Yep, just babies. I know, right? Like 300.
Almost 44 like me. We
Please.
already checked it out. We're the same year.
Yeah. They named
1980.
bobbleheads after bobbles. I know. I don't know what to tell you guys. Anyway, all right, folks. It's been a lot of fun. Had a couple of glitches there at the end. I totally, but Yannick, it disappoints me so much that I had set up a beautiful, I had it set up, and then the stupid thing didn't click when I wanted to. Never mind. Didn't click when I wanted to click. That pisses me off. Wow. The technology let me down on this one. Well, we'll figure out the kinks. Either way, I will say it had less kinks than the last EV Mux episode. That one had a lot more wackiness going on. So for the most part, pretty stable. Not perfect, but pretty stable. Not bad. Anyway, all right, folks. Appreciate you as always. Appreciate you hanging out. Obviously, you got a couple more shopping days left of Christmas. Some of you seem to already have your stuff taken care of, so you're all good. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your weekend. If you're already on break, on holiday, well, enjoy that. If you're not, then do what you got to do. Enjoy your holiday, whatever it is. And then Yannick and I will take off and we'll have ourselves some rest. And Eric will still be here because he can never leave.
No, that's not true. I'm going to get to go to bed, and because I hate all of this, and I don't want to deal with it again until next Friday.
But yet you will have to live with it at all times because it is Collēctīvus for the rest of us forever. I'm going to go watch Eric's first episode, as you should.
Well, it's 4:00 in the afternoon. You have plenty of time before your day ends.
Everyone has a great Christmas. Not as many kinks as Emmanuel in space. True. True. Babuzo gets the last word. That is a factual statement. Hashtag facts.
Oh,
All right, folks. Back next week for the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. There will be a podcast episode next week. There will be a Christmas Eve live stream. Likely cameo from Carlos Sr. And there will be a Friday live stream because Eric's contract is permanent and written in blood.
Stupid.
You should have thought of that before you signed it. All right, folks. Have yourself a good night. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Name? Still Friday, so do whatever you're going to do. All right, folks. Have a good night. Take it easy. We'll catch you in the next one.
Bye, guys.